ash winds blow and the spires glow and the forges never sleep. With our masts pulled tight in the dying light, we march where the toxins creep. We roll our steel through the smoke unreal, where the dust storms rage and whine. Invasion comes, but we'll never run. The Legion holds the line. Heave-ho, through the smog we go, with the rumble of engines low. Heave-ho, through the ash and brine, for the Legion holds the line. Where the greenskins clash in the choking ash, where others fear and dread, chimeras roll and we crush their souls beneath our mighty treads. Through poison grounds and tailing mounds and valleys alkaline, through storm and slag we bear the flag. The Legion holds the line. Heave-ho, through the smog we go, with the rumble of engines low. Heave-ho, through the ash and brine, for the Legion holds the line. Oh, the forges roar as we march to war, and the banners whip the gale. With our boots sunk deep where the acid seeps, we fight and we prevail. We will not kneel and we will not yield 1 inch of fetid grime. Through smoke and flame we stake our claim. The Legion holds the line. Hey! Heave-ho, through the smoke we go, with the rumble of engines low. Heave-ho, through the ash and brine, for the Legion holds the line. Darkened streets and crumbling walls, where smoke and shadow play, our engines roar and shake the floor. We drive the foe away. With armored fist and hearts of steel, our spirits ever shine. With bolt and shell we bring them hell. The Legion holds the line. Heave-ho, through the smog we go, into rust and dust and slime. They roll their dice and invade it thrice, and we crush them every time. Come on, you if you wanna live forever!
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream, and oh my god, it is a hype stream and a half. We are at HypeCon 1, gentlemen. I say again, we are at HypeCon 1 because Games Workshop announced today the return of the old man of Yarrick. Yes! And it's not Yarrick's king, and it's not Saint Yarrick, and it's not Yarrick's cousin or anything like that from a far off land. It's just Commissar Yarrick. And they just gave him a good model. They didn't fuck with the model. They didn't overdo the model. They just took his iconic last sculpt and updated it. Like, yeah, it's not Mrs. Yarrick or daughter Yarrick or anything like that. It's just Yarrick. It's not Saint Yarrick. It's not Lunch Lady Yarrick. It's just fucking Yarrick. This is all I have ever asked for from them. This is all we've all ever wanted from them.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you.
We
Mobile
just
infantry made me the man I am
wanted
today.
our heroes. We just wanted our heroes, man. These characters which
When it comes to fighting
had
crime, there's only one man
had
keeping the
decades
streets
of
safe.
lore building up around them. We didn't want our characters being killed off screen or just being like unceremoniously Thanos snapped out of existence, sent to legends and all this kind of stuff. We didn't want any of that. We just want our characters updated and for their lore to carry on forward and for their legacy to be further ingrained into our faction. That's all we've ever wanted. For every character, for every faction, that's all we've ever wanted. And GW finally just listened. And they just did it. And I really hope that they see this. I really hope that they see the reaction from the community. Not this video. They're never going to pay attention to this. But what I mean is, I really hope they see the reaction from the community. They see the hype. And they just fucking pay attention. Please, GW. Please. And I know that hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. I know. I know. But god damn it, GW. Give me hope. Give them hope. If the men's choices are only between our legends and our terrible model kits, then what have they got to believe in? We need to give them heroes. Do you know any heroes around here, Commissar Mordian? Yes, comrade. I know one. There we are, man. There we are. How can we motivate the men? Legends, more of their models. And if they complain, legends, even more of them. But don't even send the legends. Take them out. We've tried all that. It feels good. Truth be told, it feels good. And there are a few flies in the ointment. Like, no Steel Legion. But, you know what? You know what, GW? GW may not give me back my Steel Legion, but I don't need him to. I've already got. I have 50 of these bad boys new in box, and I already have like 70 of them built and painted. And also, by the way, and we're going to get into this, for everyone who is disappointed by the lack of Steel Legion, even if you can't get the original metals, don't worry. We're going to get into, there is a third-party source, which I think is going to make absolute gangbusters. So even if you don't get your hands on the original Steel Legion, you're going to get your hands on the next best thing. And we're going to talk about, Tiny Legends. We're going to talk about those guys because, holy shit, if any, as I always say, if GW will not provide, the community will. The community will. All right. All right. Because I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I've got mine. No, I've got mine. But I'm going to make sure you get yours as well. All right. There we go. So, tonight's stream is a hype stream. We're going to talk all about Yarrick and everything else that's been going on. It's going to be a long stream, of course. If you don't have opportunity to watch the entire thing and get my take on Yarrick coming back and everything, don't worry. I will be doing a stream highlight that will go out tomorrow that will cover this topic. So if you don't get to watch it tonight, don't worry, it'll be covered tomorrow. So there we are, in a sort of a nice stream highlight and everything. So hopefully you guys stick around, of course. But if you don't have the opportunity, again, I got you covered. I'm always aware that people have got different schedules, all that. Because are we going to watch trailer? Of course, we're going to watch the trailer. We're going to talk about everything and anything, but of course, we're going to be focusing on the Yarrick return today and what it might mean for the guard and what it might mean for GW in general. And we're just gonna have a hype stream. We're gonna have a hype. You know, GW. I think we've all been let down a lot recently. And I think Games Workshop is starting to turn the franchise around. And I really, really hope that they are able to keep this trend going. Because they finally seem to be, for the last 3 years, they've not been giving people what they wanted. For the last 3 years, they've been taking stuff away from people. And Games Workshop, it's been a really tough 3 years. All we want is for you to give us what we ask for, not for you to give us what you want. Okay? And hopefully GW's finally listening to the community. I'm hyped. I'm excited. And for the first time in a long time, I actually have a little bit of hope for the future of Warhammer 40k. Maybe this is like when Belisarius, not the Warhammer 40k one, but the one for the Byzantine Empire, retook Rome, reconquered, brought the Byzantine Empire back into ascendancy. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. All right, let's see what happens. So, with all that said, let's get into today's stream. Now, it's a very busy stream. We've already got nearly 300 people in the stream. So, of course, we'll go do roll call, but I don't think there's any chance of me actually reading all these names out. So, go absolutely nuts, spam as much as you want to. 07's down in the chat. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. It's roll call, baby. Spam 07. Spam your favorite emojis if you are a channel member. Show your love and appreciation and your hype for Yarrick returning. Hey, let's fucking go. Spam the bolt pistol emoji, the Commissar emoji, all that kind of stuff. Let's get a hype call. There you go. Let's get a fucking hype call. Here we go. Look at it go. And there's no one's gonna. No, there's no like you can spam the chat too much or anything like that. Everyone can go full Sprigs mode on this one. Unleash the beast. There we go. Unleash the beast. There we are. Welcome to all of you beautiful bastards. Welcome to all of you Guard players, Steel Legion and fans of just general Warhammer players. Welcome to everyone to the stream tonight, and I hope you guys, well, I can see you guys are as excited as I am. I mean, holy shit, we just had a Death Strike tip go off. L10, my boy! L10! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, man. Let's have a look here. Guys, thank you so much for joining the stream. Thank you for chatting away. If I may have your attention for a second, don't forget to go ahead and like the stream, subscribe. And look, I know it's cringe. I know you guys hear this in every YouTube video and every stream that you go to. I know you guys hear it, but it genuinely does really help boost the stream. And especially when we've got a hot topic to talk like tonight, it can be like rocket fuel. So like, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. Interact. There we go. And also, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that just got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with all the super chats and the gifted memberships and the member flexes and all that kind of stuff. And let's take a moment now and read some of these out, because I bet all of them are going to be about today's topic. Starting off with that Death Strike chat, baby! So for those of you that missed it, L11 TriStar just came in with a $100 super chat. That is a huge super chat. That's a massive deal. L10 is like the OG Death Strike commander. Thank you so much, man, for the incredible support. It's popping up, baby. Yes. And dude, great to have you back in the stream, man. Fucking hell. Yes, mate. Dude, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. The siren did go off, Swords and Smith. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, bro. Great time back in the stream, man. Let's see what the message is. Bro, what? I can't believe what I'm reading. Yarrick, did people do Operation Piss Jug successfully or something? What amazing news. So it is no exaggeration. It is no lie. I will say it again. Yarrick is back. In fact, let's just bring his model up here so you guys can see it. Yarrick is back. Okay, he is back. And I'll say it again. It's not Yarrick's cousin. It's not Yarrick's kid. It's not Lunch Lady Yarrick. It's not Saint Yarrick or anything like that. It's just the old man is back. It's that simple. The old man is back. And he is looking great. Like, they haven't fucked with his model. It's literally the classic Yarrick, right? Not the crab claw one, but, you know, the iconic one from, like 2003 or something. Someone will know the date. Let me know in chat. But the iconic classic model, the one that did us for years and years and years, the one that was, like, perfect. Like, you almost couldn't improve upon it. All they've done is take that model and make and just refine it. Just give it that, like, digital remaster. That's all they've done. Okay? That's all they've done. It's great. He's got the same storm bolter. He's got the same las pistol. He's got the same power sword, and he's got the same crab claw. They haven't fucked with the model in any way whatsoever. They've just updated it. That's all we want. Lute's making a great point. Goodbye, Lord Solar, whatever. Yeah. Lord Solar what? Lord Solar Wankontus? Yeah, never heard of him. Yeah. Commissar Yarrick. Now, I will say something here. And this is sort of linked to your super chat, L10. Did Operation Piss Jug work? Look, we will never know for sure. Not unless someone from Games Workshop, a disgruntled staff member, like, leaves and gives us the truth. We'll never know. All right? But if I was to give you my opinion, I think this is I don't know. I'm not convinced this was some giant master plan from GW. Maybe it was. I'm not unconvinced, but I'm not totally convinced by it. If I was to give you my opinion, I think that this is a response to the consistent reaction to the guard heroes that they've given us. Like, look, Yarrick went away and Lord Solar Leontus came out, and everyone's reaction was, where's Yarrick? And everyone's reaction was, that guy looks, that Lord Solar Leontus, he looked like an AOS character. And it's been like 5 years. Like, Leontus, but not 5, 4 years. Leontus has been around about 4 years, and still no one gives a flying fuck about him. No one goes, oh, I think he's a really cool character. People put him in the list if he's good rules, and if he's not, they just don't take him. If Thanos snapped him away, no one would remember. No one would care. And then they gave us Lunch Lady Creed. Frankly, not everyone, the vast majority of players just kept using Daddy Creed. If they didn't already own the model, they just got the model from, like, eBay or something. Right? And then they gave us, like, Dreer, like, a year ago. And I've never seen Dreer used on the tabletop. Like, no one gave a fuck about him. Like, think about this. Did anyone care about the hype for Dreer? No. Did anyone care about... All people were like, where's Strachan gone? No one liked Dreer. Dreer was overshadowed by Strachan going away. Lunch Lady Creed was overshadowed by Daddy Creed going away. Lord Sol Leontus was overshadowed by Yarrick going away. Most people, yeah, exactly, Bucket001. I specifically watch people kitbash Lord Solar into Yarrick. Exactly. Here's the thing. Maybe, just maybe, after years and years of GW taking beloved characters away and replacing them with things that no one gives a fuck about. Taking decades of lore, the lore that had built, the decades of lore around, Creed and Jaren Kell. The decades of lore around Commissar Yarrick and the defense of Hades' Hive. The decades of lore around Colonel Strachan. These characters were larger than life. They had been around some of them have been around for 30 years. And to take those away and just replace them, it was always a losing strategy. It was always a losing strategy. Shocking opinion. People are invested in the lore. Absolutely. I have recently become a lore guy again. And I lost my loreness. I lost it. I became lawless. But seeing other games out there with fantastic lore, like Old World and K47, it reminded me, actually, I'm a massive lore head. I am. Like, nothing will get me more excited and more interested in investing into a character than lore. And so I think that what's happened, I hope that what's happened is someone in GW was like, someone somewhere, maybe with a last vestige of executive power somewhere, who like one of the creatives, not one of the business dickheads, not one of the MBA toting bastards that's ruining GW. No quicker way to ruin a business than to have a business degree. Someone managed to get this through. And I'm hoping that the reaction is like proof. I'm hoping the reaction from this guy, the reaction to the way the community responds to like Old World and stuff, like that would be amazing. What if they revealed the new Tracer model with Old Man Creed model? That would be amazing. Imagine if they brought Creed back. Imagine if they brought like fucking Daddy Creed back. Instantly, I'd be like, Lunch Lady who? Never had it turns out he never had a daughter. Crazy. Right? Do you know what I mean? So, like, let's just GW and so, well, GW obviously, I hope they see the reaction to this and they fucking get it. But I also want to say to L10, I don't know if Operation Piss Jugged worked, but I do think that the community steadfastly rejecting all of the new guard characters that have been come out, not completely rejecting, but not completely embracing. Do you know what I mean? Like, people, after 3 years of them giving us new characters and us going, this is shit, give us the ones we actually like back. I'm hoping this is the proof. I'm hoping this is the proof. I'm hoping that this is GW turning the franchise around. I'm hoping. So there we go. So Yarrick is back. And maybe, like I said, I'm not totally convinced this was, I mean, I'll say this. If it was a giant psyop from GW, and this was always in the works, then they have earned my respect. Genuinely. They've earned it. No questions asked, nothing. They've earned my respect. Because that's a hell of a thing to pull off. I'm not totally convinced, but if it is, very well done to them. But personally, I think this is a win. I think this is a win for the community. Like the New Orc boys that are coming, the video from today I did. I think this is a win from the community. I think this is the community. I think this is the product of people in a dedicated community just going, this is what we want, give us what we want. Yeah. It's that simple. Yeah. Let's have a look. Now, we've got some more super chats coming in here. Let's see what people are saying. By the way, I will have to, not to be a little uncouth, I do apologise, but I was actually out today and I've only just rushed back to do the stream. I know I've rushed back, starting on time, but I do have to eat my dinner at the same time quickly, so give me a second. I'm going to have like a slice of pizza, do a super chat, slice of pizza. I don't normally do a mukbang stream, so I do apologize, especially when it's a big one like this. I do apologize. So my take is that Steel Legion isn't coming back yet, but again, if we keep banging the drum. I mean, maybe we should organize an email campaign. There's no community like the guard community which can weaponize autism to such an extent. Like, I'm not talking a bitching and moaning campaign. I'm talking a polite email campaign where we get as many people as possible just messaging GW like, GW, I'm really excited for the Yarrick release. Please bring back Steel Legion. Either as a plastic model or bring the old metal models back on permanent sale. Something like that.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Like if GW just brought out the old metals at the same price as the current plastics, fine. Totally fine. But I'll come up with like a little script or something and do a video about it. And maybe we can do it properly, you know. Do it properly and politely, but, you know, show GW that this is what we want. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like with the right paint job and a little bit of kibashing, you could convert the Creek to Steel Legion fairly easily. You absolutely could, Arturus, but it's not, in many ways, that's not really the point. It should be the effort. In some case, in certain, yes, the community should always, you know, embrace kit bashing and stuff like that, of course. But in some special places, the effort should come from very much from GW. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we've got some super chats here. Big shout out to Russell W. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've got Ed Bailey. Thank you for the super chat, man. Rumours of my death were greatly exaggerated, unlike Timmy, if he does not rattle the tin cup and hail the return of the king of the Commissar. Hey! Pardon me. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat, man. And I'm rattling the tin cup, Ed. I'm rattling. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that kind of stuff. I got a bunch of affiliate links down in the description as well. I'm terrible at shilling myself and all that kind of stuff. Check them out. If you're hyped for Yarrick returning and you want to get yourself some new models, get into the guard in preparation for 11th, all that kind of stuff. Check out some of the affiliate links I've got below. You'll find third-party retailers which give a good discount. There you are. All right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the 43 months. X-Force, baby. Old Baelai lives. He does. Old Baelai lives, which is amazing. Like, the old man, guys, the old man is back. Like, literally, it's been... guys. It's literally been years since GW just actually gave me something that I wanted. Think about that for a moment. Like, every release that's come out has been marred by some chicanery, by some bullshit. Like, oh, I'm really looking forward to the New Guard Codex. All the stuff's going to Legends. Oh, I'm really looking forward to the range refresh. These models are going away. Oh, I'm really looking forward to XYZ. Oh, yeah, no, the rules that they got were dog shit. Like, it's just nice to just see something and go, This is on point. The price doesn't really matter. I know that sounds kind of crazy. The price doesn't really matter. Like, it's probably going to be about 27 or 30 pounds, which I know is very, very expensive. I'll say, and it sounds crazy. When I say the price doesn't really matter, let me explain that a little bit further. GW prices have always been high. Relatively. Always. The problem is when the prices are high, but the products we're getting are shite. I actually don't really rail against GW prices that much. Like, I do it as much as the next person, but I don't make my entire channel about GW price rises or anything like that, right? I don't mind dealing with... I don't mind GW prices if GW is actually smashing it out of the park, but we can't have GW prices and then utter bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Like, GW, you can't fuck me in the ass and not buy me dinner. That's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing. So I will deal with the GW prices as I always have done, but GW, you've got to give me something that I actually want to buy. That's the important thing. That's the important thing. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Jared Mann, thank you for the 5 gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Emperor Zayden, thank you for the 6-month member flex. For Yarrick, for the Emperor, in his name. It's just so good, Yarrick being back. Imagine if Yarrick could come back with the Guard Codex. Imagine the hype around that. Not Dreer always wank. You know, like, imagine, man. See, GW, take note. Look at the reaction to this. Look at it. Understand it. Appreciate it. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to kill characters off, rewrite them with bullshit replacement characters. You know, you don't need to fucking Marvel us. You don't need to fucking Disney us. You don't need to do any of that shit. GW, just treat us half decently and give us some fucking cool models for things that we actually care about. Don't give us stuff you want to sell us. Give us stuff we want to buy. There's such a difference. Stop fucking around with all this lame bullshit that you've been doing recently. Lock the fuck in and remember you're a wargaming company and that you should give wargamers what they want. That's all you need to do. And the shareholders will be happy too. I guarantee it. Ranger Will, thank you for the 13 months, man. X-Force, baby. 07 Mordian, he lives. He lives. I know, Ranger Will. It's great. It's great. It's awesome. And I love it. It's amazing. Yeah. Scribbles, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. 07, you magnificent bastard. JM the Goose, 33-month member flex. X-Force, baby. But no Steel Legion. Where is the Steel Legion? Okay. We've got a lot of people asking about where the Steel Legion are. My understanding, based on my inquisitorial sources, is twofold. There's 2 reasons why GW doesn't want to do Steel Legion. The first one is because they basically are like just historical models. Kind of like the World War II German Fallschirmjäger. And so they're less copyrightable. The second reason is because they're World War II German. They're based on World War II Germans. And GW is okay going back to World War I, but they don't. They're very sensitive to things like World War II, which is why they don't want to do it. So it's very stupid. It's very, very stupid. There is an element of political chicanery involved, but I think frankly, they just need to get over it. Because if GW, if you won't sell me the Steel Legion, I'll find someone who will. And by the time you've figured that out, I might not need any from you. So, yeah. Yeah. All right. Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for doing your part. Spiritual Liege. I'm being quick today. Spiritual Liege, hearts pure, ears clean. You know the drill. Israel Thompson, thank you for super chat. The old man is back. Yes, the old man is back. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. And he is, and it's great, and it's exciting. Hey, feels good to be happy, you know. Right, need another quick slice of pizza here. 1 minute. I'm being quick, guys. I'm gonna look at something related to the stream whilst I do this to see if I can. I want to see if I can create an emote for Yarrick, but I don't know if I'll be able to straight away.
Like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
I want like a really cool badass. Do you want an emote of the new model? I could probably get the new model's face and use that as an emote. That would be somewhat. That would probably be doable.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Yarrick head.
Like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
Need to make it the right size.
I love the call.
YouTube emote size. Okay, that's fine. We're getting a Yarrick emote. It's happening whilst we eat my pizza quickly. And then you guys can all spam it. Just making it the right size now. And just need to remove the background on it. Give me a second. It's happening, people. One minute. It's being a bit of a knobhead. Perfect. All right. It should be ready in a minute. Hold on to your butts. Badges and emojis. Emojis. All right. Wait for it. And it should be live. If you're a channel member, you should be able to spam the emoji now. Should just be called Yarrick. You may need to refresh. That's not it, Revenga.
This is it. There you go. Yarrick emoji, baby! There you go. That allowed me to eat a couple of slices of pizza as well, which is good. There you go. It came out all right, that, I think. For thrown together in a couple of minutes. Well, 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? I'm going to try and fly. I'm trying to fly through things so we don't fall too far behind. Revenga, thank you for 44 months, man. We need a Yarrick emote. I saw it and I did it. X-Force, baby, and thanks for the great idea. Samman the Motorcycle Man, he has returned. He has returned. Praise be. Praise be to Yarrick. There we go. Amazing. Chris K, thank you for the gift of membership. Merrill, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. I raised my glass to you. Thank you, man. Russell W, thank you for super chat. Sniff, sniff. Smells like a Legends t-shirt here. Don't you put that shit on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. Nah, man. I don't think so. If they Legends him on release, I'm going to go down to GW's like headquarters and take a giant steaming dump in the foyer. And I will organize it so that anyone who wants to join me will be able to. There we are. Sir Doobie, thank you for super chat, man. Yarrick lives. Also got the wooden spoon for my weekend's RTT. Hooray! It happens sometimes, man. I fought Drakari, Chaos Knights, and Nuggle Demons, but it was fun. And as the Greek, I died for the Emperor. P.S. I hate the new terrain rules. Was it your first time playing on 10th edition terrain? Yeah, it's... Now you see why anytime someone shows you an L-shaped ruin, I go apoplectic with rage. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Lower Decks. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Sir, calamity here at the mines. We were made to work on a Sunday. The only thing stopping a right was the news of Yarrick's return. Hey, those turnips aren't going to mine themselves, mate. You got to work. Only God gets a day off on a Sunday. Your mortal ass has to work every day. Ifram God, thank you so much for the 60-month Overflex. X-Force, baby! Bat rep, an old meme in stream discussion. Long live Yarrick. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. See if I can find it. Let's have a quick look. Played my first game with IJA last night. We gave the veteran marine to fighters instead of stubborn, which made them too powerful. It took 2 Navy squads and a platoon command squad to kill 1 Marine squad. Highlight of the game was my platoon commander rallying after an airstrike and my Kempai Tai officer silence was very dishonorable. Fubar and shoot my officer. Called the game at turn 4 because all my infantry were dead and I had a splitting headache. Also, fuck me, I just eBayed Yarrick last month, so I'm not going to get the new model. To be fair, how was I supposed to know that GW would make a new Yarrick model and B, not cock it up? And also, if Yarrick gets legendary sheep, my trip to Warhammer World will be in a Heinkel. Oh man, let's have a look. I love it. Good old Bucks and Bucks' Hills, man. Nice. Hey, Drew, give me a battle for Sons of Dawn, but hold the goods of fist, hold the goods of fist, hold the hammers of dawn, hold the subjugators, hold the subjugators. R&D, give me a box with nothing. Nothing. Hey, man. Can't be having any of that now. We're hyped today. We're hyped. Dude, if I'm going, thank you for the support, man. Ishmael Thompson. He's dead. There was a body. Look. I am so convinced. The way that guy said it, either he deserves an Emmy for his acting. Whatever the thing that Leonardo DiCaprio didn't get for years. He needs that, right? And the other thing is that it's a real testament to how fucked off they got with every live stream. Whenever they revealed anything to do with the guard, all the chat would say is, where's Yarrick? Where's Yarrick? Where's Yarrick? Where's Yarrick? Where's Yarrick? Like, think about this. we actually got one of the GW event staff on live stream to have just, for a moment, a little wobble with how much we were asking about Yarrick. I love it. This is the thing. Never underestimate the guard community, man. Never underestimate the guard community. I've said this for years. The guard community is way more... The guard community is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most fanatically dedicated community to their faction. More than Space Marines, more than Orcs or anything like that. The guard community is the most fanatically dedicated. Yeah. What have we got here? Soldier Smith, thank you for Super Chat. Sent an email about a list review from CO Cup GT. Let me have a look, man. I haven't had it, man. Wait. You send it to me? Where did you send it? Send it to me directly, maybe? If you emailed it, I've not had it. Unless it's gone into spam. Oh, no. Yeah, it has. Please take the time to view this list from the Colorado Cup GT and reference the Chaos Demon Shadow attachment in the 40k app to appreciate this level of cancerous list building. A list to drain the soul from your opponent to deploy it. The player was Jamo Van Etten, and he went 4-2, losing over to Starshot and Necrons and Mont Cartal. What's posted in the paragraph below is the actual description as it was submitted in the BCP app. 2 pink, 2 stinkiers. Like swimming through Mayo in July. Corey, like drinking lead paint, Bo. I'd rather yeet myself off Pike's Peak, Bo. I'd actually rather never play Warhammer again than this list, Bo, 1 month before playing it again. Ruining people's days with this sludgiest of tar pits, Frank. This is the list that must be sated to cause it. Okay, so it's just a lot. I can't read all of those out. It's a massive tar pit. So Shadow Legion, 2 times Transfer, 2 times Blue Horrors, 5 times 6 Nurglings, 4 times 10 pink hearts, each with introvert and icon. 2 times 10 cultists, 1 times cultist 5 rand, 2 times dark commune, 2 times 16 accursed cultists. Wait, is it just because it's got 30 Nurgling bases? Pink and blue horrors are -1 hit at the time. Nurglings are -1 to wound. I've seen someone take that list before, and they went 0-5. So, 5 times 6 Nurglings seems like really good, but there are absolutely lists that will just carve through it like no tomorrow. I don't know how you go 0-5. I'll tell you how you go 0-5. It was WTC terrain, and it was one of the most competitive tournaments. It was one of the Northern Warlord teams tournaments, and this person just kept getting paired into unreal volume melee armies who just went just went straight through it. I think this was I think one of the people they played against was, they were also, I will say this, they weren't the best player. I will say this as well. But there was an element of, oh no, World Eaters again. Oh no. It appears 80 Khorne Berserkers carved through 30 Nurglings in one turn, and suddenly I'm not all that jailed anymore. Yeah. Millie never leaves the deployment zone. You know what? It really fucking does, man. Think about it. Like, this could hold, I mean, realistically, you make a big line of Nurglings, it just carves through them. And then also it faced Blood Angels who just jumped over it. Yeah, I saw it faced against not the World Eater guy on our team, World Eater guy on another team, and then we played into it, and it faced against Blood Angels. Now, admittedly, again, this was Blood Angels before their codex, so they all had the Death Company with the 2 damage 2 power fists and everything, the big, like the 3 big bricks of them, and the Death Company just went, yeah, exactly. So I guarantee you, it's a good list. I guarantee you, it's a good list, but I also guarantee you that it absolutely, like, this is the thing I was going to say about Pure Infantry Guard. Everyone's getting a big hard on for Recon Guard. Anyone who takes Recon Guard thinking that it's not possible to chew through 200 to 300 guardsmen, it absolutely is. Yeah. Sword of the Smith, that's the big thing. Maybe better right now because the Catan meta, absolutely. This was a year ago. This was literally Winter Warlord teams a year ago. So yeah. It's because people aren't speccing for it that it's more off meta, but it's because people are speccing for Catan. But it's entirely possible that, like, when it comes, that there are absolutely stat check armies, but when it comes to like light infantry stat check, I've been playing Pure Infantry Guard for a long time. I'm playing Hordes for a long time. Let me tell you, it's absolutely possible to lose 300 guardsmen in a game surprisingly quickly. 300 Tyranids in a game surprisingly quickly if you are reckless with them. And so the difference between going 0-5 and 4-2 is the difference between a player that doesn't know what they're doing, who just assumes that my numbers are unconquerable, and a player who knows how to manage the burn. So it's a good list, but it's a list that actually requires... It's not a smooth brain list. Yeah. It's not a smooth brain list. When running a light infantry stat check horde like that, it's not about having too many bodies that the enemy can't kill. That's not a thing in 40k. It's about being able to manage the burn rate. Yeah. So I'm not saying it's a bad list. I was using that example as a case of actually highlighting the player's skill, the guy who went 4-2. Yeah. All right, it's a cool list though, and it's great to see more hordes making a bit of a comeback. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. Hype, all the hype, all the fucking hype. Absolutely love it, man. The hype train has no brakes today. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. It's because of K47. GW has to step up. Thank you, K47. Hey, maybe not entirely wrong. Maybe that's K47 hopium, who knows? Maybe we got 2 fucking like Master Day. We've got GW hopium, they're turning things around, and K47 copium to think that, GW getting competition has forced them to step up. But I'll tell you what, a lot's riding on 11th edition. GW knows it. We all know it. And there's been a lot of competition that's been coming out recently. Now, we know that GW works on models a long time in advance, but still, they also know... I think GW can sometimes know... Again, pure speculation here, by the way. Pure speculation. But I've recently been talking to some people that know how the inner workings of GW happen. Like... people who aren't just... people who've been there, shall we say. And people who are there right now as well. And one of the things that I've learned is that sometimes we know that GW works in quite long time frames. Like, typically works in long time frames. Like, models exist for a year, 2 years, sometimes even 3 years before they actually come out. There are different time frames. Like, if they need to respond rapidly to some hype, like with the case like Space Marine 2 and making Titus the new main man, then they need to respond to that pretty quickly. Hence why we saw Titus get like 2 or 3 different models before they finally settled on, including Titus the Wardens, right? So, and why we've seen... Yeah, but anyway. So the point is, apparently, one of the things that, like, GW can sometimes suffer from is one of these long-term plans will be drawn up by someone who's like in charge of the company, who's in a position, not in charge of the company, who's in a position of authority in the company, some sort of executive, some sort of big dick, right? And what happens is this, these orders come down from on high, and this is like, okay, this is the way we're going to do things for the next 3 years. Because of the nature of GW being a big business, they sometimes have to like lock things in. They're not as agile as a small company. So they have to lock this like vision in. And then even if that executive or person then leaves, that vision's already locked in and they have to basically execute it. And until that vision is then completed, they can't they can't turn things around. They can't change things. And typically, something like this might happen where a vision for an addition is locked in. Now, again, this is all hearsay. It could be all bullshit. Okay? It could be all complete bullshit. So, the reason why this has been like, the reason why this is relevant is it starts to explain a little bit why each edition can sometimes feel so radically different. Because at the beginning of an edition, a vision will get locked in, and it's not until the next edition comes along that they're able to correct it. And this is why, and I know again, I've got to be kind of careful with this, but I know I've been talking to some ex-GW staff recently who have been saying that's why editions seem like they get rewritten, reinvented every 3 years, because someone will be in charge of the vision for an edition, and they basically, once those orders are pushed down on high and people have got their order packets, kind of, they're like World War I almost, they've just got to keep going. And unless there's some drastic change, that's just what happens. And it's not until the next edition where they're able to change things. And so my understanding, that's why 10th edition has been the edition of loss. That's why 10th edition has been this edition of, take all this stuff away, take those old characters away, replace them with these new characters. Who gives a fuck about the old ones? Make them buy new ones. Think about how one directional 10th edition has been in terms of the way its approach has been to like customers, its approach has been to like old products versus new products, its approach has been to like kit designs, all this kind of stuff. And then think about how suddenly in the last few months when we've started hearing about like 11th edition stuff coming along, it's like the vision's changed. Like, look at like an orc. Look at this like new orc war boss and how cool he looks. Look at and how he's got like different weapon options. And he's not just built in like one way and all this kind of stuff. And think about how now look at like Yarrick coming back, and think about the Calgar and stuff coming back in his old armor and all this kind of stuff. Like, think about how it almost feels like GW's been like starting to go back on the Primaris experiment. Like, think about how the rumors are that 11th edition intercessors are basically going to be like the old tactical marines with the helmet style and everything. Like, it's one creative vision that's been like, or not necessarily creative vision, one business vision that's been locked in for a number of years, and now that's not locked in anymore, and there's a new vision that's being locked in. This is why I've been saying that I really hope that 11th edition will be the edition of gain, where GW stops taking stuff away from us, stops making all these business first fucking corpo decisions, and that I'm hoping that 11th edition is a different vision is in place. Who knows? It could be bollocks. Take it as I would say take it as bullshit first, right? But it'll be interesting to see if these whispers from the Inquisition sources end up panning out, or if it ends up not panning out. And, you know, it'd be interesting to see. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying, there's been some things that have floated across my desk, but I haven't verified them, and so I would take them as 100%. I think it was 99.9% bullshit, but just a little crack in the door open for maybe it being right. Yeah. So we'll see. That's why you're seeing like Destroyers coming back, old guard regiments coming back, stuff like that. Yeah. That's why you're seeing GW you see a lot of the models that they're putting out. Think of how like cool a lot of the models that have been coming out recently. Like GW revisiting things like Red Corsairs, all this kind of, all of this is really end of 10th, but really it's beginning of 11th edition stuff. Yeah. So there you go. We'll see if it pans out. What do we got next? But Cosmic Drew, the point being here that there may have, it has Conflict 47 and competition done anything here? I don't know. But there could be a change direction within GW, and whether that's based on internal factors or external factors, time will only tell. Yeah. Jared Mann, the word on the street is Destroying Firstborn are coming back in 11th edition. Yeah. They're afraid of Qua. Goddamn right they are. Tiki, Banzai, thank you for the gift of membership, man. Ben Hall, thank you for the super chat. Commissar Holt and Commissar Kane, these guys need miniatures. The fact Kyphus Kane doesn't have a miniature yet is crazy. Totally agree. Commissar Holt, probably more down to us making it rather than GW. Yeah. Dixie Fiend, thank you for super chat. Tiny Legend, greatest of all time. I converted to the Church Steel Legion. Yes! We will be taking a look at Tiny Legends a bit later on. But you're absolutely right. They are worth a mention. If people need their Steel Legion fix, we'll show people where they can get it from. Yeah, great shout, Dixie Fiend. Mini Dingback, thank you for the 24 months, man. Double X Force! They might have T Steel Legion picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Armageddon is burning the orc. Oh, here we go. Revealed, the old man's back. Armageddon is burning, the orcs are without number, and the familiar faces return to put steel back in the armies of Armageddon. Could it be? I mean, I don't think that's a... I mean, maybe that could be a hint to Steel Legion, but everything that I have been led to believe, and hey, look, the rumors can be wrong on these things. Rumors are just rumors. But my understanding is that Steel Legion aren't coming back. But hey, who knows? Maybe. Let's get on that hype train, baby. Let's get on that hope train. I'm huffing the hopium, man. I'm huffing it. I'm right there with you. Yeah, hopefully. That'd be great. Full Metal Owl. It's definitely an interesting use of words, yeah. Full Metal Owl, thank you for super chat. My inner orc is going crazy right now. Wow! Dude. This might actually make me get off my butt and paint some goddamn orcs. It might actually make me paint some orcs, man. 100%. Tiki, thank you for the banzai. Thank you for the super chat. Rumor is Yarrick is leading orc freebooters. That would be interesting. Not... I feel like that's bollocks. If that ends up being true... What, Yarrick? So are the orcs and the humans going to team up to beat the demons? I'll say this. I genuinely wouldn't be against that storyline. Because they've already mentioned it. They've already mentioned it in previous codexes. how Armageddon's become a three-way battle, but occasionally the orcs and the humans need to basically like go, we won't attack you, you don't attack us, because we both need to attack these fucking demon boys. Okay, yeah. And then once the demons are dealt with, they go back to fighting each other again. Also, as crazy as some people might go, that's shit. There absolutely is precedent for this in the lore. If you know your deep lore, you'll know that there was a whole novel written about Guard and orcs working together. I think the orc leader is called Tacticus. And at the end, the orcs stabbed the humans in the back. The humans were like, you know, they got on really well. The orc boss Tacticus and the Lord General got on really well. They became like grudgingly like respect, but at the end of the day, the scorpion and the fox, right? The scorpion can't help itself. It's in its nature. So once I think it was to fight off a Tyranid invasion, once the Tyranids were fought off, the orcs like betrayed the humans and killed them all. Is it the frog, the scorpion and the frog? But so there's, and then there's also even deeper lore. I think back from 2nd, maybe 3rd edition, where there was a short story about a commando team being sent in to rescue a governor, and like it describes like them. They're in like a helicopter, or they're in like a flyer. And it describes them like checking their equipment, going over like the briefing and all this kind of stuff. And then you think it's talking about like human commandos. And then they drop in and like the governor's like, no, get away from me. And you're like, why is the governor having this like really fucked up reaction? And then like they grab the governor and then for the first time you actually get the speech of the orcs, not just like, oh, and then they went over the mission briefing. Like actually it's like target secured, boss. Retrieving that asset, you know, requested retrieval and all this kind of stuff. And it turns out it was an example of freebooter like blood axe mercenaries being hired to do a job that like the local PDF couldn't do to like rescue the governor, which is really, really, really cool. Yeah. So there is precedent for orc mercenaries, and there is precedent for humans and orcs teaming up. And this is not something that's like left. This is not like a complete curveball. There's actually for this. Now, do I think Yarrick's leading orc freebooters? I mean, I doubt it. But if they went in that direction, I actually like wouldn't be totally against it. Like what I would like to see is like the humans and the orcs team up to beat the demons, and then the humans and the orcs going back to fighting over Armageddon, and Armageddon stops being this like planet that GW can do whatever the fuck they want with, and oh, now Grey Knights are here, blah blah blah, and they just go, no, Armageddon is like the place where orcs and humans fight. We don't need to fucking muddle this up with a third faction. Okay, there's plenty of, because back in the day, Cadia was where humanity and chaos fought, and Armageddon was where humans and orcs fought, and we need to get back to those like. Not everything needs to be Game of Thrones where it needs to have like 1,000 different storylines running. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes we just need to get things locked into what was classic and what was great. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully. All right, what we got next? Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for Super Chat, man. Sadly, no, Steel Legion, but Yarrick's back, baby. He's back! And still, hey, who knows? Steel Legion could still make an appearance. If GW gets enough fucking pushback on this, we can make, guys, if we want Steel Legion, we can make Steel Legion happen. Yeah. The Whispering Monk, backside of Yarrick is 3 grots in Yarrick suit. It's 3 grots in a trench coat. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. Revenga, thank you for the super chat. Post my Yarrick in stream discussion. Let's have a look. It's not come in. Wait, I think you DM'd it to me. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yes! So So you see what I mean? Like, this was the old model, and it was great. But I'm no GW simp, but I can actually say I think the new one's better. I think the old model is great, and all GW has done has taken the old model and given it a remaster. That's it. That's it. And that's great. That's all we fucking want. We don't need our characters being Primarist. We don't need our characters being replaced by the fucking kids or by people we've never heard of before. Like, frankly, sack Dreer off, sack Leontus off, sack Lunch Lady Creed off, and instead, let's get Strachan back instead of Dreer, proper Creed back instead of Lunch Lady Creed, and we need goddamn Yarrick back. That simple. And if GW wants to give us a more fancy character, then you know what? Give us Saint Macarius. I'd much rather have Saint Macarius than Lord Solar Leontus. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's if they want to give us something like that. Like, it's not that hard. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's really not that hard. Just, you've already got the great character GW. Just give us better versions of those characters. And if you want to introduce new characters, that's fine. But you don't have to kill off the old ones to give us the new ones. We'll happily just take more. You know? Yeah. I think think about your logic, re-ARS. I think the new characters are less annoying if we get Yarrick back. Dude, basically, I totally agree. I totally fucking agree, man. Like, it's the fact that the new characters are marred by beloved characters being taken away. The fact that AOS is marred by Fantasy going away. The moment Fantasy came back with Old World, AOS suddenly became, oh yeah, that's cool. Like, this is the mistake GW makes. They take shit away and replace it with inferior shit. Or replace it with stuff and it comes across as inferior. If they just gave us like updated characters and new characters, we'd be fucking hyped as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Just give new characters the Twin Lance treatment. If it's broken, people will buy it. No need to delete stuff. Here's the thing. Twin Lance would have auto sold out everywhere anyway because it was fucking new battlesuit characters for Tau. Like, the Twin Lance is amazing, by the way. Like, I am fully on board with the Twin Lance as a concept of GW just giving the Tau community what they want. The Tau community likes battlesuits. Give them more battlesuit characters. Fucking fine. The models look great. The idea behind them is great. The vibe is great. The Tau community loves them. But the Twin Lance didn't fucking replace Farsight, did it? Now, imagine if the Twin Lance had replaced Farsight. That wouldn't be cool. GW just replaces Farsight, and the Farsight Enclaves basically just sort of get Thanos snapped. That would have been dog shit. But no, Farsight's still around, Twin Lance is still around, everyone's happy. Yeah. Mike H, thank you for super chat. This meant a big deal, but I noticed that in the trailer they said members of the Imperial Guard, not members of the Astra Militarum. Did they really? Come on, GW! Astra Millie, what? You're in the Guard, son. Come on. GW, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. If the 11th edition Codex comes out, and it's Codex Imperial Guard, I will suck your dick. Like, come on. It's not Eldari. The next Codex comes out, Codex Eldar. It's not Drukhari, Dark Elder. Just GW. Think about it, man. Has this copyrightable bullshit done you... Just think about this for a second. Has GW going copyright crazy actually protected them in any way, shape, or form? No. There's still loads of 3D printers out there. There's still loads of third-party alternatives out there. All this has done is damage GW. Because remember, piracy is a service issue. You will never solve piracy
by trying to, like, lawfare your way out of it. It'll never happen. For every 3D printer they take down, 10 more will spring up. For every army that they rename, people will just not acknowledge it. No one calls them Eldari, they're Eldar. No one calls them Drukhari, they're Dark Eldar. It's that simple. Or GW, piracy is a service issue. You've learned this now. The only way that you solve this is by putting all the effort into just being the big dog. That's it. Being the best. Yeah. That's it. Just I'm telling you, if the next suite of codexes uses all the old names, take the apostrophe out of Tau, it looks wanky, man. I'm telling you. It's a little thing, but it makes such a difference. Yeah. All right. Strachan back next. Exarch of Justice. Fucking hopefully, man. Thank you for the member flex. Come on. Strachan back with the refresh. We keep hearing about Katachan's come in and kill team. Give us fucking Strachan. Just do it. Imagine if Strachan comes back, boys. Not anything else. Just Strachan. I'll take Harker as well, but come on. They didn't call it Adept Astartes 2, did they? They know what sells. Exactly. They didn't call the game Adept Astartes. They called it Space Marine 2. Yeah. They know. The worm is turning. The worm is turning. Merlin, thank you for super chat. While they'll never make him, imagine the community reaction if they remade Lord Solar Macarius. Dude, this is what I'm saying, man. You're absolutely right. If they now Macarius can't come back, by the way, because he is, spoiler alert, very dead. And not like, oh, GW psyop fake out dead. Like, there's a trilogy of books, I think, and at the end, he properly fucking dies, like, irredeemably. So Macarius as a living guy ain't coming back. Living Saint Macarius or clone Macarius, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. So Lord Soul, even if they just did a made to order for the model, that would be great. Yeah. Potato, thank you for the Beam Blade. GW should just give us the models. If their mission is sell those models, then give us the fucking models. Yarrick is still dead. Use him in 4th and 9th edition. Creed's gone. Proxy Castellan. Let us do what we wish. Dude, exactly. Dude, you are absolutely 100% right. GW, I think, I really, 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 really pray that GW is actually learning. Like, just, you don't need to, like, reinvent the wheel. You can add, like, you can just improve the fucking wheel. Like, wheels have changed a lot since they were first invented. But the core concept never changed. It just got better and better and better and better and better. And there's lots of different kinds of wheel. Like, GW, sometimes you just got it right first time. The old classic guard regiments, you got those right first time. You haven't needed to reinvent them. Like, new stuff should, and also, we're not saying we don't want new stuff. We're saying we don't want the new stuff to invalidate and replace the old stuff. Have old classic regiments exist and give us new ones on top of that. When you take old stuff away and go, here's what you should buy instead, we go, fuck off. Because that, you remember, GW, you're dealing with gamers at the end of the day. And look at what's happened to the video game community. Look what happened to the video game industry. It's that simple, man. Yeah. Travis Wyckoff, thank you for the 41 months, man. All hail the Emperor for the return of the old man. Yes! Hold the line. Travis, thank you for the 41 months, man. Amazing. Zayladin, thank you for 29 months. Yeah, today, still in tomorrow. I could dream. I'm dreaming, man. I'm dreaming. I'm praying. I'm hoping. Average White Shark, thank you for 36 months. I'm mixed, still in for 11th, but no CJF update. I don't know what CJF is.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Commissar. Is that the... No, that was Chris Karis Venner. I don't know what CJF is. Clan Jade Falcon? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Colonel Yurt. Oh, Katachan Jungle Fighters. I'll be honest, I'd rather have Steel Legion back than Katachans. Katachans already exist, man. Katachans already exist. I'd rather they brought Steel Legion back than worked on the Katachans. Yeah. Mash Fox, thank you for the 11 months. I wonder if they wanted Dreer to replace Yarrick. Bro, they wanted... I don't fucking know, man. Maybe. Maybe. It kind of makes sense. I actually quite like that as a theory. Yeah. I'll tell you, I quite like that as a theory. Yeah. Because Yarrick and Strachan went at the same time, didn't they? And then they gave us Dreer. Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. What do we got next? We did get a Death Strike at some point, but I can't see it in here. Where was CA? Where was your Death Strike, man? Strange. It's not in the back end here. Let me check it's on this back end here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. With so many super chats coming in, it can be a bit fucky. Or was it a tip? No, it was a super chat. I'm going to check now. 1 second. Make sure I've not missed anyone. Sometimes when you've got so many people in a stream and there's so many super chats popping off, YouTube can be a bit shit about the whole thing. Good job. I have found it on one back end, but I want to just make sure I'm not missing anything. Strange. Yeah, it's not here, but fortunately, oh no, it's right here. Yeah, I knew it. It's literally, it was the next one. Yeah, I knew it. Chaos! Thank you so much. Let me just get to the right bit here, man. Chaos! Thank you so much for the Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Everyone in chat, spam 07s, spam your favorite emojis. We've got a big fucking super chat coming in right now. It's coming from Chaos. It's a $100 super chat. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Dude, thank you from the bottom of my heart. From the tip of my hearts, I'm going to start these now. From the bottom of my heart, from the tip of my toes, the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you so much for being just an absolute fucking hero. Thank you for your kindness, and thank you for your generosity, man. That's a big fucking super chat, bro. Now bring back Strachan. I feel hopeful. Bro, I can feel it, man. I can feel it. Right, I'm going to call it right now. 11th edition. All the guard regiments start coming back, including Katachan Refresh. They end up giving us Harker and Strachan back in new plastic models. So we've got Harker, Strachan, and Marbo as 3 named characters for the Katachans. Then, on top of that, they give us a redone plastic Catachan jungle fighter squad and heavy weapon team. And they introduce Catachan. They always give us an elite infantry choice as well. So we get Catachan Devils as a veterans, as a remastered veteran squad. Where do the veterans go? Catachan Devils. 3 special weapons of the same type in one squad. That's their unique selling point. And then they give us the Catachan Colonel. You know, the Dylan, you son of a bitch one. Comes back. And then they bring back Sergeant Ripper Jackson as a standalone character. That's the Catachan refresh right there. That's the Catachan refresh. If I could snap my fingers, that's what I would do for it. Yeah. What have we got there? Sorry guys, I'm not moving on. That's what I would do for it, bro. Yeah. Man, that's like triple copium. And then I choose to cope. Man. Yeah. I choose to cope. Mordian, rumored new transport as a half track. Could that be part of the Catachan refresh for 11th? You see, here's the thing. I really hope that all the rumors around Steel Legion not coming back for various bullshit GW reasons is bullshit. Big psyop. Big fucking campaign of disinformation to try and put us all off the scent. Okay, I would love to be wrong about that. And for that, GW actually brings them back. How? Because think about this. Yarrick coming back. We get a half track as a new kind of transport. How hard would it go? Like, genuinely, how hard would it go if they then gave us Steel Legion infantry to put in the back of those fucking half tracks? Like, GW, I'd be like, okay, you've got your fucking balls back. Looks like someone's ready to play again. Looks like someone's ready to stop worrying about all those idiots on Blue Sky and Twitter. Looks like we're fucking back. You know? That would go fucking hard. Like, he was like, yeah, we're going to take a bunch of World War II German-inspired infantry, shove in the back of a fucking sci-fi half track. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. GW, come on. Like, I don't need you. I don't need you to be base, GW. I don't want you to be woke. I just want you to not give a fuck and just be normal. You know? You know? Just do the obvious. It goes so hard, man. Yeah. We need GW to stop shitting their pants. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, man. Right, this is going to get me in trouble, but fuck it. Fuck it. DGen Mordian in the chat right now. It's going through my head. You know that scene in Enemy at the Gates? After the fountain attacks all gone horribly wrong. And you've got, like, is it Khrushchev who's, like, you know, talking to the Russian general? Well, the Russian general's like, you know, it can be like woke GW. And it's like, he's like, I sent in all of my girls. But the community, they had memes, other games to go to. And what did I have? And Khrushchev's just like, a sacred duty to be grim dark. I've got to go and sort this mess out. Puts the Tokarev on the desk. You might want to avoid the red tape. Goes upstairs. You just... That would be so good. All right. Here we go. Yeah, that would be so much fun. Yeah, I hope. Look, I hope. Like I said, I don't look. Here's the thing. I'm not a political guy. You guys know I'm not.
I want GW to stop being worried about that shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm not asking them to take one side or another. I want them to not be involved in it. Yeah. I just want them to stop caring about that shit and focus on what matters, which is the creativity and the love of the game. That's what I want them. That's all I want them to do. That's all I've ever asked from them. Make good games, make good models. Don't worry about any of that real life shit. Because guess what? There's a reason I play your game is to get away from that real life shit. And fingers fucking crossed. Fingers crossed we're getting that now. I really hope so. I really do. Yeah. So Chaos. Now bring back Strachan. I feel hopeful. I gotta say, man. This is the first time in a long time I've felt hopeful for GW. Really, it is. First time in a long ass fucking time. Yeah. Look, I said it. If I was in charge of GW, what would I do? I'd undo the last 10 years of chicanery. I'm using that word a lot tonight, but it's a good word. You know, it sums it up. I'd be like, Primaris Marines, people don't give a shit about them, so let's just stop muddying the waters. Everyone's back as just Space Marines. You can't tell the difference between a Firstborn and a Primaris Marine anymore because, you know, the Firstborn have got the experience. The Primaris have got a slight edge in terms of, like, physical ability. It just comes down to basically on the tabletop, they're the same. So they don't need all this fancy bullshit. We know no one likes the helmet design, so you know what? Let's just fucking give the old helmets back and we just stop talking about Primaris stuff. They're not Primaris intercessors. They're just tactical Marines. That's it. They're just tactical Marines, and that's what we're bringing back. You know, Hellblasters are fine. Incursors are fine. Infiltrators are fine. Like, that's okay. You know, I just probably merge those together and just give them, like, different weapon options. That's fine. They look a bit different, but I basically make them the same. I'd make them... I don't know how you do it, but you know what I mean? Like, just stop fucking around with this shit. Like I said, go back to Imperial Guard, not Ashton Time, all that stuff. Bring back the old, like, remaster the old bits. You know, give people what they want. You know, make the game more crunchy. Like that. That's it. And hopefully, someone at GW is like, let's fucking. Hopefully, someone at GW has also had the same idea. Yeah. They've clearly abandoned the Primaris concept anyway. It's just become a marine refresh. New armor. Yeah, it is becoming that, which is great. Honestly. Yeah. Mordian, Karl is dead. Let's move on. No, Karl's fine. I've been told he's an interesting character. I've nothing wrong with Karl. Yeah. But let's just get back to what made 40k great. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. What do we got? So, Chaos. I feel hopeful too, man. What do we got next? Simple Logic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Vision Imp, thank you for 39 months. X-Force, baby. Oh, Lord. Old Bailey. He coming. 07. He coming, man. It's not the only one. Wolfenbach, thank you for the super chat, bro. Do you know who I also want to return? Maximilian Wiseman, the Baneblade special character back in the day. Yeah! I actually have his model. He was a gift from... my mate Alex. Yeah. So, basically, back in the day, Baneblades looked a little different. So, let's see if I can get a picture for you guys. Yeah. No, it's not a very good picture. Let's see if I can get a slightly better picture. There you go. So, this is the old Baneblade, and you can see the tracks are a bit wider. The turrets a lot different. The turret tube's a lot different. The heavy bolt design's a bit different. Everything's the smoke launch a bit different. The lights a bit different. It's very different. This is a giant, solid lump of resin. Like, I kid you not. If you drop this off a motorway bridge, you would get done. You would get Nixon, right? Like, this is like this weighs as much as a house brick. Like, it's insane. And it's basically, it's solid traditional resin. It's crazy. Now, this was made by Forge World, and there was a special character for them that was called, let me just make sure I've got the right picture here. It's not a very good picture. There you go. That's this model here, who was called Maximilian Weisman, and he was the Baneblade commander. And he was basically the GW copy / parody of Michael Whitman from World War II, who was the German SS Panzer Ace. So GW obviously likes to forget this. But at the end of the day, like, I don't need GW to remake Michael Whitman, but with a slight name change and 40K-ified. I don't give a fuck about that. But I would love to have a Baneblade tank ace. I mean, guys, think about this. Imperial Guard, one of the things we are most famous for is being the tank guys. We love our tanks. No matter how meta our army gets, Guard players go, that's cool, I'm going to spam tanks. Even in 11th edition, 10th edition, end meta, when apparently we're one of the top factions, if not the best faction in the game, Guard players still go, I'm going to take like 10 tanks. Every time. Right? That's just the way we are. We're treadheads. We don't have a named character that goes in a tank. We used to. We had Pask. GW needs to give us some fucking tank characters. You know? We need a Lehman Russ named character, a Rogel Dawn named character, and we need a fucking Baneblade named character. And a Shadow Sword named character. Or a name character that can go in a name character that can go inside any of the super heavies, but whatever. Even if it was just generic Baneblade character that can go only in that, like Yarrick on the Fortress of Arrogance, something like that. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully we start getting some cool more characters. Yeah, characters are great because people can use those characters in their own armies. Like back in the day, I used to have Colonel Al. What was it? Was it Colonel Al Rahem for the or Captain Al Rahem for the Talan Desert Raiders? But I never used his model. I used a Steel Legion model that had the same weapons as him, and I used to, say he was a different captain, but in my regiment, it was a Mordian version. Oh well, it's Steel Legion version. Yeah. And you used to do that all the, like, same with Commander Chenkov and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, like make the name characters and then let the community run with them. Some of them are beloved and don't need anything else, like Yarrick. Sometimes we need a name character, and then you let us vibe with it. Leave it in place and we can vibe with it for a bit. GW. Yeah. What do we got next? David Stanford, thank you for 7 months. Lift weights? No. Lift pizza? Yes. Actually, I have been doing lots of exercise recently. I've been keeping it up. I have been making sure that I'm doing exercise every single week now. And this week, I actually have done exercise 3 times. Last week, I did twice. Week before that, I did 3 times. I'm basically averaging like 2 to 3 hour to an hour and a half sessions every week. So I'm back on it, and I'll tell you what, I feel a lot better for it. Yeah, I feel I can and now I'm just like, I can eat what I want because I know I'm going to work it off. So yeah. Eric, thank you for the super chat, man. You could buy Yarrick and then buy a whole bunch of Deathfield's Realm Jaeger infantry. Indeed, you could, and we're going to get to all of the alternative Steel Legion options later. But yes, you're absolutely right. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat. Let's find the cheapest source of tanks, Chimera, Death Strikes, and all the rest of the motor pool, the steel in the Steel Legion. I mean, the cheapest source of that is Timu. You can buy a Lehman Russ for £6 and a Chimera for like £6 as well. But obviously, like, whilst that's, you know, all well and good, in a funny sort of way, like, if GW... Look, here's the thing. If GW treats me right, I don't mind buying the models. I've always said that. GW, if you treat me right, I'll buy you fucking models. Treat me like a fucking chump, and I won't buy you shit. It's that simple. So yeah, I don't want to fucking buy Temu tanks and fucking support the CCP and all that kind of shit. Sorry, social credit going into the fucking toilet. I want to fucking buy fucking Warhammer, and I want to support a British business. Of course I do. Yeah. Will Yarrick be your first purchase of 10th edition for my guard? The first thing I'll buy from GW? Yeah. The only other 10th edition purchase I've made was I got a Baneblade for free because I had enough store credit to do it. That's the only other time. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Other than that, I haven't bought anything I've just been dipping into my giant Soviet-esque storage yard of equipment, which then got topped up by Willario, which was amazing. Yeah, if I ever need anything new, I'm not going to brag, because it sounds like I'm bragging, because it's not really a brag. It's genuinely a bit of a problem. But if tomorrow, like, running 6 Rogel Dawns was, like, super meta, I could go to my pile of shame. I've already got 3 Rogel Dawns. I could go to my pile of shame and pull out 3 Rogel Dawns, build them and paint them, and be able to run that list. Like, if 18 Bulgrim became meta, I could go to the pile of shame and pull that out. I have deep reserves. I have deep reserves. Yeah. Like, I have like 50, more than 50 unpainted Steel Legion just ready. I could rebuild my Steel Legion just from what's in my pile of shame. Yeah. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Blackstone Chapter Master, Val memes, and the old man is back. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. That's actually quite good. Local drunk British man started a fight in WHQ. He pissed on the fucking marketing department carpet. I think every time Barat leaks something, he shits on the carpet. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. It's good. That's also pretty good. Hold until you see JB. I'll get that cut. I don't know who JB is, unfortunately. But yeah, there you go. All right. No, that one with Varak as the like Ogrin Blood Bowl guy is brilliant. Pigeon Tony, thank you for the 2 months, man. Height for new Yarrick. Need new Strachan now. New Strachan. New Creed. You know what? They need to give us Jaron Kell back. Now, I know Kell died in the Fall Acadia, but I would actually accept Kell's son coming back. Like, the old man. Because the way you could make it work is really simple. Creed owes Kell his life. Kell sacrificed himself so that Creed could escape. And Creed, when he gets out of Trazen's Pokeball, it's like, I need a standard bearer. I need a color sergeant at my side. And I owe it to your father to keep an eye on you. And our families have a bond now. So Kel Jr., you're back. That would be great. Atomic Tyranny, thank you for the super chat. More beef bingo in stream discussion. Let's have a look. GW beef bingo. Increasing prices, selling paints the top doesn't close properly. Selling physical books with day one changes. Making units super powerful so that you buy several owners to send to Legends soon after. Doing nothing about scalpers. Re-releasing models with fewer weapon options. GW web-only models. Creating temporary sub-factions, most space with chapters and Imperial Agents next. Nerfing units that nobody played with anyway. Lowering proxies into oblivion. Lawyering proxies into oblivion. Retconning lore. Making everything FOMO. Underproducing FOMO. Moving factions between systems. Making one infantry model 20 pieces. Paywalling rules. Having favorite factions regularly overtuned. Random sprue layout. Changing paint recipe so color doesn't match. Changing paint recipe so color doesn't match. Wait, we got that one twice. That is true, though. Everything on here is basically... This has been GW's... Like, think about it. Everything on here is correct. Everything. That's the bingo card that you pull out every time GW does a new release. But not this time. Not with Yarrick. There you go. Yankee, thank you for super chat. What are your thoughts on the K-47 Grizzly versus Bruin? Gonna add a Kodiak Paragons and one of those to my starter sets I got. Love the channel, mate. Yankee, so thank you for super chat, bro. I actually had a game. I actually recorded a game this weekend. So much fun. Where I used a Grizzly and a Bruin. And the Bruin definitely did a lot more damage than the Grizzly. But I kind of misplayed the Grizzly. The Grizzly, you should just see it as a bully. It should run 20... The first thing it should do, turn 1, is run 24 inches. The Grizzly is a distraction card effects. That's it. And it runs across... If you don't advance and shoot with it, just run it across the board and start battering people with it. Just fuck them up. I moved mine too slowly, and then it ended up getting pinned and like immobilized and all this kind of stuff. And that's why my Bruin did so much better. But... The Grizzly, if you just use it as an absolute distraction kind of effects, it's really good. And when you think about it, it's really cheap at 225 points. I don't know if I've won the bid actually, but I've actually bid on a second Grizzly because I saw one come up on. Let's have a look here. Wonder if it got. It did. Sweet. So I've actually just got a second Grizzly, and the idea is I want to run double Grizzly, and I'm literally just going to run them at the enemy, just run them down, and it's just part of, like, you know, the Americans are all about momentum and speed, and I'm just thinking, hey, well, having a medium assault mech that can just sort of run up like Vogel spinners and just batter the shit out of them. That's what I want to do. Yeah. So the Bruin is what you do with the Bruin is the thing with the Bruin though is it only fires a few shots, but if it's in point blank, it's really deadly. The Bruin, you kind of want to try and point blank people with it, or you just sit it back and just lob like two. You sit it on a 24-inch range, the range of its medium rocket system, and it just sits there just lobbing pie plates out. And if one of them hits, you either hit on 4s, one of them should hit each time. You just lob those pie plates out, you just keep HEing people. Yeah. The Bruin is actually pretty good, but it's a little swingy with the fact that it just basically fires 2 shots hitting on 4s. Obviously, you've got the HMG, but, you know, whatever. But I think the Bruin is easier to use because it just sits there and just goes plonk, plonk, plonk. Whereas the Grizzly's like, I've got to go. Yeah. So that's the difference between the two. Both are good. Both play very differently. Yeah. Hope that helps, mate. Also, Kodiak Paragons and a starter set is a very, very good start. Yeah. Azaleas, thank you for super chat. Is it true? Is he back? The digging through the pile of shows accelerate. The old man is going to need his troops. Pictures in stream discussion. It's true. He's back. Yarrick is back, baby. And I'm very happy. I'm so happy. I might even paint some Steel Legion. There you are. Let's have a look here. I've been saying for a little while that I've been getting the urge to paint some guard again. Maybe there is maybe there's hope. You know? Maybe there's fucking hope. This is pretty good as far as Piles of Shame go. So you've got well, digging through the Pile of Shame, I should say. So we've got Aquilans from Hivestorm, Kazakin, Lehman Russ. Can't quite make out what that one is. Old Kane Heavy Weapon teams. Love that. Krieg Siege Platoon and Provisionally Prepared. Nice. Yeah, man. This is it. Guys, I'm starting to get a little bit of an itch. I'm starting to get the itch to get ready for 11th. There's a few little gaps in my collection that could do with being filled. Like, I could do with another couple of Rogel Dawns. I could do with an extra Manticore, an extra Basilisk. You know what I mean? Like, a few little areas where I could do with a little bit of... I could do with a few little gaps in the army's capabilities. I haven't got much cavalry at all. Maybe now is the time to start just rounding out the collection to get ready for 11th. Yeah. Maybe. Azaleas, I love it, man. I love seeing you getting ready. It makes me want to get ready. Yeah. Eat My Slamwich. Thank you for the super chat, bro. When I saw the trailer for the art model, it reminded me of the Tiberian son. Kane lives scene. He was too stubborn to stay dead. Even GW couldn't kill him off. Even GW couldn't kill off Yarrick. Yeah, man. Kane lives in death. Kane lives in death. Kane lives. So true. But what great game. Yeah, yeah. Blackstone Chapter Master. Hey, I want to ask you, you've seen the video and stream discussion. Yes, I have. I don't know if other people have seen it though, but I will not play it just yet because I want to finish the super chats. But yes, I've seen it and it's very, very cool, and I'll happily play it a little bit later in the stream. Yeah. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat, man. Small meme and stream discussion about people after Yarrick's back. Let's have a look. Yeah. Let's have a look. People getting into the guard after Yarrick is coming back. Yes. Yes. There's more. This is so true. Yes. Yes. Gentlemen, the Commissar calls. The old man is back, and he asks only one thing of us: that we hold the line and we die in his name. The Emperor protects. This is all, guys. This is all I want. This is all I've ever wanted. Some of you might think over the last year that I've become a salty boy, a slop tuber, a purveyor of beef. But I have said this once, and I have said this 1,000,000 times. And I will continue to say this. My stance has never changed. All I have wanted is to be hyped for the game that I love. I am not one of these YouTubers who will always find the fault in everything Games Workshop does. Who will always find a reason to complain. Who will always find a reason to be negative. I've never wanted to do that. But at the same time, I've always been honest with you guys on my thoughts on 40k and wargaming and my feelings on 40k and wargaming. That's it. When I'm happy, I tell you guys. When I'm not happy, I tell you guys. I don't try and shill for GW, but neither do I needlessly hate on them. When they do something right, I tell you. And I say it. And when they do something wrong, I lambast them. And for the last year, a full year, GW has just given me too many reasons to beef on them. And where they've done something right, I've talked about it. And when I think the beef has been, and there's been some beef topics I've not even covered, because they weren't ones that I've talked about them on live stream in passing, but I chose not to make videos out of them. The fact that GW's been like putting Warhammer racks in like vape shops and car dealerships. Haven't talked about that. Every other beef tuber out there, when GW did the painting thing, the change in the paint to Warhammer paint from Citadel paint, did I cover that as a video? No. I didn't think it was I actually thought that wasn't enough of a big deal. It makes sense. The brand is Warhammer. I understood why they did it. I've never really, changing it from Citadel paint to Warhammer paint, like whatever. Okay? I don't beef on them at every turn. I beef on them where beef is relevant. But all I've ever wanted is to be a happy wargamer. All I've ever wanted is to be excited for my Imperial Guard. That's it. Crucible, you covered it on stream and beefed about the lack of drop bottles. That's true. I beefed about the lack of dropper bottles, but but the streams don't reach as wide an audience. So I can cover a wider topic on here, but what I choose to take from here and put into videos, I feel like that's significant. What makes it from step 1 to step 2, right? Like we cover a lot because we stream a lot, but what actually goes out as a video, which reaches the wider audience, that's different. And all I've ever wanted to be is a happy wargamer. And all I've ever wanted to do is be hyped about my Imperial Guard. I have been playing this faction since I was 11 years old. That is 22 years. For as long as I can remember, I've played Warhammer. And for as long as I've been able to play Warhammer to any reasonable degree, I've played Imperial Guard. And the funny thing is, the Guard were the first faction I chose. See, when I was a real little kid, I got into Warhammer when I was about 4 or 5 years old. My older brother came home with some Warhammer. We got the second edition starter set. He got the Space Marines. I got the Orcs, but I didn't choose the Orcs. And then when we got into Fantasy, I got some Empire. He got some Chaos. I didn't choose Empire. I mean, I love my Empire, don't get me wrong, and in many ways later on I did choose to embrace the faction a lot more, but the first faction that I unequivocally won for 40k, 100% I chose, it was my decision, not, oh, I've got this and then I'll work with it and I'll build with it, was the guard. And for the last year, I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'll say it. GW has shaken my faith more than any other time in the last 22 years. And I think it's been the same for many of you as well. Many of us have had our faith sorely tested. Sorely. But even if we've tried other games out, even if we've fully embraced other games and they've become one amongst several that we now enjoy. Elden Lean loves a bit of AOS now. Squidfist loves a bit of Old World. Many of us here love a bit of K47. And in our hearts, we always still loved the guard. And all we wanted from GW was a reason. All we wanted from GW was a sign that our faith was being rewarded. That's all we've ever wanted. For our faction to feel like our faction. For our dudes to feel like our dudes. And so this is why I'm making such a big deal out of this Yarrick thing. Because Yarrick coming back is the first time, we kept our faith unwavering until a year ago. And then we started to look elsewhere. But we always kept our faith. That's the thing. We always kept our faith. But all we've wanted, all that, this Yarrick thing coming back is the first time in 3+ years. I'd say end of 9th, beginning of... Well, 9th, I had no real complaints. You know what? Nothing was wrong with 9th. Actually, I never complained about 9th edition, even though the balance was fucked, because the 8th edition codex, which served as well, felt like a good codex. Psychic Awakening felt like a good expansion for us, and Octarius Rising felt like a good supplement for us. So those always felt like they were right for us. And when the 9th edition codex dropped, that felt right for us. So it's just been 3 years. The last 3 years in the face of unrelenting GW corpo chicanery, they've tested our faith. And we've just said what we want, and we've been ignored. Yarrick coming back is the first time GW in 3 years seems to have done something which isn't fucking corpo. Because look. Just think about it for a moment. This so easily could have been Yarrick's daughter. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. And this isn't some anti-woman in 40k thing. This isn't that. I wouldn't have been like women if they'd made it Yarrick's daughter. But it wouldn't have been Yarrick. It wouldn't have been my boy.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
It wouldn't have been the old man. The hero of Hades' Hive. And there's so many ways that we have, and not only ways that we could speculate about, but we've actually seen GW engage in again and again and again and again and how they could have fucked it up. Do you know what I mean? And they just didn't. He just came back with a new model that improves on the old model, is true to the spirit of the model, and the way they've released him with the trailer, to the spirit of the character. And I can't tell you the last time they managed. I can't tell you the last time they fucking managed that in like 3 years. Maybe Calgar. They got Calgar right. But yeah, it's been tough. Farsight. Yeah, Farsight is not too bad as well. Yeah. But anyway, we've got this trailer to watch. We've got a lot more super chats to get to. But we're almost there. Yeah. Let's have a look. Grunmere Stoner, thank you for the super chat, man. Is it odd we saw no Steel Legion in the trailer? No. GW apparently doesn't want to redo Steel Legion, but if they won't do it, we will. Don't worry, I've got you covered, Grunmere. There's plenty of alternative Steel Legion that you'll be very happy with. I'll show them off later in the stream, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Me and Jenny attempted our game, unfortunately. Due to massive weather, we had to reschedule due to the day after tomorrow happened for the last 3 days. That's fair enough, man. Cosmic, it's all right. The game's going to happen one way or another. So, yeah, there we go. But thanks for letting me know, man. I'm looking forward to it. For Done World War 1, thank you for super chat. Black Library released a K model, but only 500 were made. I have one. Really? That's cool, man. I know there's the RTLW Kane model, who's very, very good as well. But, yeah, other than that, Kane should have a... If Gordon's got a model, Kane should have a model. Yeah. ML, thank you for 34 months, man. 1, Yarrick. 2, Steel Legion upgrade. 3, Catacham. I hope that you are prophetic and that those all come true. Via Rain, thank you for the super chat. Now we have Yarrick. What are the odds we get Iron Hand Strachan or Goodreads and Harker back as well? Would fit with the potential Catacham refresh. I think if Yarrick goes over very well, there is a chance that we get those guys back. But here's the difference between those guys going away and Yarrick going away. Yarrick got a piece of paper saying he was going away. Those guys didn't. So, I'm not sure. Is there any character that went to Legends and then came back when they got a new model? I don't know. Maybe a Marine one of some kind. I'm not sure. But Via Rain, I really hope you're right. I do. Marshall Roach, thank you for 41 months, man. Gaz and Yarrick versus Angron would give me a stiffy. Pfft, bro. Just talking about it, I've gone from 6 to midnight. There we are. Uriel got it. That's true. Uriel's come back. And Tiberius the Red Wake is meant to come back as well. And maybe Drago will come back. It could happen. Yes, it could happen. Russell W, thank you for the super chat. Oh, shit. My Festung Europa ship today. Yes. Most excellent. Holy shit. That means you should get it pretty early. I mean, you should get it, by the end of the week. Maybe? You might get it a bit early. Yeah. Yeah. Festung Europa, I've heard a few people saying it's starting to ship. That's a big hype moment. That's a very big hype moment. Can't wait to see people crack their coffees open and start talking about it. You guys are going to fucking shit yourselves. It's great. Obviously, I've shown a lot of it off, but I've left enough. I've left enough, especially on the American side, that I think you guys are going to fucking love it. Yeah. My first Europa update was shit this morning. Nice. That's awesome, man. NLYS27, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Lego Master, thank you for the 8-month member flex. Yes. Thank you, bro, for continuing to support the channel. Mike H, thank you for the super chat. Just a follow up for those asking. 23 seconds into the trailer, the commander guy says, "Soldiers of the Imperial Guard." Feels deliberate. Come on. Please, GW. If you release Codex Imperial Guard in 11th edition, Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's got to happen. Thank you for the heads up, though. It makes... We'll keep an eye out for it when we watch the trailer in a moment. Eldon Lead, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Marshall Law, thank you for super chat. How much do you want to bet that Steel Legion is just going to end looking eerily similar to the Deathcore models? See, the thing is, people say, oh, you should paint your Steel Legion up, your Deathcore up as Steel Legion. Yeah, I get it, and even I've said it's not a bad way of doing it, but the Steel Legion are different to the Deathcore.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
And at the end of the day, the greatcoat is different, the webbing is different, the rebreathers are different, the style of rebreather is different. The style, because they've got the rebreathers without, they have the separate goggles and rebreathers. The helmet is different. Like, the boots are different. They're very, very different. Like, it's a bit of a disservice to just go, well, they look the same. Like, they don't. There's a reason why, the Krieg got, when the Krieg were first painted, they were Steel Legion models painted differently. And then when they got fleshed out, they went with a lot of different stylistic choices. Yeah. The Steel Legion deserve their own models. Yeah. Yeah. So I hope they get them. Podman75, thank you for super chat. Chance second Yarrick option as Baneblade commander. I fucking hope so. We need the Fortress of Arrogance back. One thing that's really been missing from 10th edition is like guard tank aces. And I mean, like, I know why GW did it because people like stacking relics and stuff. But like, unique guard tank, like relics and unique guard tank characters has definitely, they've been very, very limited. I mean, no characters, they've been very limited. Yeah. I don't need like them to be named. Like, I loved it when they made the Rogal Dawn commander. Love that. Really was needed. But we need a Baneblade commander, and we need it like yesterday. Yeah. Caleb, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for the super chat. Sir, weekend progress report in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Where is it? Caleb. I don't see it, man. Are you under a different name in the Discord, bro? Let me just check. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Dude. Ignore me. I was looking at two super chats at the same time. Uncle Clumsy, I found it. I was mixing Uncle Clumsy and Caleb together. My lambast me, people. Lambast me. Uncle Clumsy, I found you, man. Sorry. I was being too quick. Winter US test. I think it was a good solution to not just default army green. Had toyed with the Uncle Sam uniform, but all those striped legs would have given Jimmy quite mad. Never done winter army before, so I had to learn how to make snow with Mod Podge, paint, and baking soda. Nice. Well, it's come out really nice. You can buy it pre-made to make your life a bit easier in the future. I use AK Terrain Snow Paint Diorama. There you are. Dude, but you've nailed the winter uniform. I mean, I love doing winter armies. I love the eyes on that thing. That's so cool. Mate, you've nailed it, man. Really, really, really well done. Very, very, very cool. Nice. I think it works. Proper whitewashed fucking US models, man. Amazing. Excellent, sir. Excellent indeed. Caleb, thank you for super chat, man. I really just want a few basic guard regiments, but a ton of upgrades for kit bashing, different heads, capes, and backpacks. Dude, yes. You are 100% correct. And here's the thing. That's the way it used to be. So, what used to happen is you had the basic Cadian box. The old one. Not the metal one, but the old plastic ones. And they were very simple models. But they were fine. They were totally, totally fine. Many people just built them as is. But one of the things that it became so standard practice that it got to the point where you stopped seeing the normal Cadians because the standard practice was the head swap. People would, and there were whole companies like Anvil Industry who popped up who just established themselves on head swaps. Victoria Miniatures, Anvil Industries, just head swaps. Because swapping the head just made the model look completely different. And GW even kind of like recognized this because they even released like an upgrade sprue for the Cadians and stuff like that. They recognized that the old models were great. They just needed a bit of TLC. And they just needed a bit of a head swap. That was it. And then the new Cadians came out. They got rid of all the old ones. And it's just, yeah, like, it's just, you still see people doing head swaps. But you would have thought that, like, GW would, all they need is, like, it's like, if they sold, like, I mean, I'm talking, like, literally 10 heads and like 10 Mordian heads, 10 Praetorian heads, 10 Fallschirmjäger heads, Steel Legion heads, all that kind of stuff. Like, did that. And then maybe took a few other little bits in there, unique bits in there. Did that for like, they sold that for like a tenner? Like, we're not talking a big upgrades, but we're talking like 10 heads and maybe a few random shitty bits to fill out the sprue. Like a few purity seals or whatever it might be, you know. That would be great. That would be great. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Caleb. That's the way it used to be and that's the way it should be. And GW, no one really asked for the new Cadians. People were just said, GW, just give us an upgrades. But they never did. Yeah. And so people just keep buying the head swaps elsewhere. Yeah. And then, yeah, you can have a whole, like, bundle where, if you buy the box and a specific upgrade sprue together, maybe they charge you, like, £8 rather than 10. You know what I mean? Like, there's all sorts of things they could do with it. Yeah. Gluttony, the fifth sin. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your support. Helen Melter, thank you for the 45 months, man. X-Force. Sebastian returns and we salute him. 07, sir. 07, you magnificent bastard. He does return and it is the most glorious time. It is a time for rejoicing. Zetro, thank you for the 5 months, man. Just joined stream. Warlord shit my Europa order. Yes! Oh, guys, Yarrick coming back and Festung Europa coming out. It's going to be a good week. It's going to be such a good week. Yeah, man. Last Jacob, thank you for super chat. Old man is back memes in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. He's back. So who's going to tell Gaz that old Bale is back? I say don't. Keep him at the World Eaters. Other two for Yarrick sales queries. Let's have a look. I'll mourn for you. I'll kill them spiky boys for you. Fuck off, green skin. We need ideas to maximize Yarrick sales. Yarrick squad like Titus. Commissar Calgar. Just sell alone. Let the players be happy. Brilliant. Commissar Calgar coming soon. Do you know what's funny? It doesn't even look that bad. The blue actually really works. Like if you were to get this model and then paint it as part of an Ultramar auxiliary army, that would look great. Yeah. That would look great. Yeah, like that's not genuinely not a bad model. And not a bad color scheme for it either. Yeah. Like I'm not a model purist in many ways. I'm
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
I'm more I like seeing the way people convert models. Yeah. Oh, here we go. I did the photo at work, but breaks over. But at work it breaks over. Hope you enjoy the laughs. That aside, everyone be safe, responsible for St. Patrick's Day. If you don't, the tower win. Yarrick's Talent Squad, summer 26, 79.99, limited edition. I mean, it's probably happening, right? Yeah. I still want to get my hands on a Hell's Last, but I ain't paying GW prices for it. Yeah. What have we got here? All right. What have we got here? I love those were good memes, laugh Jaken. Yeah. Dead Jim, thank you for super chat. I can 110% recommend Time Legend for Krieg and Steel Legion. Yeah, we're gonna be we've got to go for 3 options for people who want their Steel Legion. Well, 3 to start, and then I'm sure there'll be others that people suggest. But I've got 3 that I recommend. I'm going to get them up now, but show them off a little bit later. There we go. Cool. All right. Agashireka, thank you for 36 months, man. Triple X-Force, baby. With Yarrick back, do we dare hope for more? Bro, I'm hoping. I am putting a massive, like, golf ball-sized rock of hopium in my plastic crack pipe, and I am banging that entire thing, man. That entire thing, man. I'm not even joking. I'm like, I've got my big fucking hopium mask on. I'm sucking down the cope. There you go. There you are. Death Strike chat, baby! Yes! It is the Death Strike chat! Woo! Holy shit, man. Poetic Terror, thank you for the incredibly generous support. Thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad. Everyone in chat, spam 070707 again and again and again. Spam your favorite emojis. That's a $100 super chat, which has just hit the stream. Holy shit. Let's show some respect and some admiration for Projectair for dropping such a fucking big ass generous super chat. Holy shit, bro. Projectair, you absolute Giga Chad, sir. I raised my glass to you, man. I raised my glass to you. Hype train, baby! Hype train. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Bro, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you. Thank you so much for your incredible support, for absolutely blasting my nips off, and for keeping the hype train fully fucking fueled. Yeah, baby! The hype train has no brakes, Frank Tara. Holy shit, man. Dude, seriously, man. Big, big thank you. Let's see what the message is. I have a Hell's Last I could send you, sir. Oh, Project Terror. You're too kind, sir. You are an officer, a gentleman. Message me in DMs on the Discord, and we can work something out. We can arrange it. All right? Dude, thank you so much, man. That's amazing, because I do really want the models. That's awesome, bro. So, dude, thank you so much. This community, man. This community, they get me every single fucking time, bro. Holy shit. Thank you for being an absolute hero, Project Terror. 007. Thank you for more than doing your part and for being an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, a kind sir. A goddamn hero. There we are, man. Holy shit. It's popping off! Holy shit, it's popping off, baby! Fun Jacob is... we've had Proactor come with a Death Strike, and now Fun Jacob has just come in with 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Yes! Another platoon of Jacob's Jackals dropping in their Jackal mechs with their... Well, is it Jackal mechs, or are we back on being Scions? Being airborne, you know. Fun Jacob, holy shit, man. It's popping off, boys. Can you feel it? The hype is palpable. Fun Jacob, you're an absolute giga chad, sir. You're a fucking hero. Thank you for jumping on the hype train. Thank you so much for the 50 memberships, for supporting the channel and supporting the community, because we all know those memberships, they really do help boost the community, get people, people enjoying those like emojis and the Discord and all that kind of stuff. So thank you, Fun Jacob. 007 for you, 007 to Barrack Tower, 007 to all of you crazy, beautiful, degenerate bastards. Holy shit, man. From the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Thank you so much, Fun Jacob. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. And hey, who knows? Maybe a man can dare to dream that where Yarrick walks, conscripts may follow. Maybe. All right, what do we got here? We've got Maverick. Thank you for super chat. Mad as I was, like Yarrick died off screen, I eventually got over it and accepted Cadia falling. And at the time I'm moving forward. Not a fan of it coming back out the blue, and it feels like there's a downside. So, Mr. Maverick, Dr. Maverick, Maverick, I actually kind of get what you mean. Like, I was mad that Yarrick died off screen, and I thought it was stupid that Cadia fell, and then it felt like it didn't make a difference. And that the Lion came back, and it's been like nothing. Like Leviathan, the fourth, they did that. They didn't do a new hive fleet for the fourth Tyrannic War and all this kind of stuff. And, and that Octarius fell and didn't mean anything. And all the, and the term, I know what you mean. Like, there's been a lot of fucking around in the last sort of 3.5 years, if not more. There's been a lot of fucking around in many areas. But here's the thing, Maverick. This should be a time of rejoicing. Because Yarrick coming back, it's like I said earlier, there's so many ways they could have fucked it up. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but there's so many ways they could have fucked it up. They could have been like, oh, it's Yarrick's long-lost daughter. And like I said earlier, this isn't about a woman thing. It's just about Yarrick being Yarrick. Like Yarrick being the old man, like there's... It's not like we don't... It wouldn't have been as good if it had been Yarrick's son coming back. Do you know what I mean? But we know there's been a whole thing like GW, like replacing characters and bringing them back as female and it just not being quite the same and all this kind of shit, right? Like, it's not an anti-woman thing. It's just not quite the same, right? It's that simple. We're not fucking being dickheads here. They just brought Yarrick back. They didn't fuck with the model. They just did a good job. This feels different. And maybe we get hoodwinked, and maybe they FOMO it, and all this kind of shit. Maybe. But this feels different. And we don't get a lot of wins out of GW these days. But this feels like one. I want to take it. So Maverick, you feel what you feel, and you believe what you believe, but like I see GW turning a lot of stuff around here. Like, hey, you know, Cadia fell, yet the Cadian gate is still holding. Interesting. Like, they seem to be undoing a lot of the missteps of the last 10 years. And hopefully this brings many... I hope this brings GW much profit so that they can see this is all we ever wanted. That's what I hope. Yeah. Yeah. So there we are. Gluttony the Fifth Sin. Thank you for super chat, man. It's always nice to put on your vids while gluing. Hey, I hope that means gluing models together and not like just honking down a big fucking can of glue. Gluttony, thank you for the support, man. And thank you for the kind words, man. I appreciate it, man. Maverick, thank you for the 35 months. No consequences / stakes. Hashtag Hero Hammer. Hashtag too many Primarchs. So I do agree. I do agree. I don't like Primarchs coming back. I like Primarchs. Like, there should be consequences, but it should be done in the right way. Like, a good example of this is like when they introduced the Vestoran Firstborn, they did it as part of the Fall of Medusa 5, and that was like, you know, that Chaos won that campaign, the planet died. So there's there should be consequences. You're right. But I don't think you can claim that Yarrick coming back is Hero Hammer, because they're not making a new character. They're just doing an old one right. But I do agree, too many Primarchs, just because I don't think Primarch should exist, because I think it should, you know, because to me, it should be showing like how up against it the Imperium is, that, you know, if only they had a Primarch, they might be able to turn this thing around. But the fact that they don't means that normal people and lesser beings like Astartes rather than Primarchs need to like step up. That's what I think is important. Yeah. That's kind of how I see it. When you bring Primarchs back, it gives hope. And if those and then the thing is, if those Primarchs then don't feel so, Primarchs coming back, exactly as Stratonas says, 40k rage against the dying of the light, the Primarchs from the era of the light, exactly. The problem with Primarchs is this: when they come back, they bring hope. Like, oh my god, the Imperium might turn things around, right? Or if it's a demon Primarch, oh my god, like Chaos might actually win, you know? When a Primarch comes back and then nothing changes, it feels really low impact and feels worse than if they'd never come back at all. Like, that's the problem. When a Primarch comes back, it should be not just they've come back, but there should be some big changes that happen. And Primarchs not coming back and lesser beings, not saying bad, but lesser than a Primarch, achieving stuff makes that achievement all the better. Like, Abaddon beating Cadia is awesome in some ways, because he is not a Primarch. He is just an Astartes. Obviously, it's not great because Cadia stands and all that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean? But like, if a Primarch turns up and like just like bats the shit out of Cadia, it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, that's kind of the issue. And then reflecting them on tabletop is impossible. Yeah. Yeah, reflecting them on tabletop is impossible. Like, if a Primarch turns up on tabletop, unless you have a Primarch, it's over. It should be. Yeah.
Every formation of parade. I love
Let's have a look. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Pictures of the game stream discussion of how far we got. All right, let's have a look. Rift report, US units engage rogue Axis units in a battle at the center of the Earth. A major rift portal has opened up. And during the heat of the fight, everything stopped and changed. Attempt to play our big apocalypse game, but we had to cut it short and reschedule due to a massive snowstorm that shut down the northern part of the state, trapping me at home for 3 days. I think it's all over now. We're going to try again on Wednesday because the game store was forced to close early. Did the fact we ended up getting like 4 feet of snow, if not more, if not more, hashtag nature hates us. Hey, look at that. Conflict in the game store. Conflict spot in the game store, man. Yes. What? That's pretty epic. Holy shit, man. That's a big Axis armored column. Oh my god. Cosmic, I'm worried for you. Nah, maybe not. There's a lot of power goals and linebackers. Oh, man. What a battle. Dude, what a battle. Holy shit, man. It does look good being played at such big scale. Holy shit, man. That's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck, man. I like it. Looking forward to you guys finishing it soon. Yeah. Hopefully, hey, but Cosmic, the big question is, were you saved by the weather? Or did Jenny get saved by the weather? How was the game going is the question. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat. But he has been impatiently waiting for his Soviet starship for months. Don't have the heart to tell him. My copy Festung Europa has shipped. He should message Warlord because they have started shipping the Soviet starter armies out. So he should just double check it, that his is being shipped. Yeah. But they are all getting shipped out now, which is good. Yeah. There you go. And hey, the thing is though, but Mountain, Festung Europa has a really good bit of hype for the Soviets in it. So hopefully your buddy will get his Soviets and then get Festung and be like, oh my god, I'm so happy. Hopefully it'll be even better that way. Yeah. Poetic Terror, thank you for the 3 months. Hobby update, in-stream discussion. Let's have a look. 07, sir. All I have left for my guard motor pool, I have left to build/paint. Let's not talk about the infantry. Once I've done my guard stuff, I shall make a video overview of the 17k points for his Imperial Guard. Yes. Dude, I love it, man. We've got 3 Chimeras and a Hellhound. And I think it's an Atlas recovery vehicle. And then we've got 2 Harvest Lighters, Sentinel, triple Manticore, and triple fucking Gorgon. Wow. That's pretty fucking cool. And then another Sentinel and another Chimera. Nice. And then just, casually a Titan in the background. Hey, not bad, man. Not bad. You'll be able to get that knocked out pretty quickly, I reckon. Vehicles don't take as long to paint as infantry. Yeah. That's cool, though, Projector. Excellent stuff, man. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. Mordy, you see that GW is now including entry into UKGE with their tournament tickets? 100% they only did this because ticket sales were so low. No shot they would eat that cost otherwise. Dude, 100%, you're 100% right. The funny thing is, though, they haven't announced it, though. They haven't announced it, so I think that it was a fuck up on the organizational front because the original GW article that went out said it did include it. Then when it was pointed out to them, it said it didn't. They changed the Warhammer community article, and now it does include it. So I think what happened is GW made an assumption. No one actually got anything in writing from UKGE, and then GW had to basically start negotiating or get things sorted out with UKGE. Now, either GW's eating a bit of cost, like 53 £54 of that ticket is going to UKG. UKG was like, it's not our fucking fault you fucked it up. Or maybe it was all just a bit of disorganization in general. However they announced it in the latest article. Okay, so they've updated it now, have they? Okay, so it definitely sounds to me like what happened is it originally was meant to. No one checked. And then GW was like, oh, fuck, we need to organize this properly. And spoke to UKGE. And there's been some behind-the-scenes negotiations. And now they've fixed it. Whatever deal they've come to, now they've fixed it. So that's why I think it's happened. I don't think it was they thought they could get away with charging that much. I think they just fucked up and no one checked properly. I think it's incompetence, not malice. Yeah. But still, I wonder if they shifted any more tickets. Let's have a look. They have now shifted 90 tickets. So I don't know how many it was before. Was it like 40? I feel like it was 40 or 50. Was it 60? I think it was 50, and then it went up to 60, and now was it? Well, we can. You know what? We can check actually. 1 minute, because it was in my video. Why don't we just check? Where is it? Oh, there you go. So they had sold 78.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
So they had 242 remaining of 320 when it first went live. And so they've only sold 12 more tickets. I thought it picked up, like, I thought it doubled. But they've only sold 12 more. AOS has sold 10 tickets out of 150. There's 140 remaining. Fucking hell. GW's like, take it off, take it off, take it off. I'm not laughing at the AOS community. Not even slightly. I'm laughing at GW. Oof. Lol. Lamau even. Yep, they're still outsold by the Warhammer Underworld tournament, which has sold 15 tickets. And the Kill Team tournament, which has sold 31 tickets. Yeah. It's outsold by... They have been outsold by... 1 minute. No, they haven't. Oh my god, that's pretty bad. Now, this isn't an official GW tournament, but Warcry Match Play Tournament, it's only £11 per ticket, and they've sold 2. That's going to have to get cancelled. Do you remember when GW were like, we're getting a lot of questions about Warcry? That's a steal. Buy a ticket and you'll be in top 3. Bro, I'll buy all the remaining tickets and guarantee myself top 3. Warcry is GW's copyrighted Mordheim, basically, for AOS. All right, what do we got next? Israel Thompson, thank you for the super chat, man. To keep the card hype going, you really need to listen to Vox and the Void's new video. I'll pull it up, but we've got a lot of. I've still got to cover the watch the actual Yarrick thing next. But is Vox and the Void back? Because I thought his channel got like diddled by like bloody copyright bots and stuff. Yeah, I've got it in the queue. We'll have to come around to it though, because we've still got some Yarrick stuff to get to. But dude, thank you for the big support, man. Thank you for the big support. Ishmael, yeah, in the same video they could, yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was the same live stream where, because people go, oh, here's the thing, right? There are people out there that will go, they never said Yarrick died. They did. In the 2022 Warhammer community article, they left themselves a bit of wiggle room. That is true. But in one of the official Games Workshop reveal streams a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3, I can't remember, 2 or 3 years ago, one of the hosts, people were spamming in chat so much, where's Yarrick, where's Yarrick, where's Yarrick, that one of the hosts actually like lost his cool for a second and said, got a lot of people asking about Yarrick, he's dead, there was a body, he's not coming back. Like, he said it very emphatically. Now, either that guy is an Emmy deserving actor, or a couple of years ago, they had, 2 or 3 years ago, Yarrick was fucking dead. That's why I think this is a, personally, I believe this is GW changing their minds. Yeah, he's dead. We've seen the body. Yeah. I think GW's changed the tune on this one. I do. He did not, Ruslan. He did not say it jokingly, even slightly. The way his co-hosts reacted to the way he said it, they were like, ooh, but they moved it on. Yeah. Like, the reaction that was mad, like like people remember that it was not a joke. It was there was a proper for like a split second, yet a noticeable second, there was a tone of annoyance in his voice, like a proper tone. Now I agree, Ruslan, that he may not have known, or maybe he's been kept in the dark or whatever. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. But I think this is the course correcting, because for people that go, oh, they've always given, that they was always meant to come back. They also gave themselves wiggle room on Creed coming back. That was 9 years ago. Remember, Creed got pokeballed by Trazen. GW, when they officially kill a character off, like to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room in case they want to bring them back later. I believe that Yarrick was killed off, and we've killed him, and then what's happened at some point between now and then, between then and now, a decision was made to change that. So this is it. So this is what I'm saying. I think that Yarrick was killed off, like Creed was killed off. But I believe that at some point they've changed their tune. And that's fine. That's okay. In fact, that's more than okay. Yeah. 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 I'd rather they change their tune if they feel like I've always said this. GW should not be so afraid of admitting they got something wrong. Like, that's fine. Like, if they fucking brought Captain Tycho back for the Blood Angels, I'd be fucking psyched. It'd be great. Gabriel Seth's coming back. I heard that one. Yeah. Sam Gardner, Steel Legion referenced the trailer. Dare we hope? Sam Gardner, really? Give me... We're going to watch trailer in a minute. We're going to watch trailer in a second. We're almost caught up. But let me know where it was referenced. I can keep an eye out for it. Let me know the timestamp. Lord Costello, thank you for super chat. Yarrick should have never gone away. I'd have traded Leontis, Gilliman, Lionel Johnson, Andrea for a single old Commissar from Armageddon. 100%, mate. Totally agree. I don't need no AOS model. I don't need no fucking stupid bureaucrat fucking Primarch. I don't need some fucking wannabe Tywin Lannister. I don't need Lord O'Dear. I need the fucking old man. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Bucket001, thank you for super chat. I brought this up last week. I playtested my skirmish game for the first time on Saturday. It all works. The only thing so far are minor tweaks. Just got to keep testing to polish. I'm super excited. Hey, that's amazing, man. That is amazing. Dude, thank you so much for support. I hope it goes well. And yeah, I look forward to hearing more about it. That's awesome, bro. It's always great when you sort of got a creative process. You just fucking nail it and then it just works. Yeah, it's great. It's cool, man. Treyarch, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Mordian, what do you think about either old school infantry squads coming back or allowing heavy weapon squads to join infantry blobs? Both. Frankly, well, I think that it's okay for heavy weapon squads to stay as heavy weapon squads, but I think that they should have the lead. If we were to do it by how I would do it is you give them the leader keyword and then you say they can lead this. So, because, regular infantry squads can already have 2 leaders attached to them. So, it's not like, oh, I attach my heavy weapons and I can't have like a commander join. No. How sick would it be if you gave Cadian heavy weapon squads leader Cadian shock troops, Catachan heavy weapon squads leader Catachan jungle fires, Krieg heavy weapon squads leader Death Corps of Krieg. And then basically you can have it where you can build a big blob where it's like, I'm going to have 20 Kriegers, a Krieg command squad, and a Krieg heavy weapon squad all in one unit. That would be amazing. Reference 20 seconds. I'll keep an eye out for it, mate. That would be amazing. Yeah. That's how I'd do it, Treyarch. Yeah. Tails on, thank you for super chat. Yarrick dead. Enjoy the Legends data sheet with a book release. Can you attach Hell's Last and Yarrick to an infantry squad at the same time? Yes, you can. Are you saying, wait, Tails on, are you saying that Yarrick is dead and that we're going to get a Legends data sheet with a book release? Fuck off. I reject it. Don't put that shit on me. Don't you put that even on me, Ricky Bobby. It's not happening. Right. We're fully caught up on Super Chats now. I need to wolf down some pizza, grab a drink, and then we're going to get into the trailer. Okay? I'll be literally like 2-3 minutes. I'm just going to have to mukbang for 2 minutes, guys. There we go. They could kill him on screen. No. No. He's back. He's coming back. He's coming back. He's staying back. Gluttony is the 5th sin. Love it whilst I'm eating. I love it, man. Turns out it was just a cat assassin polymorphed. Weirdly, that would be weirdly cool, but I'd rather, like, if they were going to play the Uno reverse card, that would be the best way of doing it. But I still would prefer it. He just came back. Uncle Clumsy, 10th and UW made me quit 40k. Yarrick Revival not being cocked up could possibly make me consider returning, even though I hate the 2-year cycle bullcrap. Here's the thing, Uncle Clumsy.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
GW has always pulled chicanery. They always have done.
When it comes to fighting
The
crime,
problem with the last
only one man keeping it street
3 years
while keeping it real.
is they very obviously... The problem with the last 3 years is they've just like... They just killed too much off. Custom guard regiments going away. Regiments of renown going away. Legendary, not legends, but legendary characters for every faction going away. Like, where's Vect for the Dark Elder? You know? Stuff like that. Too much just gone. And too much deep stuff ripped out the game. And too much shallow stuff thrown in. Like, look at Dreer, man. Could have been an amazing character. Don't, you know, fuck the rules. He could have been an amazing character, but did he even get a fucking book? Like, what do we even know about Dreer? What, like a page of lore in the Codex, if that? This is the thing. Like, the last 3 years, it's just been... Dreer got books, plural? I don't believe it. I genuinely don't believe it. I can believe he got a book. Nah, he hasn't got a book, man. You're chatting shit. No novels yet. Bro, Ruslam. Why are you always lying? You fucking lying. Literally hasn't got a book, man. I just checked it. Only thing we know about him is from the Codex. I'm on Lexicardum now. They only have 4 references. Warhammer community article. Codex Ashmurtarum, page 25. White Dwarf 509 and Warhammer 40k. I think Leontus got a book. I think he got 1 book. Maybe 2. One book. Lord Soul Leonta's got 1 book. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, I was only teasing you, by the way, Rustin. I'm not actually calling you a liar. Don't worry. But this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, they took away someone like Yarrick and replaced him with someone who they haven't, like, they didn't even give him a fucking bullshit tie-in novel. Do you know what I mean? Like, Yarrick had 30 years of lore behind him, bro. It's fucking crazy.
And I'm not saying that he should instantly. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying, because you could say, you can't compare the two. One's been around forever, one's only been around for a minute. Maybe in 30 years' time, there'll be as much Drea lore. My point is, they took something that had 30 years of fucking lore and threw it away. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's because lore, when people get into Warhammer, they fucking know life it, and they read and read and read and read and read, and they get fucking, they inject it all into their veins. If you look at like Drea and try and find out more about him, you can't know life fit. So you know, that's the problem. You see what I mean? Like, it's the sheer fucking. It's not about, eventually Drea will catch up. It's the sheer fucking hubris of them thinking, this guy isn't interesting, we should get rid of him and give them someone who we think's better, and then not do anything with it. That's the difference. To me, it shows a real lack of understanding about what makes a wargamer a wargamer. That wargamers are not video gamers. Wargamers are not normal people. Some of us are very good at pretending to be normal people, but we're not. It takes a very special kind of person to choose wargaming as a long-term hobby, or just as a hobby in general, over video games. Like, video games players are out there going, I'm not going to pay fucking $80 for a video game that I might get 1,000 hours of enjoyment out of, or 100 hours of enjoyment out of. Wargamers are like, yeah, I'll pay $200 for a Baneblade. Like, right? You know, it's what GW has. This is the thing. The last 3 years, and what has put so many people off, is the fact that for the last 3 years, GW has acted in a way which shows they don't understand what makes a wargamer a wargamer. Doesn't understand the fucking mentality. And what people don't understand is wargamer and GW. If they don't understand this, it's very important that they do understand it, because it relates to money. And you like money? GW, you fucking love money, don't you? Well, here's a secret. The normal people that everyone says you're trying to attract, I'm not convinced you are. I think what happens, you've got a bunch of people with MBAs and from other industries that come in and try and work the business like it is appealing to normal people. That's the thing. People think, what do you think is more likely? GW is trying to sell to normies, or there's a bunch of people with business experience and business degrees that involved selling to normies? What do you think is more likely? I don't think they're trying to cultivate a new audience. I think they've got a bunch of people making business decisions, which everything they've learned is about how you sell to like a normal person. That's what I think's happened here.
All guardsmen, follow me to
And so it's important to GW to understand like where the money actually is, which is wargamers. Because wargamers have no issue spending money if they feel like they're being treated well and they're getting a reasonable deal. Not a great deal, just a reasonable deal. That's all they want. Wargamers, you know, if GW releases like a battle force and it costs £180, but the contents of that battle force are pretty reasonable, wargamers will buy it without even thinking.
They'll just buy it. Because wargamers don't have an issue with spending money. Wargamers just want to feel like they're not getting fucked. That's it. Wargamers have never had an issue with spending... Wargamers have never had an issue with spending GW prices. When GW halved the number of guardsmen in a box and kept it the same price, Wargamers kept buying guardsmen. Every time GW put the price up, Wargamers will spend it. It's not about the price. It's about what you get for the price. It's about how you feel the company treats you for the price. It's that simple. And the reason why it's very important for GW to know this is because if you piss off wargamers enough, they will suddenly turn. Yeah, Squawk. Back in the day, GW's big boss Kirby would always proudly include in his yearly statement, "We do not do market research." Crazy. Like, Warhammer community only came about in any meaningful way in 8th edition. GW didn't used to announce upcoming releases. They would just appear in the local shop. That was it. Not even staff would know what was happening. Now, they almost overmarket things. It's all right, Ruslab. I wasn't giving you shit, mate. I was just teasing you a little bit. Everyone makes mistakes. I do as well. Everyone does. Yeah. It's a leading reason why I like Warlocks. I don't feel like I'm getting shafted in the box. Exactly. Guys, how many times the channel have we seen the consequences of Warhammer players going over to Warlord? There's some, I can't remember who he is. There's some mental bastard in this chat who's got like 38 American tanks. You need like 2 to play the game. Bought them all in the last like few months. New in box from Warlord. Like, Warhammer players, they don't have an issue with spending the money. They're going to keep spending the money. But they need to, but they'll stop spending it with GW if they feel like GW is fucking them. Yeah, we should get the trailer. I need to finish this pizza. I've not eaten much all day. I got 2 slices of pizza, drink, and then we're good. I'll eat quickly. I'm trying to eat and chat at the same time. Generate $800 on it and plan to spend $500 more. Exactly. Exactly. Bruce Oatman, not sure what is worse. GW's attempt to kill Yarrick and their law choices of late, or that insult to Italy that is that pizza. Get a real pizza on me. It's just a fresh pizza, but not from a takeaway. Like it's not a frozen pizza, but it is just a store-bought pizza. It's just very basic. Fun, Jacob. You like a swan morning? I can stare at you all day. I'm pretty certain it's some obscure form of torture in Guantanamo Bay that they just make people listen to the thousands of hours of live streaming that I've done over the last 4 years. I mean, I can actually work out how much live streaming I've done. Okay. So on average, I was streaming about 6 hours a night, 5 nights a week. basically 50 weeks a year. Take 2 weeks off. 50 weeks a year. For 4 years. 6,000 hours of streaming. If we divide that by 24, that's 250 days. If you watch everything I've streamed up until this point, that's 250 days. You could just subject someone to 250 days worth of my streams. Yeah. That's too much. Bro, I love the grind, man. That's why I give Varrock so much shit. Varrock streams for like 2 or 3 hours. And then goes, oh, I'm tired. Pathetic. Who is this? Who is this British man? Why do you want to sell cow meat? Make it stop. From Jacob, and they would probably come out a worse Warhammer player. I went to a private toilet this past week. That's on you, brother. I've given you advice. You refuse to accept it. I've told you what you need to run. You just won't run it. As I always say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't stop it from sticking Lego up its bum. But Jacob, it was a team's event. Blame your fucking captain then. Don't blame me. I used to advise about beating Death Guard against my mate and lost 76-20. I wasn't even there, man. How can you blame me? Benjamin. That wasn't me. That was Patricia. You were my captain. Oh, captain, my captain. I'm a good Imperial Guard General. I lead from the back. I have told you all how to win in 40k 10th edition for 3 years. Take Met Guard and win. I've told you all. I even went to America and beat a bunch of Americans with it. I won an event with Triple Death Strike. Before Grizzled Company. I took 5 Chimeras, 3 Dawns, and Gaunt's Ghost. That's your problem. I never take Gaunt's Ghost. And I never take Dawns. How many times have I told you guys? Dawns are dog shit. No, but Joshi said they're really good. When will people learn? From this day on, you put your faith in me. There you go. All right. Yeah. Why would you take a tank that has no bottom armor? Of course it dies easily. Right. Russell W, thank you for super chat. Message and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Just to show I am not fully against the old man, I give you a blast from the past. The Chimera What the fuck is a Chimera? What? Wait, what? Just so I'm not fully into the old man, I give you a blast, the Chimera. Well, that's a 3D print of a Chimera with 4 hunter killers. But what really got me was this article. God, that's a lot of... Lex Karl has got a lot of ads on it. Jesus. The Chimera is the most basic modification of the Chimera. Armed with an auto-loading hunter killer missile and a multi-laser, it is used by the Astro Time and Skitari. Chimera 2nd edition? Oh, wait, it's got 2 hunter killers side by side. Interesting. Chimera assault vehicle battle stat. What is the reference for this? White Dwarf? 185? Wow. Cool. Cool, man. I never heard of the Chimera before. That's definitely something that they made up in the studio. It's not the Chimera. It's the Chimera. All right. What do we got next? Talzon, thank you for super chat. Other side of the coin, the 10.5 edition launch box, Garvis Orcs. Yarrick is the main guard character in the box. I don't think it's going to be Guard v Orcs, but I do think that Guard is going to come end of 10th, beginning of 11th. Which means we might get our codex super early. Which, you know what? I'm kind of okay with. Right, guys, put your hand up in chat if, even though our codex has only been out a year, if you'd be all right with getting a new codex. Like, when it first came out, I thought it was all right. But as time's gone on, I found it's just that the detachments are just way too specialized. And half of them are terrible. Like, Recon is good, but it doesn't feel like Infantry Guard. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like Infantry Guard should be like rank upon rank of dudes, not sneaky dudes, right? And Hammer the Emperor is good. I think they got that right. But I do think they could have done more with it, like tanks smashing into people. And like, I think they should have done Hammer the Emperor. It should have been like running people over with tanks, you know? But it was okay from a competitive point of view. It was fine. Hammer was fine. But the problem is the best bit about Hammer was the Kazakin in the detachment, right? That's not very Hammer. Like, Hammer was actually, like, the mechanized assault detachment should have had the Hammer of the Emperor rule. Yeah. Mechanized assault was dog shit. Siege was dog shit. Siege was such a missed opportunity. And then combined arms was fine. Yeah. Yeah. Now, MG Guard should also be able to be a sapper list. So, Bruce Oakman, yes, but we should have, like, Infantry Guard as, like, mass ranks of dudes, and then Recon should be something different. I'm okay with Recon existing, but Recon shouldn't be the only Infantry Guard detachment. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Why no Colonel Tyborg, hero of Rax, Krieg legend? We should have him. Colonel Tyborg and Karis Venner. Bring them back. Bring them back. Again, put your hand up in chat. What would you rather have had? A Colonel Tyborg and /or a remastered Karis Venner, or Dreer? It said instead of Dreer, I should say. Put your hand up instead of Dreer. Yeah. Obviously. Tyborg is dead though. Tyborg Mark 20 then. I would say Mark 2, but probably a lot of them have died. All right. What do we got next? JM the Goose, thank you for super chat. You could bring back Steel Legion, just do a kill team, call it an Iron Fist squad in 40k, and you can take 3 lists, build options, grenade launcher plasma, and give them the heavy weapon team, lascan, heavy bolter missile launcher. That way we got both. I mean, bro, the current, as in the last iteration of the first and last iteration of Steel Legion models were great. I kind of just want them. Right, it's time for another very short episode of making everyone in chat really angry. Guys, before Games Workshop took them away, bear in mind they only took them away maybe 3 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. You could buy 10 metal Steel Legion for £20.50. And they came with a sergeant, grenade launcher, and missile launcher. In fact, this used to be such a good deal that I used to actually say to people, hey, if you're getting into the guard the first time, yeah, plastics are great, but you actually get more from this metal infantry squad than you do from, if you're okay with that loadout, more from that metal infantry squad. Yeah. And that was the case with all of them. And they eventually took them all away. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, people would still happily... Thing is, though, when people go, why has GW got rid of all these things? Because GW's grown so much now that even if they do a small thing, they sell so much of it, it's worth doing in plastic. Like, the amount of, like, production power that GW has is insane. Why does Warlord make certain models out of metal and resin? Because they literally have them made to order and they still make profit off that. Even on, like, small artisanal shit like that. GW, if they did the same thing, would actually lose money. Because even if they, if they do, like, a... Hey, let's say they bring back Steel Legion. They'd have to, like... They wouldn't necessarily lose money, but they would make so much less profit because of the economies of scale. Yeah. It's like, that's why, like, why is everything in Horus Heresy? Why is everything, think about this. Heresy was originally, everything was made in resin, and it eventually grew to the point where everything could be sold in plastic. And Heresy is a really niche game. Now, don't know if that's still the case. But, yeah, for a time there. Yeah. Yeah, you can make a lot more out of plastic quickly than you can have a dude pouring it out. Yeah. Fortunately, you are passing on the savings of their production power towards the consumer, right? Just for that, prices are going up another 5%. Right, we're all caught up now again. We're gonna get it fucking locked and cocked. It's time. But before we I know I'm blue balling you, before we do it, we've gotta get a drink. I will be literally 1 or 2 minutes. I'll be very, very quick because I know we've been waiting a little while for this.
All right. All right. There we go. I'm back. Here we go. Right. Where are we up to? I'm sure there's something I was meant to do. All right. Let's do it. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creature of Alpha Centauri, we have hype! Hype train, baby! Hype, hype, hype. Oh. It's been too long since we had a proper reason to be properly excited for anything that GW does, for anything that Games Workshop's put out in a little while. But it looks like we have got some genuine goddamn hype. And I am so excited for it. In case you've been living under a rock somewhere, Yarrick has returned. Not only has Yarrick returned in the lore, but he has also returned with a brand spanking new model, and he's got a really, really good, badass trailer called Iron Will, which is actually really, 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 really good. So we're going to take a look at it all now, but I'm just going to tell you, this is... I got to say something, right? I got to say something here. I've been looking for a sign. You guys know I've been kind of beefy recently. Kind of salty. But I never used to be beefy. I never used to be salty. But in the last year, GW's been doing a lot of really difficult things for me as a wargamer to kind of be excited about. In fact, they've done a lot of things which have made me angry and annoyed. But recently, and when I say recently, I'm talking, we're not talking years here, we're talking like weeks. It feels like something in the air has changed. It's when we had like the Beefageddon. You know when we actually reached like BeefCon 1, it was just week after, it was 1 week of just like every day another mega GW fuck up. It's like they got it all out of their system. And then from that point on, there's actually been just, hey, GW got something right. Hey, GW, there's a reason to be hyped here. Hey, GW, this is actually decent and okay. And this right here, with like Yarrick coming back, and then those other things that have been happening, I don't know, guys. I feel like they're turning the franchise around. Maybe I'm huffing the hopium and the copium. I got 2 pipes. Maybe, I don't know, but I'm choosing right now to just be excited, unreservedly so. And everything about this makes me happy and excited, because all I've ever I won't get into it now because we want to watch the trailer, right? But all I've ever wanted from my war game is for my dudes to feel like my dudes. And there's been a lot of GW chicanery over the last 3 years, which has been getting in the way of that. I've always dealt with GW's bullshit. I've always been like, I don't care what they do. I'm a war game. I'm going to keep my head down. As long as they don't basically fuck with me too much, it's like, it's fine, whatever. But they've been fucking with me. They've been fucking with everyone too much in the last 3 years. And I think 10th edition being the edition of loss, all this kind of stuff. But it don't know, man. It just feels like something's changed. And I'm choosing to be hyped, and I'm hoping to believe
I'm starting to... You know what's kind of crazy? I'm starting to be excited for 11th. And maybe I'm getting psyoped by GW. I don't know. But I'm starting to be excited for it. So you know what? You know what? Let's watch the trailer through uninterrupted. Then let's go watch it through at least once more after that, pausing, going back and checking stuff. And then we can see the new model and other little bits that are going on. All right? Let's do it. Let's do it. I will say one thing before I start. If GW does turn it around and 11th edition is the edition of gain, at that point, don't send me to the black ships. You got to put me in charge of the black ships. Because I did call that. For all of my beef, for all of my soul, I said I think 11th edition is going to be the edition of gain. And if that ends up being prophetic and being true, I will have a 100% success rate on what I've called. Apart from the Plastic Macarius, which I never had any evidence for, but I just wanted to will into existence. All right, let's watch this bad boy. Is it 1 minute?
Are we ready?
There we go.
We're ready.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war.
That's cool.
Some of you have grown on these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All
Industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty. To hold the line.
We cannot.
Heresy!
There is no victory to be had here. I cannot ask you to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago. Flee, all of you.
Flee. Make for the evacuation transports.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your
Yes!
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is
That's so
our
cool.
world. Soldiers of Armageddon.
Make ready.
Yes! I came. I know I'm being immature, but just right on every, well, nearly every level. Obviously, we have to talk about the elephant in the room and the lack of Steel Legion and all that kind of stuff. But they nailed it, man.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
They nailed it. Now, let's watch it again. At least once more. But pausing it and pointing things out that we notice, things that we like, all that kind of stuff. And chat, if I miss anything, point it out as well.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
That kind of reminds me of like the King's Speech, with when the red light's on. Kretak. Sorry.
You heard me?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Who is the is it a governor? Is it a commander? Is it von Strab? Is it? Is this like? Is this like a von Strab descendant, or is this a generic, no-named guy? Is it the head of Hades' Hive? Everyone's got the shooter Gondor vibe in the sky. Yes, 100%. I'm going to call that out, yeah. Von Strab was bald. Yeah, I think you're right there, yeah. It's a coward shaming the uniform of Blessed Everett. That's true. Yeah, yeah. So I wonder if anyone can identify the medals this guy's got on. That one looks like the Victoria Cross, but obviously it's got a skull on it instead. Yeah. Like, this guy looks pretty well decorated. He looks like he knows what he's about, but, you know, I suppose there's all sorts of tin that could be put on a general's chest, like long service medals and perhaps. Yeah. But yeah, he's let's have a look. But yeah, like I noticed straight away. Like first question I had is, do we know who this guy is? Is he von Strab, or is he just like a generic governor for the sake of the trailer? It's good either way. I don't really mind. But yeah, closed caption says governor. Ooh, that's a good point. Putting the captions on actually. Let's just let's go back actually.
Are we ready?
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Woman, we're ready.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the Imperial.
I love that straight away.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the
So I love that he's there. Like, think about this. He's despondent. He's like saying, "Oh, we've got to give up on everything," and like, yeah, the room he's in, like the chandelier's shaking, but look at like the finery and the relative safety that this guy's in, and then the first time that we see the people of Armageddon, the soldiers of Imperial Guard, everyone's fucking dying. It's horrific, but like they're fighting on. This guy's given up. Yeah.
Imperial Guard. For decades,
I love the Kriegers, like Chad. Is that guy got a shovel? 1 minute, is that guy got a shovel?
soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades,
Yeah, he's got a shovel. That guy's got a shovel. Amazing. I love, obviously, the Kriegers, like, going over the top, like, doing a big charge.
we have defended this world.
Cool. Jungles of Armageddon. So I noticed the Jungles of Armageddon. That's kind of cool. Looks like a chimera has bogged down in the equatorial jungles.
Some of you were born here and know only war.
That's so cool. I don't know if we've ever seen a multi-laser fire before. Did anyone else like no like I don't know if we've ever seen GW like animate GW specifically, not like I think we saw it with Exodite. But I don't know if we've like seen a multi-laser firing in like one of the animated trailers before. Yeah. Astartes had a multi-laser. That's true. Astartes had one, but that's not done by GW. Yeah.
Some of you have
One thing I want to check. So I know I'm going back a lot, but that's.
some of you were born here.
I wanted to check the design on the Chimera. I love the rounds are sparking off it. Let's have a look at my chimeras.
The design, the Chimera, I was for a second, I wanted to check to see if it looked like it had the old turret design, but it doesn't. It doesn't have the old turret design. It's got the new turret design. Yeah. Governor. Ah, good point. Governor. So this must have been the planetary governor or the governor of the Hive City. Good shout. Yeah. The Arbor Tracks is a nice shout. Yep.
And know only war.
I just love that multi-laser firing.
Upon these battlefields.
One thing I wanted to point out as well is, did you notice the way the guardsmen, look at the color of the multi-laser bolts, and look at the color of the guardsmen's rifles that are shooting.
And know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off.
So, the reason I point that out is, any of you who've seen the new Dawn of War trailer will notice that the lasguns and the lasbolts that are being shot here are the same as the ones in that game. So it looks like that GW is going in a different direction for how they want lasguns to, or this is the latest iteration of how they want lasguns to shoot. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of people in the chat going, lasgun's not red anymore. GW has always, like, and you guys know I'm not a GW shill, but they've always been really loosey-goosey with the color that the lasguns shoot. So I remember very distinctly, there was a scene, I think it was in the second Gaunt's Ghost book. Now, admittedly, it's a little while ago, but the second Gaunt's Ghost book, where one of the ghosts is, it's got a las pistol, has got his own las pistol, and he's picked up a traitor las pistol as well, or maybe it might be two las guns. He's like firing them akimbo, and he notices that the rounds that come out at the end of his las gun are like blue, and the ones that are coming out at the end of the traitor las gun is like red. And if you look at some of the old artwork for the omnibuses of Gaunt's Ghosts, you'll notice the lasguns are shooting blue bolts. Like, I think there's a picture where there's like Corbeck next to Gaunt, and Corbeck's lasguns firing blue bolts, and Gaunt's bolt pistols firing bolts. Then you've got video games, of course. Darktide, red laser bolts, and Dawn of War 1, red lasers as well. But then Dawn of War 2 had yellow, I believe, had yellow bolts coming out of, yellow beams coming out of the, like, Dawn of War 1 had red beams, Dawn of War 2 had yellow/gold beams. So they've always had different colors, and the explanation for this in game, in universe, has always been that basically, like, there's just loads of different patterns of lasgun. Like lasgun, when we use lasguns on the tabletop, they're all basically like chucked together. But there's loads of different patterns of lasgun, and Games Workshop's always, and that's how they've always been able to sort of explain away. Like when one writer writes them as firing a bolt of energy, one writer describes it as firing like a beam of energy, all this kind of stuff. I was listening to Cadian Blood, which is I think the first book Aaron Dembski-Bowden did, and it describes how, I think it describes like the Hell guns firing like, I think it was something crazy like green bolts or something crazy, or maybe it was violet or something. I can't quite remember. And then you've got Space Marine 1, where the Heretic lasguns fired green las bolts. So they've always been, so while some people might see this and go, duh, wrong color, there's genuinely always been, I understand it, like I get it, like don't worry, like red lasers are cool, like obviously red lasers are cool, but there's always been a lot of variation in lasgun color over time. Now it's interesting to see GW going with the gold color. I wonder if there's an element of them as they're trying to go a little bit more
broad appeal, maybe. They're trying to make it less jarring. Because like when you think about it, the human brain, when it sees a gun firing, it expects to see like yellow fire come out the end. So I wonder if they're trying to like, you know, trying to have, if you're like a normal person watching something like this, they're trying to make it less jarring if you see like a gun firing the wrong color. I'm not convinced on that, by the way, because people have seen laser guns and sci-fi weapons for decades at this point. So that's probably not even a thing. That's probably me reading too much into it. But what I will say is it's kind of interesting to see how in official or officially licensed GW material, they're trying to standardize the color of the laser technology. One question I do have for the chat though is, what were the color of the lasgun bolts in Space Marine 2? Were they red or were they gold? I can't remember genuinely. They were red. Interesting. So I guess it must just be literally artistic license. And Games Workshop's like, we don't mind what color you use. Just use whatever color you think's best for the animation. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. Interesting. Beams are not bolts as well. But weren't the Space Marine 2 guardsmen also wearing the old Cadian armor? McCall, we might be reading too much into it, but firstly, we're all autistic here, so obsessively focusing on the color of the lasbolt is exactly what we should be doing. And and two, stop kink shaming, man. Like, nothing gets me more excited than the lasguns. So you do want to probably different lasgun 5 Super Fire? True, probably. You know, it could be as simple as it's a dark scene. So having it in yellow makes it better for the rest of the scene, maybe. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, let's go back a second. Well, that's a great picture of it right there. It does look like it's firing almost. It almost looks like it's firing a bullet, doesn't it? Yeah. Now these guardsmen are definitely wearing the new Cadian armor, and they are very similarly styled to the ones in the Total War trailer, and they're very similarly styled to the ones that were in the mobile game with the really good trailer as well, with all the Rogel Dawns, the Cadians fighting, and the Space Marines getting all killed, all that kind of stuff. Are they ejecting shells? I don't think so. Let's have a look.
Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have
No.
grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
Looked like a Dakar jet doing the strafing run, which is kind of cool. If you actually look, you'll see there's 2 Dakar jets.
Off-world, shipped here to die.
There you go, 2 Dakar jets. Very, very cool. Ruined Chimera. So what I love about this is just how much trench warfare is going on. I'm a guardsman. I want to hold a line. Yeah.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Him saying our world, he's definitely the planetary governor. Definitely. This bit, I love the Krieger just standing there, knifing the orc to death. We've actually seen Kriegers beat orcs in melee a couple of times. Remember the Kill Team trailer when the Krieger with the chainsaw beat the orc knob? That was cool. Just stabbing again and again.
Cities, cloaked in guards that reach from horizon to horizon.
That is actually the guardsman hung there in the barbed wire of that. I think it is a World War I movie reference. I can't remember which one, but it reminds me. I think there was I think it was a World War I cosmic horror movie called like Black Watch or Dark Watch or something. Or maybe it's OG All Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah, maybe it's All Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah. But it's definitely the guardsman all hung, the soldier all hung with the wire like that. It's definitely a sort of classic World War I reference. Yeah. Passchendaele? Yeah. Passchendaele, that's probably the one.
Cities cloaked in ash and dust, all in
History in ruin. The next wave of green.
So you can see here, there's a couple of bits to look at. So firstly, you can see like in the distance the Chimera firing again. And hey, look, it kills something. It must kill something. You can see all the guards advancing forward. Like, but there's trenches everywhere, man. It's trenched as fuck. But obviously there's trenches everywhere because the Kriegers are here. So the Kriegers have landed on Armageddon and just been like, it's time to dig. Yeah.
History in ruin. The next wave.
You can see, so watching this here, it looks like that's a hive city, albeit a lesser one. That's a hive city, albeit a lesser one. And these are the highways connecting them. And this is the biggest hive city, which is, of course, now surrounded by the orcs. I don't think it's going to be Hades Hive, because we know Hades Hive was destroyed in the second war for Armageddon, and I doubt they've had time to fix it yet. One thing I noticed here is he said the next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world. So I think the understanding here is like they're already struggling to deal with the orcs that are on world.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
And now we've got the orcs that come up. I think there's rumors. I think there's rumors that, or it's already confirmed that Ghazghkull is gathering the clans and returning, because Ghazghkull's not on Armageddon right now. It's my understanding. So yeah, Ghazghkull's not on Armageddon, but he's coming back to Armageddon once more. I think the rumor is that Ghazghkull is meant to turn up with the largest war in history, even bigger than the second and third wars. And I think the rumor is that Ghazghkull ends up winning at Armageddon, but I don't know if that's speculation or not. Yeah, knowing GW, they probably won't wrap it up. They'll probably have like with the fourth Tyrannic War, that never really went anywhere, and so on and so forth. So yeah, but yeah, you can see here, like, obviously it's pretty bad because these now what's kind of curious with this map is I think the green here is just land, and I don't think the green is Imperial territory and the red is Orc territory. I think this represents Orc units coming across the territory, and the green is just land. But yeah.
Greenskins will soon reach our world.
This is my favorite scene in the whole trailer. Like, let me find it. Like, the Kriegsmen going down the trench line and like getting the men up. Favorite bit in the it's like a 1-2 second clip. Favorite bit of the entire trailer for me.
The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
Like all the men fixed bayonets, all the men getting up.
We're expected to die in duty.
You can see there's more Kriegers here. Some of the Kriegers are on the firing step here, and there's more Kriegers down here. And there's more actually, I didn't even see this. There's Kriegers on this line here, and they're a bit more, they're lower down. And then there's Kriegers in this bit here. So there's actually like there's like there's about 3 lines of Kriegers. These ones are not having a great time. I'm not gonna lie. They're the first ones that are gonna get fucked. But yeah, like seeing like Kriegers like stacked up is really, really cool. Yeah.
Hold the line.
We cannot.
Boo!
There is no...
You hearing this fucking shit? Like, this guy's not upset. Let's make something abundantly clear. This Krieger is not like, oh no, we're all going to die. This Krieger's like, can you believe this guy? This guy doesn't want to die for the Emperor. Yeah, he's not like despondent. He's annoyed. He's angry. He's pissed off. Yeah, the fuck he just say? The fuck you mean we can't hold the line? Yeah.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had here.
Wah! Wah!
To die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago.
Lost long ago. How dare you? By the way, did anyone... What's that gas mask? Now, maybe it's an engineer gas mask. Someone here will have to tell me. But it looks like a grenadier gas mask to me. Krieg, grenadiers confirmed for 11th. New grenadiers. Shall we just check? Shall we just check? You know, we've already watched the trailer. It's worth checking these things, right? Arms of the Imperium, Astra Militarum, Engineers. No, it could be engineers. It could be engineers. Okay, fair enough. So the engineers are kind of got the grenadier and got the grenadier masks as well. Okay, could be engineers. I think the old grenadiers used to have it, but hey, you know what? Maybe it'll be new. Maybe it'll be new. I mean, I think it still could be grenadiers. One minute.
Long ago.
I think it's grenadiers. Because, look. He doesn't have the engineer backpack. He doesn't have the engineer backpack, does he? He's got a normal backpack. He's not got the engineer armor on either. Nor the shotgun.
to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago.
Yeah, it's definitely a grenadier. Definitely some kind of... It could be a watchmaster or something, but he doesn't have the engineer armor or the engineer backpack or anything like that. Yeah.
to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long
Love
ago.
the scene, though. Go! Over the top! Over the top! Go, go, go! This bit's so... Fuck!
All of you.
Pure Denethor vibes. Flee! Abandon your boats! Flee for your lives! Yeah.
Flee. All of you.
flee. Make for the evacuation transport.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life.
I love the Kriegers. Look it up. they've noticed they're hearing the Vox static, but they've noticed like, hey, the coward's not talking anymore. Also, you've got to think the gunshot probably came over the, could you imagine like, because you're a soldier, you're like, you can hear the difference between the guns you're shooting and like the electronic gunshot, the sound of the electronic gunshot over the Vox. So they heard a gunshot and it gone quiet and they're like, Will they even hear the gunshot in the battle? You can imagine some of they've probably also got microbeads on the inside as well. And I'm willing to forgive a little bit of artistic license, you know. A little bit.
All of you.
Flee. Make for the evacuation trap.
What do we think? New shooter boys? I'm thinking new shooter boys. You can see they've all got the same gun.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life.
Wait, do you hear Yarrick? Just listen, can you hear Yarrick like drawing or cocking the las pistol there? 1 second.
Get off world if you are able.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear Yarrick cock the pistol. Right? And that's why he turns around. Listen.
Evacuation transport.
Get off world if you are able.
I don't know why you have to cock a las pistol. Maybe it's taking the safety off. It's fine. Again, I'm willing to accept a bit of artistic license, you know, because it's cool. He's like, oh crap, he knows. He's like, fuck.
Run for your life.
I love that.
There will be no evacuation.
I love Yarrick's voice. Now, someone, I'd love to check. I'd love if someone could check the, if the guy who does Yarrick's voice is if he's done any other Warhammer work, and if it's the same guy in the Hell's Reach book. But yeah, we know. We know Yarrick executed this guy with the las pistol because it says it in the Warhammer article. So yeah, I know he does use a Stormbolter, but he uses the las pistol for this execution. And all commissars used to use las pistols for executions. Yeah.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is
Come on, man.
city. This is
I love that. I'm gonna watch that scene like 4 or 5 times. I just gotta say it. Like, I love, like, this guy's like getting his mate up. You can see more orcs pouring into the trench over there. You see one of the guardsmen die, and then you see like the other guardsman bring the orc down.
ours.
Like that guardsman running like down there actually dies. And you can see like the rounds going through the orc and hitting the trench on the back.
Is our city. This is our world.
That Valkyrie coming down is cool.
Is our world.
Wait, is it a Valkyrie? Bro? Vulture? Watch the plane come down. What's it spitting?
This is our world.
That ain't fucking a single multi-laser. Right, mate, could it just be double heavy bolters out the side? I don't know, man. Watch it again.
This is our world.
I don't know, man. It looks like it's firing streams of bullets. Let's frame by frame it.
Is our world.
Right, you can see the first rounds coming down, right? I don't know, man. It looks great. Straining seems, yeah, steady stream of fire coming from the wings. Shall we watch it at slow speed? Enhance! Enhance! Right, let's give it a go. Little cursed. Little cursed. I agree. I don't see any gun pods, man. Where's the... There's no gun pods under that thing. It could just be artistic. So it's definitely a Valkyrie. You can see the two separate engines. So it's definitely a Valkyrie. It looks like you know what? Either those are guns shooting out of the, to me, it looks like a Valkyrie which has fired its Hellstorm missiles and it's firing the two heavy bolters on the guns are firing forward. Like they're leaning around, firing them forward. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Because I can't see any weapon pods underneath. Either that or it's just a multi-laser. Maybe it's, I don't know. It could just be artistic license. Do we get a proper underbelly shot of this thing? Let's just... No, not very clearly. But I tell you what's interesting. Remember the two Dakar jets that flew up that way? Now the Valkyrie's flying down. Or whatever. Dorgo's hanging out those speed. That's what I was thinking, Squark. Boys, what if it's some kind of new interceptor? I did say I'd heard flyer reworks in the... I did say I had heard of flyer reworks coming in 11th. What if it's an interceptor Valkyrie variant? Two Dakar jets come flying up. Valkyrie takes care of whatever this is. Imperial Flyer takes care of them. This flies down. I don't know, man. I don't know. Interesting. Someone's saying there's a Earthshaker battery. Where's the Earthshaker? Yeah, where Earthshaker? I'm gonna go back a scene. See if we can. I mean, that's a great scene there. Oh, that in the background there? Is that an Earthshaker, maybe? I'm not sure. Could be an Earthshaker. Looks like there could be a quad launcher over that side as well. That looks like a quad launcher. It could be a destroyed Earthshaker. Barrel snapped off and bent. My face is in the way. 1 minute. Right. There you go. I think it could be a damaged Earthshaker. Or it could just be random bits of pipe. Hard to call. Yeah. Could just be an artillery team. That's true. Yeah. I think we're definitely getting new shooter boys. That orc has got a very distinctive look. We've seen the gun on the other orcs as well. And he's got a very distinctive backpack look. I think new orc boys confirmed. New shooter boys confirmed. Definitely. Definitely. No doubt about it. Definitely confirmed. Yeah. That's Dakar boy from the Commandos. I thought the same thing as well. But the Dakar boy from the... Let's just... Can we get a closer look at him? I think there's more to it. Because why would it be everyone fighting the commandos? And would the commandos be doing this? His thing, would the commandos be doing this kind of frontline work? I don't think so. I think the triple shooter absolutely has come from... I think it would have been first introduced by the commandos, but I think it's coming to the orcs as a whole, and that's what they're going to use for the new shooters. Yeah.
This is our world.
Could just be a repeat.
Soldiers of Armageddon.
Oh, there you go. That's a really good look at him. Do you think it's just a reused asset? Could just be a reused asset. What was I going to say? So, notice we're in the jungles now. So, we've seen some of the guards. So, we've seen the Kriegsmen fighting in various trenches. We've seen the Cadians fighting in what looks like not trenches. Well, a little bit. It looked like not the full-blown... This just occurred to me now. If you look at where the Kriegers are fighting, see if we can get a look. The Kriegers are fighting in like deep trenches, right? I'm trying to find a picture of it. Yeah, there you go. Kriegers are fighting in really deep trenches. And then if you look at where the Cadians are typically fighting, like here, these aren't even really trenches. They're more like improvised, like barricades and ruins and stuff. See, they're fighting over the back of a destroyed Chimera. And then if you look at that's the same bit where in a moment you see the Valkyrie come back down, right? And then the Cadians are also fighting in the jungle. But let's find the... Cadian's also fighting the jungles. But if you notice, there's a bit of shrine in there. Now, those of you that know your Armageddon lore will know that during the second war for Armageddon, or possibly the third, or one of the orc ones, a group of guardsmen did come across a dodgy shrine and ended up some cornate shit happened. So I wonder if what these guys are fighting over, I don't know. It seems a bit strange to have an imperial shrine in the middle of a jungle. Yeah.
You heard me?
Yeah.
I said Cree.
Seems a little unusual. But let's just appreciate Yarrick. I want to say, when I listen to Yarrick's voice, it sounds like there's just like a little hint, like of like a Russian Commissar, like World War II Commissar vibe there. Like when you hear it in like the beginning of the sentences, it might just be. It might just. I think it's because remember, Commissar Yarrick is from off-world, so maybe a little bit. Yeah, vaguely Eastern European sort of vibe, yeah.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no evacuation. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon,
Make ready.
Yeah. Like, so good. Great voice acting. Yeah. Great voice acting from the guy who did it. Like, such you know, you hear about like how steely like old man Yarrick is, and you hear about like his iron will and all this kind of stuff. The voice perfectly, maybe a little Germanic. Yeah, it could be a little Germanic. Yeah. There's a little accent there, which no. Maybe it's a little Slavic, maybe it's a little East European, maybe it's a little Germanic. It could be. There's a little hint of an accent there, and it's either way. I think it really adds to the character. I think it really does. Like, but the guy, whoever voice acted this, GW, give him a big fat fucking bonus, because like they 110% understood the assignment. Yeah, like understood it. The thing is, like, Yarrick's back, but where has he been? Like, GW, on the one hand, if you just like, okay, here's the proof, one way or another, okay? If they basically do a somehow Yarrick returned, and I'm talking like pretty short explanation for where Yarrick's been, we'll know that it was not planned. Right? If he gets a proper chunk bit of lore explaining where the fuck he's been and what he's been up to and why he's come back now and all this kind of stuff, and it doesn't feel like it's just a bullshit tie-in novel. I'm talking, like, even if they do a bullshit tie-in novel, it's still not enough. Like, I'm talking, if he has some A-tier lore associated with him, we're talking like, when did they kill him off? 3 years ago? If they give him like lore that's been like baked in the in the slow cooker for like 3 years, clearly been marinated, like if Dan Abnett's done it, basically, do you know what I mean? And I won't accept anyone but Dan Abnett, right? Like if Yarrick is brought back with Dan Abnett basically having written the Yarrick book, I'll believe this was always planned. If he has anything less than that, like a sentence, a paragraph, a couple of pages, if he has a bullshit tie-in novel by a black library writer no one's ever heard of or given a fuck about, we'll know that this was a change of course, shall we say. Right? Right? There we are. All right, I will allow Aaron Dembski-Bowden as well. Those two. Who's the really shit writer that everyone hates? Is it Mike Brooks? If Mike Brooks wrote the book, it was a change of course. It's that simple. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. There you are. It's that simple. May I have a cheap dig? There's no way Mike Brooks has had any involvement in what we're seeing here right now, because it's too fucking based. Right? There you go. I'm pretty certain it's Mike Brooks who's the guy. Anyway.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon,
Make ready.
Yeah, man. Right. I think I'm gonna say it. I think we need a global campaign, GW. I think we need a global campaign. Guard versus Orcs. And I think we've got to... And I think we've got to fucking... We've got to play it out. Give us the chance to fight for our world. Give us a chance. GW, you took Cadia away from us and we never got a chance to fight for it. Okay? Give us a chance to fight for our world. And if it falls, then let it be that we fought against courageous odds and at no point did any guard player falter. Yeah. That's it, man. I feel like we gotta have... I feel like I gotta organize... we had the chance to fight for Cadia and we won. Did we win the Cadia? Oh, we did. That was in the Eye of Terror campaign. We did win Cadia. And then GW had to retcon it so that we didn't. Yeah. Yeah, we need I don't know, man, but we need some way of fighting for this. 100%. I mean, fuck it. I think, guys, I'm just going to say, shall we sack off the rest of the stream and play Community Dawn of War? Guard v Orcs? Just 3 hours of just playing on Kazalutin 3v3? Let's fucking do it, boys. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking go. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we bring back the Dawn of War gaming stream just for this. You know, we'll put either that, or I don't know if anyone else has got this game, but I got Over the Top recently, the World War I game. And we could definitely do a big community game of that and role play a little bit, you know? That way, because that way that's got 100 versus 100. So we could literally get like 100 MG community members involved. Might not be able to get us all in on the same team. We'd have to figure something out, right? But, or there's an empty server, we could get 200 of us involved. And we could just be like, go. I don't think we'd get that much involvement, to be honest. But I'm just saying, it's like an infinite amount of people could be. Not everyone who would likely need to play the game together, we could play the game together. Yeah. We need Battlefield 40k. We do. Yeah. Right. Anyway, we've done a lot of stopping and starting there. Shall we just watch it through again? Can we get sick of this? I don't think we can get sick of this. Let's watch it one more time.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
People of Armageddon.
soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All in
Industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago. Flee, all of you.
Flee. Make for the evacuation transports.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life. There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon,
Make ready.
It's really good. And I tell you what's really important about how good a trailer like this is. It makes you like, it fires you up as like a wargamer. As an Imperial Guard player, it fires you the fuck up. You're like, I want to play for, like, you watch something like this. Frankly, it's the power propaganda. Okay. You watch something like this and you're like, I'm ready to go into another game. Doesn't matter how bad 10th editions become. I'm ready to go into another game and another game and another game and another game. Do you know what I mean? I'm ready to go. Yeah, it makes me want to, like, if GW, put it this way, if GW released a trailer like this and then was like, okay, grand narrative, 3-day weekend, £200 ticket just to come and play in the game, you know, Imperial Guard versus Orcs, like, only. Like, they were like, we're limiting it. You can only sign up to this if you submit an Orc army list or an Imperial Guard army list. And I'd pay it. I'd be like, yeah. Yeah, I'm in. Like, I'm not going to pay several £100s for your bullshit UKGE ticket. I'm not going to pay several £100s for your bullshit fucking grand narrative like ticket. But I absolutely, you release a trailer like this and then go, and we're running some kind of event with it, bro, I'm signed up. I'm booking a hotel. I'm getting the guys together. We're going to work tables. We're going to, we're going to work out which tables we're going to play on, something like that. Like, kind of reminds me of how people get fired up for something like Thanatos. Like this is me getting to see this from like your guys' perspective in many ways. Like, let's work out how we're going to win this table, do that. Yeah. There was one thing I wanted to note. Someone pointed this out, by the way, and it's worth noticing. That's it right there. Notice what the governor says. He doesn't say soldiers of the Ashmanatarum. He says soldiers of the Imperial Guard.
People of Armageddon.
soldiers of the Imperial Guard.
I know it only seems like a little bit, but at no point in this trailer do we hear Astra Militarum. It's the Imperial Guard. It's a little thing, but it matters. It matters. Codex Imperial Guard confirmed. Codex Imperial Guard confirmed. I mean, I hope so. So, Newbie, we're winning. We're getting the Imperial Guard back. Bro, how long has it been Codex Astra Militarum at this point? How long? They did it in 6th edition, right? 15 years? 15 years. Uncountable GW propaganda articles. Uncountable.
innumerable marketing dollars and pounds spent on trying to make everyone say Astra Militarum. And we still say Imperial Guard. We still say Imperial Guard. A decade and a half, and despite GW's best efforts, they can't psyop us and they can't change us. It's the Guard. Not the Astra. That's a fucking car. And it's the thing is, how many new players have joined and it's still called the Imperial Guard? Like, you can't be like, oh, this is just like what they say in like the Grognards. No, even new players call it the Guard. Anyone who calls it Astra Militarum, like, that's not like we all occasionally slip up, like call it, oh, the Astra Militarum. Yeah, we all occasionally slip up. But anyone who like consistently refers to it as Imperial Guard when they're like Astra Militarum, when they're like chatting shit and everything, shill, fake, tourist. It's that simple. It's the Guard. And you might think I'm being kind of arrogant and elitist right now. Nope. I'm just holding a goddamn line. It's the Imperial Guard, man. Yeah. Yeah.
For decades, we have defended this world.
And we will continue to defend it.
Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
That scene there was like shipped here to die. Has anyone seen, I think it's like, it's a Russian war movie with about a bunch of recruits having to like defend a hill in Afghanistan against the Mujahideen. And there's this there's this scene, so it's called like Hill 430 or something like that. Someone will know what it is. And there's a scene where like the new recruits are being a bit like boisterous, a bit out of line, and one of the other, someone goes to go and like tell them off, like stop it, and one of the officers says, no, don't bother. They're the guys going to Afghanistan, and they kind of realize that it's like a death sentence, and like the people going knowing it's a death sentence, and the officer's like, okay, well, no point in telling them off then. I get some of the vibes when it's like, some of you have been shipped here to die. It's like, could you imagine if you're like, all right, finished up putting down that rebellion on Agri-World 7, you know, just a couple of hillbillies with laslocks, didn't know what the fuck they were doing, just forgot to pay the tithe one year, but not a problem. Fucking killed them all, resettled the place, job done. And it's like, okay, where are we going to next? Armageddon? I got to write a letter to the wife. Might be called Ninth Company. Yeah. I gotta get my will in order. Honey? Yeah, no, everything's fine. But you might want to move to the catchment area of the nearest Scoloprogenium. The kid's gonna need it. I'm getting out of here. It was a rather sharp piece of fruit, Commandant. That's right. All right, Marshal Blackadder, here's what you do. Stick your pants on your head and put a couple of toothbrushes up your nose. They'll think you've gone loopy and send you back to Krieg. Favor returned. Yeah, man.
Every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All in
Industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty. To hold the line.
We cannot.
This motherfucker.
Victory to be had.
This motherfucker. I thought that's kind of cool. Obviously, you see, guys, look, you see the Gargant here. But here and here, you see the two of the hive cities that were displayed in the map. Now, obviously, it might be slightly off. But these guys, yeah, it's not. Maybe I'm thinking it because obviously it feels like this would have to be here and this one would have to be here, but it's close enough. Again, sorry. The Krieg's been getting the guys up, and you see them standing up with bayonets.
The greenskins will soon reach our world.
I love that.
In numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty. To hold the line.
We cannot.
The fuck he just say?
Victory to be had.
The fuck he just say?
I cannot ask you to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago.
Over the top! Go, go, go!
Flee. All of you.
Flee. Make for the evacuation transport.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life.
Do you think Yarrick was there the entire time? Because he executes him. Like, I think Yarrick was either there the entire time or the governor knew that what was going to happen was he was going to get killed or something because he tried to get the men out. But I'm also kind of curious if the woman that said, we're ready, if she was in on it and if she knew. Or if she just assumed, oh, it's another daily speech for the men kind of thing. I think Yarrick came in shortly after the governor started his address. I think the governor's been like making speeches every day to try and like rally the men and everything. And I think this was just meant to be another daily broadcast. And like, that's why like the men were just like, that's why the men were kind of like tuning it out. And then suddenly when he said, we cannot, that's when they all went, what the fuck? And that's when Yarrick was like, what's this motherfucker up to? Yeah. Yeah.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon!
Make ready.
I just love it. I'm listening to Yarrick's speech one last time, and then I'm going to look at the model. I just love it. It just cuts straight in, like, it's funny, like, the governor's speech is very, like, long-winded. If you look, like, 2 minutes of this is the governor's speech, and then it's about, like, 25 seconds of Yarrick's speech, 25 seconds. Like, yeah. We need these governors to stop shitting their pants. Yeah.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon!
Make ready.
Yeah. Like, this music's really good as well. Okay, so now that we've basically broken down the trailer in excruciating detail, I mean, I think we've spent like an hour on that. But I think we've got everything. Anything you think we missed, obviously let us know. But yeah, I just love the iron resolve in the Yarrick speech. Like, it's very, 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 very good. Yeah. Now, let's take a look at his model. Let's take a look at his model. So, I'm just going to say it. I really like the model that GW's come up with here. It's just a remastering of the old one. I mean, let me bring the old one up for your viewing pleasure. So it's just a remastering of this one. And that's great. They have a comparison in the article. Oh, that's great, to be fair. Yeah, there you go. Can we get a nice close-up of that? Yeah. There you go. That's better. So, like, the old Yarrick was from a very, very long time ago. Truth be told. Like, this is... Like, and I own this model, and it's cool, don't get me wrong, but it is very much a product of its time. Yeah, yeah. Like, the crab claw is cool. Don't get me wrong, but like, this to this was already an insane glow up, right? It was already an insane glow up. This one to this one, I do think it is a big improvement. And let me point out some areas where I think it's a big improvement. The face is a big one for me. The old Yarrick face, I bet when I built and painted this model, the old Yarrick face was definitely I mean, he looked like a zombie. Like, don't get me wrong, he's a great model, but I would say the cheek, yeah. He just looked a little too necrotic. Right? Other than that, the model's great. I mean, other than that, the model is literally great. But yeah, he just looks a little yeah, he looked gaunt. Yeah. New Yarrick looks like old and fucked up, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't look like a fucking undead zombie. Yeah, yeah. Ironically, he doesn't look younger per se. He just looks more alive. Yeah. The old one was metal and then failcast. Yeah. In terms of the rest of the model, though, and the head, the head's a little big for the body and all this kind of stuff, but it's fine. In terms of the rest of the model, though, it is absolutely immaculate. And even though the power claw is ridiculously big, he does have the servo harness that helps him lift up and everything. So that's great. So yeah, the rest of the model is basically immaculate. It didn't really need much improving on. They didn't need much. There's not much else to say about it. Like, it just works. The new Yarrick, I do think, is a big step up. Now, I think the main thing for me that I like about is the face improvements. I do think they've obviously looked at the old model, and when it comes to the new model, they've put an effort into improve the face. I think that was the biggest weakness of the old model. I think it's a big improvement on the new model. As for the rest of it, there's a couple of changes. So you can see here he's got like a star on his sash now rather than a winged skull. It's a small difference. I'm okay with it. This very well may be a... This is more of a generic symbol. This very well may be more of a medal that he has earned. And also, the funny sort of way harkens back to this one. If you look, this one, he has the star on his chest. So that's fine. As for the... his little... I don't know what you call it. He's got like a little... what do they call it? The Felden Gendarmerie used to have it for the Germans as well. He's got the little bit of metal on a chain around his neck. Yeah. Is it gorget? Yeah. The gorget. Yeah. That's been upgraded now. So it used to be silver. Now it's gold. Again, could simply be an aesthetic change. Could be some sort of promotion. He's gone from Commissar to like Lord Commissar, for example. The Stormbolter has changed very slightly. So you can see the... it used to have the wreath around the edge there. Now it's got the wreath on top. You used to have the skull on side. Now it doesn't. Minor changes, both of which are a slight change in style. Doesn't kill the model for me at all. Like, functionally, you can see it's the same. It's the same Stormbolter. You know, it's not a complete... Like, if you look at the difference, like, this is a very different design to this. This is just a slight reimagining of this one. Yeah. The old Stormbolter was better looking. I'm not totally convinced, you know. Truth be told, I'm not totally convinced. I don't think you're wrong. I think it will just come down to personal preference. One thing I have noticed is he's wearing a glove in this one. He's not wearing a glove in this one. You could always paint it to be a glove, though, if you wanted to. He's got the same pistol. He's got the same sword. The sash in this one is more draped over the sword. In this one, it's more billowing out. You can see, in fact, in general, you can see there's sort of wind billowing his clothes a little bit. If I was to make a slight complaint, I'm not a massive fan of the little billowing bits because they could snap off quite easily. Whereas these ones, because they're basically molded into the model, they can't snap off. So there's that. Obviously, difference between tactical rock and not tactical rock, but it's the same wide-legged pose. I'm not overly against. Some people see tactical rocks and start spitting feathers. Me personally, I have no strong feelings one way or another about them. Some characters have them, some characters don't. It's fine. Like, you don't really notice them on the tabletop in many cases. Yeah. The power claw has changed, obviously. I think the two areas of biggest change. So apparently he's got like servo legs now. So he's like so old, like he's like it's funny because like he's really old. So he's basically got like an exoframe. It kind of reminds me of the exoframe that Amos has in Eisenhorn, which is kind of funny. But yeah, he's so old at this point, like he's got magic legs. Lieutenant Dan, you got magic legs. The big one I think that's changed is the hat and the power claw. Now, has the power claw got bigger? Or has it got smaller? I don't know. Maybe we need to have a look at... Is there another angle of this? I think it's got bigger. It's definitely bigger on the back end. Like, and you can see, like, if you look at this one, the power claw is, you know, it's mostly Yarrick's own arm with the exoskeleton helping it up. In this one, like, it goes... In this one, it's definitely got bigger. It's definitely got bigger. But ironically, so has the power pack. So like Yarrick's, I will say this, Yarrick's old power pack was a little small. It was like, I've got the old man, right? I know exactly where, of course I know where my Yarrick is. No, he's right at the back. Oh, is he down here or is he on the... I've got him on two... He's either on... He's on one of two shelves. I say I know where Yarrick is. He's on one of two shelves. I assumed he was my Steel Legion. He might be up top, though. I feel like he's mixed in with the Inquisitorial Warband. Where are you? He must be up here then. Was he one of these? Ah, there he is. I knew where he was. I knew where he was. There you go. So, let me show you guys. So you look at the old Yarrick model, and the backpack's a lot smaller. But the claw's still pretty fucking massive. Right? I'll tell you what, it's been a long time. It's been too long since I had my Yarrick in my hand. I'm actually really proud of the way. I'm actually really proud of this paint job. I could improve it a little bit now, but I painted this a long time ago. Yeah. I painted him a long time ago. Anyway, I could just do his couple of his teeth. And then maybe a little bit of edge highlighting on the coat. And he'd be Gucci. Anyway. Point is, the backpack's a lot bigger now. So the claw has got bigger, but the backpack's got bigger as well. Yeah. The backpack's got bigger as well. So there you are. I'll tell you one thing. He's got all his teeth back. He used to have a couple of teeth missing. He's got all his teeth back now. And the Bale eye is a little different, but not massively. Yeah. The cables going into the side of his head are bigger. They used to be more like they stick out a lot. Yeah, they stick out a lot now. Whereas before, they used to sort of snake round under his hat and into the side of his head. But these are all tiny, tiny changes. The skull on the end of the sword is still the same. That's a nice touch. Overall, obviously the colors change as well. Used to be black, now it's red. But then it used to be red, then it went to black, now it's back to red. So there you are. So let's read the art. So let's read the article. I mean, he could be. I think he's on a whatever size base Creed's on. I think he's on the same size base as Creed. So let's see what they say. Armageddon is burning. The orcs are without number. The Imperial's defenders are on the brink. Only one man can wrench the planet back from certain doom. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick returns to Armageddon with a cool new miniature that pays tribute to the Yarrick models of the past. That's true. That is true. They have got elements of both. You know what? They have got elements of both of the old characters in here. Like red versus red. Stormbolt is pretty similar. I mean, I think basically it's mostly this one with a better face and the same colored power claw, but they've also like... Okay, so it's the color of the hat and the claw from this one. And the cross here is back over here. And then the rest of it's from this one. So, true, They actually... I mean, guys, just pause for a second. They actually looked... GW actually looked at their history and then used that to make a new model. GW never fucking does that anymore. GW's been doing a lot of the... Oh, well, we didn't want to be... You know, GW's almost... It seems like they've been embarrassed of their past sometimes. You know? Seems like they've been doing a lot of the Halo show. Oh, we wanted to make it our way, not the way of the past. All that kind of stuff, you know? Like, but this is like... They actually... There's someone at GWHQ who still gets the guard. Whoever that beautiful bastard is, well done. The one complaint I do hear people saying is the hat's a bit small. I think the hat is just slightly more realistically proportioned. I know there's been a bit of a issue with Commissar hats getting smaller and smaller. This one definitely feels bigger than the... I think the hats went too small and they're getting bigger again. I'm pretty certain. This guy's hat is definitely smaller than Yarrick's hat. Yarrick's hat is definitely a step in the right direction. Look, wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. Hefty, hefty, hefty. Yeah, that's better. And the Lord Commissar's hat here is in the right direction. Big hats are coming back. We just had that one Commissar whose hat was just too small. But the big hats are back now. But no, I really like that they actually looked to their past and built a model off that. Again, I feel like GW's, they're learning. They turned the franchise around. I've told you, GW know when they need to turn things around. The heroes of Hades Hive still sports the iconic pose, raising his pilfered orc power claw high and shouting defiance at his foes. You'll notice the blazing bionic eye, billowing sash, and shoulder epaulets and distinctive hat have all carried through from earlier versions of the miniature. Yep. Yeah, it's great. Old Bale Eye also looks older than ever before, with his aging body now held together with servo-enhanced calipers and an iron will. Like, at some point, they're going to have to give him rejuvenant treatment, right? Look closer, and you'll notice he still carries a las pistol in a holster at his hip. The same weapon he used to execute the cowardly, traitorous official in the animation above. So he killed him with the las pistol. Yeah. Yarrick mods across the years from 1990s left, 2000s right, in its latest incarnation center. We'll be learning more about Yarrick and the wider war for Armageddon very soon. Sign up. I actually want to check something. I want to check if he had a in his last data sheet, if he had a las pistol. He never even made it to Legends, did he? He never even made it to Legends. That was so sad.
Like a day on the farm.
Just realize I need to make sure, guys, make sure with Yarrick coming back, make sure you've got your Imperial Infantryman's Handbook. If you don't have this, you will get executed. Like, this is a instant executable offense if you don't have your Imperial Infantryman's Handbook. Right. Did he make it to 9th? He got axed in 9th, didn't he? Yeah. So, last 8th edition, this is the 8th edition codex. I want to see if he had a las pistol in that. No, he had a bolt pistol in that. Interesting. So, he had a bolt pistol in the 8th edition codex. He had a bolt pistol and storm bolter. And he had a power claw. God, I'm looking back, guys. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. He was in 9th, wasn't he? He was in 9th edition, but not in the 9th Codex, I don't think. I'm going to find out now. I think we lost him. Yeah, he wasn't in here. Strachan was in here. Strachan. This book was so good. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, he was in 9th edition because of the 8th edition codex that carried over, but he wasn't in the 9th edition codex. Yeah. He got the De Gloria Yarrick in it. So yeah, there we go. Hats smaller than previous hats, but actually kind of okay overall. I do probably still prefer the old hat over the new hat, but I think on balance, I think the new model is very good. I give it a 9 out of 10. I take off half a point for the hat being... It's bigger than the current Commissar hat, but it's still Yarrick's smallest hat. And I'm actually going to take a point off because I think the power claw, the way it's like on his arm, it's slightly off. Oh, but it's only a little thing. Yeah, so it's only half a point. Yeah. But overall, guys, what do you give Strachan? I give him a 9 out of 10 for his model, and I give him a 100 out of 10 from coming back. This is all. Let me just chat some shit for a moment here, guys. This is all I've wanted. This is what I have been beefing about, complaining about, raging about, salting about for like years at this point. But truly, my salty stew peaked at in the last 12 months. But I kept saying, like, I've like not changed. I've not changed. I know what I like what I know. I've always, my demands, my asks of GW have always been very reasonable and very the same. Just have my guys feel like my guys. Stop taking my toys away from me. All I want is for you to all I want is cool toys, cool lore, and for you to stop fucking with me. That's all I want. There's no such thing as datasheet bloat. There's no such thing as unit bloat. The agony of choice is always good. Like, the dreaded policy is bad. Like, all I've ever wanted from Games Workshop is the same thing. I've always asked for them. Let me play with my models. Give me new stuff. That's it. That's it. And it feels like for years, Games Workshop has been like actively working against the community. Like, between the dreaded policy and some frankly awful lore changes in every meaning. It's looked like GW's been. It looks like 40k's been circling the shitter. Like, the last 3 years is just. The last 3 years will go down. If 11th edition turns things, I'll say this: if 11th edition turns things around, and we just get normal Games Workshop back. I'm not asking for chud GW or anything like that. We just get normal GW back, where they fuck us on the price, but they at least give us cool lore and decent models that keep adding. They stop taking things away from us. They just keep giving us new shit. As long as we get normal GW back, like, that's all I've ever asked for. And I really, really hope this is a turning of the franchise. I really hope that 11th edition is the edition of game. Because if it is, we will all look back on 10th edition and the 3 years of 10th edition as like probably the worst period in 40k. I'm going to call it right now. I actually think it is worse than 6th and 7th edition. And I'll tell you why I think it's worse than 6th and 7th edition. Because 6th and 7th edition gave, even though the balance was utterly gigafucked, beyond compare, beyond anything you've seen, at least there was lots of new stuff to look forward to. There's always a cool book. There was always, the lore was pretty decent in many places, not every place, but in many places. And, you know, the Fall of Cadia was a bit of a pisser, but, you know, that's when it started going funny. But there was always new models to look forward to. But the last 3 years have just been, like, awful. Like, the lore's been bad. The prices have been bad. The fucking models have been... They started turning things around after the Blood Angel debacle, but a couple of years there, they weren't even good models. And it's like, it's, you know, it's just nice. It just feels like the last 3 years have just been, it's been the addition of loss. You know what? And you know what? Some of the models have been great. Like, we've been getting guard refreshes. You know what? I'm just going to take all of that out and just say, it's just been the last 3 years being the addition of loss has been terrible. Utterly terrible. Lore has been whatever. You know, there's been some bad lore changes. Some models have been good, some models have been bad. But the addition of loss has just been terrible. Like, who thought in Games Workshop, like, frankly, who in GW thought it was a good idea to slash every single faction's armies to the fucking bone and do nothing to, and do very little to replace them? I mean, goddammit, Death Guard don't have cultist guys. Like, 10th edition has been peak dreaded policy, peak Corpo GW. It's been awful. Like, GW might think it looks good on a balance slate, but it's been awful. But this, we're not going to get salty. This gives me hope. That trailer was badass. And the model is great. And I fucking pray that this is the turning of the worm. I pray this is them turning the franchise around. I really, 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 really do. Maybe hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. But I'm going to take that step. I'd rather take the step and end up disappointed than be afraid to take the step at all. There you are. There we go. And it's all of this. All of this is just a single trailer and single model. Like, just think about that for a second. You might think I'm blowing out of proportion. I am a little bit. But just think for a moment how hyped. Think of how beaten down. Like, actually, think of how fucking beaten down we've been. If a single model and a single trailer can reignite our hope like this. We've all got quite used to losing with GW. It would be nice to get used to winning with them. At least, that's what I think. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below if you're watching this post live, or in the live chat if you're watching it right now. Mad Larky, think how much hype and hope community experiencing over Yarrick's turn. Exactly, man. Exactly. Now, there was a couple of things I want to say. No Steel Legion coming back. Well, we could talk about, I'll tell you what, why don't we cover that in in a moment. We'll catch some super chats, and I can show you guys where to get Steel Legion. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Chris K, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. Brilliant trailer. Piggybacking John Merton's question, how much do you think Yarrick will cost? My guess Yarrick held to start of new W character model prices, £35 to £45, my cynical guess. No, he'll be 29. I think. Whatever Prince Uriel was, I think he'll be the same as that. Maybe 30. Because Twin Lance was... Because normally single model characters are 27. And then special characters are 29. Can we... Oh, by the way, maybe... Quick side note, you've got me thinking when saying Bruce, you got me thinking with Uriel. Guys, was it just me? Like, please, I have a blind spot here. I'm not an Eldar player. But did anyone else not really give a fuck about Prince Uriel coming back? Or like it seemed like a deal, but not like a big deal. You know? Like it was a thing. It was like noteworthy. But it wasn't like entire internet ablaze, right? And I feel like not quite as much, but to a certain extent also like Huron Blackheart coming back. Like Huron Blackheart coming back is very cool. Don't get me wrong. Like he's cool. But it still was all right. It still was all right. Like, it was pretty cool. Maybe it's just because, obviously, I'm a guard guy. But it feels to me like Yarrick coming back is a big deal for everyone. Even if you don't play guard. Even if you don't play guard, you know Yarrick coming back is a really, really big fucking deal. I don't know. It feels like, you know, oh, Prince Uriel, don't give a shit. Oh, Huron Blackheart, don't give a shit. Fucking Yarrick. The CGI trailer helps. Deathwatch Vet, great point. Did you... Guys, think about that. Who else got a fucking dedicated trailer to them coming back? Like, I don't even think Calgar got one. Was it Titus? Titus got the secret level episode, didn't he? Yarrick coming back is such a big deal that GW made him a fucking trailer. It's not just, it seems like it's a big deal. It is a big deal. Even GW knows it's a big fucking deal. Baby. So literally, guys, send me to the black ships. I've been saying this for years. Have I not been saying that after Space Marines, the Imperial Guard is the biggest fucking community in Warhammer? Bigger than, like, everyone thinks, like, people think the Guard are kind of niche, but I think GW has realized how fucking fanatical we are. Because look at like loads of other factions. Oh, you got your codex and a character, now off you fuck. What did the Guard get? Fucking, we've had 2 range refreshers in 2 editions. Like, no, like, the only other people that can claim that are the Space Marines. GW knows, like, treat the Guard good, treat the Guard community good, we'll treat you good. That's it. We're absolutely frothing fanatical zealots. Yeah. And so, no one else, even if you got a range refresh, did you get a fucking, did you get a trailer for your main dude coming back? Psst, did you fuck? The guard, we get treated good now. Our codex was a bit shit. Balance patches have been a bit dodgy. But from, a model point of view, hey, our codex was, good on release, but it got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. The problem is, I'll say this, GW put the effort in with the codex itself. It was the codex aftercare which they fucked. And interestingly, they kind of fucked it for everyone. We didn't, we weren't singled out in that case. Yeah. This the last 12 months of GW's been generally quite shit. They've obviously been working on 11th edition. Yeah. But not only have we had 2 range refreshes, but what was I going to say? It was quite a big deal. We got 2 Grotmus detachments as well. And both Grotmus detachments we got were really good. In fact, one was so good it had to be taken out back and shot behind the chemical sheds. Making a note, MG is very precious about his aftercare. Dude, I care, man. I've only ever cared. Yeah. By the way, it feels nice to be able to be hyped about this again. Yeah. Honestly, GW, if you, by some miracle, come across a live stream and the stream highlight and everything afterwards, stop taking people's toys away. Bring all the shit back that you took off us. Don't even need to give plastic models. Just fucking give it us back and just stop fucking with us, man. Yeah. JM the Goose, thank you for super chat. I think it's an awesome reputation, the guard. Me too. Me too. I think they did a good job with it. Yeah, yeah. Perhaps the term means something different on this side of the pond. It does, Squawk. I don't know if it was meant to be a joke or something. I thought the joke was you were the GW spy being make note. Guard players care about being looked after. If it meant something else, I don't know what it meant. Rapture later, thank you for the 26 months, man. Rate my Yarrick digital kit bash I whipped up in stream discussion. Hey, it looks pretty good. Yeah, it looks pretty good. GW's like, God damn it! See, here's the thing, though. I'm going to say something, and I'm going to stand by it. I'd rather have the GW official model and pay more for it than your one. And don't take that as you've done a bad job, Raptulator. You haven't. In any way, shape, or form, it's a great model. I think you've done really, really well with it. But this is where I say, voting with your wallet positively and negatively is important. Right? This is where I stand by the point of piracy is a service issue. I only started 3D printing models when GW... I only turned to that after 2 decades, if not longer, of supporting Games Workshop. I only turned away from them when it felt like they turned away from me. When it felt like they were fucking me over. I didn't turn on GW. GW turned on me first. I've never had an issue. I used to buy only and I used to buy only GW paints, GW brushes, GW models. I didn't even mind going to my local GW and buying from there. I wasn't that bothered about using third-party retailers. You know, I did a bit of Element Games, but that was it. I've never had an issue. I will say this again. Piracy is a service issue. If GW fucks people, they will go elsewhere. If GW doesn't fuck people and actually releases good models and does a good job and, you know, gives people what they want, like Yarrick and, you know, they gave us proper Daddy Creed and all this kind of stuff, I'd buy every single one of them. I haven't bought a single new character that GW's put out. The only way GW, like, solves 3D printing and all that kind of stuff is by just giving the best possible service they can do. If GW did New Steel Legion, I'd buy them GW. Exactly. But caveat, the models need to be easy to build as well. Like, there's so many levels this comes down on. Like, GW's models need to be fun to build. GW's models need to be for stuff we actually want. Not stuff they're telling us we should buy, but stuff we actually want. All this kind of stuff. And then the prices aren't a problem, Games Workshop, as crazy as that sounds. Yeah. I will buy Yarrick new. I've said this. I will buy Yarrick new in box from Games Workshop because this is a good model and it deserves the support. Yeah. But, you know, I won't buy any of the new Deathcore of Krieg, the plastic ones, because even though, yay, they're in plastic, they're awful to build. Yeah. Denzel Wenzel, thank you for super chat, man. Wonderful stream MG. Hobby update and stream discussion on my dwarves. Both are Thanes. One is on the BSB. The other one is Hand Weapon and Shield. Have a wonderful time, and I might get back to my guard army. Fix bayonets, brother. Fix bayonets, brother. Let's have a look. I can't see the models, man. Oh, here we go. Nice. Dude, they look amazing, man. I really like the transfers you've done on them. Honestly, if you want any feedback, I'd say just like go over the model in Null Oil. Because you've not shaded it, it looks a little flat in places. Just a light shade of Null Oil over the whole thing. Or, you know, do Beltan green on the green and do Drakenhof Nightshade on the banner. But the rest of it, you could pretty much go over in Null Oil and it would just come out really nicely. Yeah. But the base colors you've got down there, very good. Yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. And not a child soldier in sight. I mean, a marine in sight. Love the trailer. Not a marine in sight. Chris K, I missed your super chat, did I? It might not be. It might be on not be on my back end being stupid. 1 minute. It's my back end being a bit stupid with the amount of super chats we got coming in. Chris K, I didn't do it on purpose, man. I do apologise. Chris K, let's have a look. Hail Mordin, hobby update in chat. Yeah, not a marine in sight is a big deal, though. You know, it's cool. The guard getting a bit of respect is cool as fuck. Like, I'm gonna watch that trailer 10 more times after stream. He's only gone and done it. He's built a fucking wyvern. My God. That's the first one I've seen in 10th edition. First one I've seen in years. Oh, but 1 minute. A bit of a question for you. So let's start with accumulating cable server. My hobby storage space has been something of premium lately. How do you go about storing your miniatures for the long term? Haven't touched my orc army in a while, but with the leverages coming up, I'm not certain I want to get rid of them either. Concerning bringing Primarchs back, I do believe that bringing a new one back does even out the Imperium getting bent over in a new and creative way. Us behold the last salvage of my pile of shame. Not the pinup. Note the pinup. Cadia stands. Oh yes, Cadia stands. Also preview image for the next Paint and Chill song request. Let's have a look. It looks good, man. I love the American Power Armor in the background as well. Cool. Trench Tracy. Love that. Mordian certified beef. Amazing. Hey, looks cool. And dude, well done on getting all your armor reactivated. I always feel, I don't know, I've said this before, I always feel like when I'm building like guard tank stuff, especially if I'm like restoring one or bringing one out the pile of shame or something, it feels like almost reactivating a piece of armor that's been back at the back of the Soviet storage yard for a little bit. Yeah. It looks really good, man. You've nailed the colors on that. Really, really good. I love the Cadian pinup as well. Just seeing that as well. Nice. That's cool, man. That's really cool. What do we got here? We've got Harvard Stream. Thank you for the 45 months. X-Force, baby. This is not a drill. The old man is back. He's back. And I couldn't be happier. Well, I could be. I could be happy if Steel Legion came back as well, but we'll get to that in a moment. It's a testament to how good Yarrick coming back is and how good the trailer coming back. The trailer is that I'm even like more hyped on Yarrick than worried about Steel Legion not coming back. But that's because I'm not worried about Steel Legion because I can find the Steel Legion. Yeah. Munitions Dud Tester. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for coming. Thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. But Mountain, if we get a Gaz, Uthak team up or fight with Uthak's stolen Eldar gateway tech involved, perhaps I'll sit up and pay attention. Lol. I don't know who Uthak is actually, to be honest. That sounds like a New York war boss that I don't that no one knows about. Let's have a look. Uthak or Uthak Blackhawk? Who the fuck is Uthak Blackhawk? Was he limited edition? This model genuinely passed me by. Or was it a Black Library model? Ah, that's right. That's why. Oh, yeah, it was a Black Library novel written by Mike Brooks. Hence why I paid zero attention to it. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. The model itself looks alright. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like the new green that GW does for the Orc skin. I think the darker green just looks so much better. If you did that in the darker green, I think it would look sick. Yeah, the squig is like the mobile, like the squig is like the mobile, like weapon mount is actually quite cool. Yeah. Although I do feel like it's gonna bite its tongue off there if it's not careful. Maybe the squig just doesn't care. Yeah. There you are. Let's have a look. We've got Slepentus. Thank you for the 8 months, man. No Steel Legion trailer is disappointing. It is a little disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, I don't think we're gonna get any Steel Legion. But hopefully, the bare minimum GW could do is paint up some Kriegers as Steel Legion and officially sanction Kriegers and Steel Legion being similar. The bare minimum. Even then, I'd prefer it if they just gave us Steel Legion models, but that's the bare minimum. Yeah. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat. Close-up shot and street discussion. Wings, not doors. Shoot. Let's have a look. Yeah, I thought so, man. Seems to be shooting from the wings, not doors. Yeah, you can, like, there's the wings. It's definitely coming from the midpoint in the wings. Yeah, you could definitely see it's coming from the midpoint in the wings. I think we could be getting a new flyer. I think we could do. But I also think that I think it's going to be a Valkyrie with 2 multi-lasers underneath the wings. Hey, you know what, though? Maybe it explains... It's all falling into place. Why hasn't the Valkyrie had any updates whatsoever in 10th edition? Because it's getting refreshed in 11th edition. What did I say about 10th edition? I said 10th edition. What did I say about Warhammer? What's bad now will be good in the next edition. What's bad now? Flyers. What featured prominently in this trailer on both sides? Flyers. I think 10th edition... Varak said 10th edition is about fast attack stuff, like fast fighting stuff, fast moving stuff. Flyers move pretty fast. There you go. I think we're going to see a new Valkyrie. And I think it's going to be a Valkyrie, Vendetta, Vulture, not like combined kit, but it's going to be a more comprehensive kit. Yeah. Vendetta's laser with its wings. It does with their las cannons, and these were rapid fire lasers. They look like strafing. Not like las cannons. They look like multi-shot weapons. Yeah. If the Vendetta could take multi-shot lasers. Yeah. I'd love flyers to come back and be half decent. Yeah. There's a certain allure of the air cav, which I would be in. And my 2 Vendettas, I have 2 Valkyries, by the way, but they're battered, old, and kind of shit. And they've been repainted so many times, the paint's really thick on them. So I'd be tempted to sell my old Valkyries and get some new ones. Yeah, I would be. What have we got here? What do we got next? Let's have a look. Oh. Pardon me. If I didn't say it's for Munitions Stud Tester, thank you for renewing your channel membership, man. And then we've got Monkey Fist. Marshall, thank you for the super chat. Finish the river in stream discussion. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's amazing, man. It actually looks like water. But I want to go swimming in it. Look at that. Like, I worry that, like, the table's going to get wet. That my brain is like, wait, but the table's going to get wet. That's how good it looks. Like, genuinely. That's very, 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 very good. Some very impressive terrain. Yeah, yeah. That's a, like, I want to play on that board. The amount of the game system, I want to play on that board. Yeah. That's cool. I love this. The Quad Diner. Defend Burger Town. Yeah, that looks awesome, man. Like, actual 10 out of 10 terrain, man. Amazing. I'm actually getting inspired to do some more terrain. I've got some that I need to build, and I really want to do it to get it sorted. Yeah. So I might do a lot of terrain building this, not this week, maybe next week. Yeah, this week I've got to get ready for the K47 event. Dissident, thank you so much for the super chat, man. This channel seems way cooler than Scamracks. Oh, I didn't say it. you know. You know, I'm just... I couldn't possibly say. Hey, we stream longer over here. Also, thank you for becoming a channel member, mate. 007. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for becoming a channel member. Wise Old Worm. When did lasguns stop shooting red beams? Have I been Mandela affected? Also, hobby update Discord. Lasguns have always fired different colors of beam. Like, everyone remembers the red ones from Dawn of War 1 and, like, Space Marine games. But truth is that they've been described as firing all sorts of different colors in various Black Library novels. And even as far back as, like, the second Gaunt's Ghost book and Dawn of War 2, they've fired different colors. So it seems like, I mean, the explanation in universe is different patterns of lasgun. Yeah. Love the hobby update, man. Is that a Guardian? Yeah, it is. 50 cal MMG and a flamer. Very nice. Very, very nice. I'm loving the Byzantine theme for it, man. With the cross on the front and the purple. That's really cool, man. Nice. Excellent work, sir. And it's awesome to see some K47 on the stream, man. Pizza Profit, thank you so much for renewing your membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Let me have a look. We've also got Denzel Panther. Thank you for super chat, man. Start my second guard army. Pictures and stream discussion. Look at the inspiration. People busting out the people are busting out the piles of shame. They're busting out the fucking they're getting the hobby on. I mean, this is the power of hype, of natural hype, of good hype. Over the last few streams, I began to build and paint my second guard army after my traitors. The Apple Core of Craig. A bit memey, but it made me enjoy hobbying again. Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool, bro. I love it. It's great. It's like lumping. Is it lumping Crooks fighting Cox from Old World, but in 40k? Great, man. Lemon Rosie, that's cool. Dude, looks good. Yeah. It looks really good. And I love the theme of the army. I genuinely, I love the theme of it, man. That's next up for these guys. Let's have a look. Oh, a minute. There we go. Nice. Some little heavy weapon teams. Very cute, actually. Look at Dr. Ock over here. Halfling Doc Ock is great. Nice. Hey, looking good, man. Hey, as long as you're enjoying it and it's making you hot, it's fueling the hobby juices, then sounds good to me, man. Joshua Hammer, thank you for super chat, bro. Hey, Mordian, I just shared my British 7th Armoured in stream discussion, all weathered up and ready to fight the Desert Fox, Rommel, and the Italians. Let's have a look, man. Nice, bro. They look great, dude. Holy shit, is that a Crusader? Or maybe a little later? It looks like one of the cruiser tanks. I'm not sure if it's a Crusader, a Covenanter, or something completely different. It looks cool, though. I love that, man. I need to get some of this armor for my Brits. That's a Valentine, I'm pretty certain. Yeah. And that's a Matilda too. That's my fave. Ah, nice. Dude, looking most excellent, sir. Most excellent indeed. Really, really cool, man. Really, really cool. Excellent stuff, sir. Excellent stuff indeed. Very, very nice. Love a bit of Desert Rats. That's what I chose to do my British Army bot action on as well. We've got Cosmic. Thank you for super chat. Hobby update, stream discussion, snow pictures, and a meme. My God. Let's have a look.
More terrain, Cosmic? My God, he's gone terrain mad. That's pretty cool, though. Always good to have lots of... That's very snowy. That's very snowy. That's kind of cool. The reports of my death are greatly exaggerated. Very cool, man. Very, very cool. Nice. I love it, Cosmic. Nice. What have we got here? Martial Law, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part, man. Ike, thank you for 31 months. X-Force. Possible new light tank in trailer? Maybe I'm crazy. No, I don't think so. I think, yeah. That's a good shout. Because there's no las gonna rate. Let me move my face. It looks like a Chimera chassis. But I'm not convinced. I see. That looks like a bigger turret. And that looks like... I can't see any las gonna raise there. Do you know what's interesting? Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Like, fuck me. At this point, like, I am actually psychic. Like, I'm not even joking. 1 minute. Oh, where are you, fucking bastard video?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
1 minute. 1 minute. I gotta check this. No, this isn't it. Fuck you, Valrak. Fucking piece of shit. Didn't give me the right fucking trailer, did you? I know I'm right, man. I know I'm right. There was that trailer, the RE trailer, involving Tyranids and like a big wall of them. And I remember seeing the light tank there, and I called it, man. Right, 1 minute. I gotta find this. I'm not giving up. I found this, man. I fucking found this. No. I will find this. I know I'm right. Balls. I did it. I remember. I'm not giving up. I know I found this. I know I found this, man. It wasn't that one. Right, can anyone remember the trailer? And I think it was towards the beginning of the edition. and it was like, it was more art than animation, right? More picture than animation. And it was like Tyranids, it was like the 4th Tyrannic War like trailer, but not the space, not the one that they did at the beginning of the edition with like the Space Marines fighting them. Warhammer, I'm sure it's Warhammer Tyranid trailer. And I just can't find it. And I know that it existed. And in there was a tank, and I said it was and it didn't look like a Chimera, and everyone said I was crazy, and I fucking called it. And this was years ago, man. Right, Warhammer. Community turning trailer. I will fucking find this, by the way. Like, there's no, like, I'm not gonna be denied. Where would it have been? Oh, this is a bag of shit. This doesn't help me. God damn you, Games Workshop. Like, can I search Warhammer Community? Right. Tyranid. 113 results found. Fine. I'm just going to go back to like several years ago. And I'm going to prove myself right on this tiny, maybe it was Grotmus. I doubt it was though. Tiny, insignificant like point that proves I am actually psychic.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
I swear, I mean, I'm kind of in the right place here, which is kind of interesting. Already, I'm kind of in the right place. Is it that one?
An entire world is at stake. Will you save it?
1 minute.
Will you save it or consume it?
Nah, it's a bag of shit. That's not what I wanted. No, no, bag of shit. No, bag of shit. I hate it when you can't. God damn the internet being too full. You can't find anything anymore. It must have been for a campaign book or something. I'm never going to fucking find this. And I'm going to be so annoyed because I know I was right. Right, the next is 140k has been previewed. I just don't think it's this trailer. Does anyone remember? No, chat's just ignoring me, thinking I am foolish. But I know. I know that I saw this. And I know that I called it. It's just a Tyranid. Why can't I find the Tyranid video? I'm sure it was... I remember... I remember there being a trailer around the beginning of 10th edition involving, it was more of an arty trailer than a, it was more of an arty trailer than a, what do you call it, than like an animated one. And in this trailer, it showed like Tyranids attacking like the Imperium, and there was like this wall of Tyranids that was like coming through this like gap in the wall in the hive city, and then a bunch of guard units were like moving in to stop them. And one of the tanks, I said it looked like it was a new guard light tank, you know. And I said this, and then no one believed me, but I knew I was right. And now that it looks like there is a light tank coming, I need to like prove that I knew what I was talking about. But it wasn't the animated trailer. It was a different one. It was mostly artwork, though. Right. Tyrannic. Videos. Oh man, this is not helping. Articles. I thought it was like the beginning of the Tyrannic, of like the Fourth Tyrannic War. And there's like a cool little trailer with it. But I can't find it now. But I know it was... I know it existed. And I can't let it go until I found it. It was like art. It was several pieces of art, which then also got turned into like a trailer. That's the thing. And it was really, really cool. And it's cool to look at it anyway. But I wonder if it's the same tank. That's the thing. But I just cannot find it now, man. It was only a little bit. It was a little... What if GW's taken it off the website? Maybe I'm getting too close. It's not any of this shit. This is so terribly vexing. Right. 10th edition Tyranid art. I'm getting desperate now. I did not dream this. I know this for a fact. But it's so annoying that I can't find it because it's relevant, because in there was a tank and I called it. And now I look like a massive bellend because I can't find it. And I know I was right. Like. Oh. The video is with us in the room. I don't need to take my pills. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. No. I'm not crazy. I know. Man. I know. The faction guard is up. I don't see guard. See, they unlisted this video. I think they've taken it down. I know it sounds crazy. I think they've taken it down. I think it did exist because that Ogrum video was unlisted.
The Warfare has it fast passes any recent cut they've made with the exception of the new Dawn of Warfare. That's amazing, man. I am going to have to give up on this because it's completely derailing everything. It's completely derailing everything. But it's very sad because it was really cool. But I just can't find it, man. Anything here but just nice bollocks. I'm gonna have one more look and then I'm gonna give up. All right, I don't like giving up. I'm not a giver upper in any way, shape, or form. Really not a giver upper. But I'm also, you know, acutely aware that this is getting old. So I'm gonna have one think about what it could, where it could be. It's not that. It would have been not the Neurotype, not the Neurogaunts, not the Screamer Killer. I don't think it's that one, but I'll have a look. A brief and bloody history of the Titanic War. Next edition has been revealed. Right. It's not that one. No, didn't think so. It's not that one. That has got lots of beautiful art in it. It's not that one. It must have come after. It must have come afterwards. Yeah. It wasn't Hammer and Bolter. It wasn't Hammer and Bolter. It's. What's annoying me is I'm pretty certain I did a video on it. What's annoying me is I'm pretty certain I did a video on it. And that's why I'm annoyed I can't find it on my end as well. No.
Come on, you if you wanna live. I fucking found it! Oh! Ah, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you fucking feel it? Ha! Ha! Oh, Mordian's crazy! Oh, Mordian's crazy! Oh. Fuck you, chat. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Suck my dick. Alright? Let's fucking go. Right. Now, this is from 2 years ago. Alright. Fucking out. Look at it's so old, it's the old intro and everything. Right. It's the old, it's what I used to. Oh yeah. Now where was this fucking article? I'm gonna fucking find it. Right. What's happening in the galaxy? The new edition 140k. Okay, cool. Right. What's happening in the... What the fuck did I call it? What was it called? In the galaxy, in the new edition of Warhammer 40k. In the galaxy, in the new edition of 40k. Oh yeah, here you go. And it was a trailer. And I think they took the trailer. They changed. It was a trailer and they've taken the trailer down. Anyway. Read it and weep, shitheads. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Told you. Tyranids, war Tyranids coming through. All that shit, right? Look at that. That is not a Lehman Russ. That is not a Rogel Dawn. That, it's a, you can literally see, like, there's a dude coming out of a hatch on the sideway. Like, and look, the turret's different. Everything's different about it. I fucking called it, right? It's not the Rogel Dawn. It's not. It doesn't look anything like the Rogel Dawn. If you say it looks like the Rogel Dawn, you're absolutely insane. Okay, you're actually insane, man. It's not. And like I did a whole video on this. Let's have a look. I'm sure there's a trailer associated with it as well. Here's the thing. I went through, like I did a whole fucking stream on this fucking thing. There you go. Right. Anyway, see, new guard tank leaked. There you are. It's not a Liber. There was a whole. The funny thing is there was a trailer associated with this, and the trailer seems to have gone, which is kind of funny. Yeah, the trailer has... I knew it. They took the video down. I knew I was... There used to be a video on that. There used to be a trailer on that article, and it's gone. It's gone. I knew it. I fucking knew it. And like... So, anyway, the whole point of this... The whole point of this is... Who even pointed this out? Ike! I think you're right. Because look, that's not a Chimera. Like, it's a Chimera chassis, but that turret's too big up there. There's no lasgun arrays on the side. Let's go and see if we can find that in the Iron Will trailer from GW. Right. I'm assuming we still have the Warhammer Community article open. We might not do, to be fair. Yeah, we do. Cool. Alright, let's have a look.
To horizon, cities cloaked in ash and dust, all industry in ruin.
The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty, to hold the line.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had here. I cannot ask you to die
In the mud of a world that was lost long ago.
See, look. Lad's gonna raise. Lad's gonna raise. Definitely no lad's gonna raise. 1 minute. There's definitely no lad's gonna raise there. Turrets in a different place. Whole 9 yards. It's not the same tank. It's not the same tank. There you go. I don't know, man. I think it's different. I think it's different, man. I think it's a new light tank. And I think that plays into the rumor that we've heard from Valrak, where apparently the guard is getting 2 new vehicles. One is a half-track transport, and one is a
What do you call it? I've got to close. I've got too many tabs open right now. On my mad quest to vindicate myself, I went a little yumpy. A one is a light tank, a light scout, like a light scout tank. So I think we're getting Chimera. I think we're getting the mythical Daka Hellhound we've always wanted. And I think that it was previewed. I think it was 3 years ago. It was in that artwork. And I think it's just been leaked in that trailer. And I think that I was right. If we get a new scout tank and it looks anything like what I called 3 years ago, I am actually a fucking psyker. And you all need to fucking just like believe anything I say. Like, I'm put it on. If I called that 2 years ago, if I called that 2 years ago, if I called it 2 years ago, it's a big deal. For me, it just, my ego could only, I thought my ego could only get so big. It seems to have an infinite capacity for growth. All right. What do we got next? But good shout. Good spot. Yeah. Lionel Johnson, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, mate. Thank you for doing your part. Nick the Salamander, thank you for super chat. Hot take, Yarrick should have fallen in battle to Angon, sending Gaz on a revenge rampage. This whole Saturday morning cartoon, no one can ever die because they might get a model someday. It's boring. So, I think Game of Thrones ruined everything. You might think, what does that have to do with my super chat? Let me explain. Before Game of Thrones, the action, you knew the action hero wasn't going to die, but it didn't take away from the fact that you enjoyed the movie. Like, even in movies like Terminator, or like the first Alien movie, like you knew like the main character was going to survive. That's because they were the main character. But it was more about like the story and the journey that like unfolded around it. And then Game of Thrones comes along, like Die Hard as well. And then Game of Thrones comes along and it's like no characters are safe. And because Game of Thrones becomes like a rip-roaring success, suddenly for like the next decade, everyone thought that you had to kill off characters. Which when you think about it, it's actually really fucking stupid. Because characters are what like sell you on a series and also what keep you invested in a series. Case in point, The Last of Us 2. I think if The Last of Us 2 hadn't killed off Joel, spoiler alert, that we would be on The Last of Us 4 right now and the franchise would be going from strength to strength. But because they decided to go all Game of Thrones, the franchise is in the dirt. In fact, so much so that when the Last of Us 2's TV series was being made, everyone presumed they were going to retcon Joel's death because it was so stupid and so bad. So, coming back to Nick the Salamander's like comment, certain characters shouldn't die. Their death just takes you away from the universe that you love. You stop caring. If your favorite character in a TV show dies, typically you stop caring. Like most people stop caring. And a lot of people, and I'm gonna say a controversial hot take here. A lot of people poo-pooed the ending of Stranger Things. Because none of the characters really died. Like, some minor characters died here and there throughout, but none of the characters died. Do you know what? I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed the fact that I knew none of the characters were going to die. Because it meant I could just watch it and enjoy it. And just, like, not be, like, tense. I could just be excited. So, and a lot of people are like, oh no, like loads of them should have died. No, man, because remember, Stranger Things is like set in like the 80s, and in the 80s, the heroes never died. Do you know what I mean? The heroes never died. Like, imagine if in the Halo series, in game 2 or 3, Master Chief died and you had to play as someone else. Oh wait, they tried that. What was it, Halo 5? Where they tried to make you play as not Master Chief? What happened? It was already shit. It made it even shitter. What happened when Cortana stopped being like the chick in your head and started being like an absolute loony Karen and became the bad guy? It was a bad idea. What happened when they killed all the old Star Wars characters off and replaced them with new characters? It was a bad idea. So, I understand being like, Yarrick should have fallen in battle and setting Gaz in a revenge rampage, but I strongly and strenuously disagree. I don't need my dude to die to make someone else's dude better. I don't want any of them to die. I mean, I don't want Gaz or Yarrick to die because the duel between these two has spanned decades. Spawn has taken place over decades and spanned, that's it, has spanned decades. Brain failing me. Has spanned decades and crossed generations. There are generations of Wargamer who know about Yarrick versus Gaz. Neither one of them needs to die for that still to be epic. There you go. So, point being, I respect your opinion at Salamander, but I do disagree with it. And I think Game of Thrones made this thing where everyone thought their characters had to die off, but actually, it's more fun if they don't. Like minor characters and that kind of shit, yeah. That's the point. That's where they're minor characters. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? Fun Jacob, thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey! Let's have a look, man. I started painting this tank about an hour ago. First box model painted. Sneak peek at the next project. Sponge technique confirmed now. Broken paint meta for mass vehicle painting contest. It transcends systems. The sponge system transcends systems. I love that. That's cool, man. Hey! That's a... That's a lot of jackals. That's a lot of jackals, man. That's awesome, bro. I love it. Sponge meta incoming. Sponge meta incoming. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat. Meme in stream discussion. That's actually perfect. I'm mentioning Evan on that one. That's actually perfect, man. There you go. Yeah, I love that. Plot armor ain't fun. Limited time AK. You know what? If I have to choose between plot armor and my favorite character dying, I'm going to choose plot armor. like, in a video game, I never, when I, you know, franchises should know when to end, but I've never watched Stargate SG-1 or Stargate Atlantis and ever thought, oh, this would be so much better if Jack O'Neill just, like, died in, like, season 2. I've never watched DS9 and thought, wouldn't it be great if Cisco just fucking died? You know? Like, they're the main characters. They're the thing which the story is built around. It's so stupid to kill them off. And the thing is, people should die, but it should be used very sparingly so that it's impactful. Yeah. 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 There you go. Don't you see it's better if all your heroes get old and washed up and then die on screen in a whimper? Exactly, to numbers. Yeah. Here's the thing, like... So, by the way, Firefly... It's so funny, I've been rewatching it. Firefly has been announced. Like, they're bringing back Firefly. And... they're doing it as an animated series. And at first, I was like... Not sure how I feel about that. But then I realized... A lot of time has passed. It makes sense to do it. They want to continue the story rather than like from where it left off. So doing it animated makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it's after Serenity. Yeah. And when I think about it, like, that makes sense. Rather than having, like, all of the, like, characters, some of them are getting a bit on, you know, getting on a bit now. Like, trying to, like, get through a bunch of moves that they can't do anymore. It makes sense to, like, be like, okay, you know, let's go in an animated direct. I mean, it could still be shit, you know what I mean? But, like, yeah. I think it might be between, it might even between the events of Serenity and... So I know, is it Alan Tudyk? I don't know how you say it. Chewing Dick. Wash. I know the actor that plays him is coming back for it. So, who knows? Yeah. Whispering Monk. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for doing your part. Yeah. It has to be before Serenity. Unless they're going to do a retcon, you're right, it has to be before Serenity. But still, I don't mind. Like, at first when I heard it was going to be animated, I was like, I don't know. But now thinking about it, actually, I think it's better that way. Yeah, yeah. It must take place in the series and the movie. Yeah, yeah, it must do. Because it's an indeterminate... Because the thing is, it is an indeterminate amount of time between the series and the movie. So there's plenty of scope there to do it for as many seasons as can allow. Yeah. Who's the animation studio? I'm not sure, to be honest. Firefly animated series. Shadow Machine. It looks quite good. Yeah, this is the picture for it. So yeah. So yeah, look, it's not it. I like they're not doing it in like shitty 3D. They're going in a more arty style, which I think is right for it. Yeah, is Joss Whedon a part of it? So Joss Whedon has given his blessing for it, but I do not believe he is involved because he is basically blacklisted from Hollywood. We're going to try and bring Firefly back. He added that he has Joss Whedon's blessing, and the right holders, 20th Century Studio / Disney, got excited and said yes. 2 showrunners in place. And Shadow Machine is in place at the animation studio. Yeah, Joss Whedon's still cancelled at the moment. Yeah. Apparently, it's so the first episode is titled Athenia, and it's labeled episode 1201, which suggests this animated series is essentially season 2 of Firefly. The idea is the proposed series is set in the timeline between the 2002 television run and its 2005 feature film continuation, Serenity, expanding the universe while preserving continuity with the established lore, the animated format. Yeah, anyway. So, point is, I don't know how we got on the topic of Firefly coming back, but yeah, plot armor is sometimes good, and characters dying is not always. It's often not a good idea and should only be used very, like, sparingly. Otherwise, it stops being impactful. Yeah, they made Robot Chicken and BoJack Horseman. That's pretty good. I think Disney's just like... They had to go to Disney. Disney owns 20th Century Fox. So Nathan Fillion had to go to Disney and be like, are you okay with us doing this? And they were like, yes. Frankly, at this point, I think Disney's kind of desperate to make anything good. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, there is... I've got one video I want to watch here, which was sent in by Blackstone Chapter Master. It's called Empire Greatsword, and I think it's an Empire. Well, I'm going to watch this, and then I want to talk about Steel Legion proxies. It's quite cool. Nice. Like, sometimes I feel that people forget that state troops are fully trained and greatswords are the best of the fully trained people. Imagine seeing a guy get chopped in half and you're like, yeah, we can take him. It's also kind of cool to see the armor on the greatsword guy actually doing something. And the way, you know... Don't take your helmet off. Oh, that Kurgan's pretty gnarly. Did he just chop his arm off? And that's why the great swords are the noble's personal bodyguards.
Did you enjoy that?
That was quite good. There you go. Yeah, it's pretty good. They get shoes. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I think we need to talk about Steel Legion. Because obviously it's a bit of a pisser that you can't... they're not in the trailer, but I think I have... I think I have got the answer for all of you beautiful people. So give me a second. This looks extremely interesting. Maybe. It does look pretty cool. Yeah, no, it does look pretty cool. All right. So, let's have a look. Let me have a quick drink, and then I could take you guys through some of this stuff. So obviously, we've all been really hyped up and enjoying that Yarrick has come back. I mean, I'm still not over it. I don't think I'll ever be over it. It's really, really, really cool. But, and there is a big but, there is an elephant in the room, or a lack thereof, which is GW, where Steel Legion? Now, the word on the street is that Games Workshop isn't going to be bringing Steel Legion back. I know. Who knows if it's true? Maybe they will bring them back. If they do, I'll be very excited. But the word on the street is they're not going to bring them back. And apparently, there's two reasons why. One is they're not very copyrightable because they are essentially World War II German Fallschirmjäger in space. The bowl helmets and many of the other, like the Y belt webbing and all this kind of stuff. The other reason is apparently Games Workshop is a bit sensitive to the fact that they're based off World War II Germans, and they're a bit worried about people getting upset about that. I hope that's not the case. I know people like to call him James Wokeslop these days, but I really, really hope that's just people chatting shit. I've heard a few people say it, though, and I've heard it from some reputable sources, but even so, I just hope that isn't the case, because that would be so stupid. But anyway, the good news is that where Games Workshop will not tread, or for whatever reason GW won't provide us Steel Legion, the community has got your backs. And there is a variety of third-party providers who are more than happy to sell you modernized, updated Steel Legion. And they look pretty good. Many of them look really, really, really good. So what we're going to go through in this section is just have a look at three. These are three that I know, and if chat suggests any, I'll pick those up as well. But three third-party providers of Steel Legion miniatures, or counts as Steel Legion miniatures, that I think people in the community will be very, very excited for and very interested in. I'm not sponsored in this, to be clear. These are literally just, I saw the trailer, I saw people talk about No Steel Legion, and these are three things that popped into my head. Okay? So, the first one we've got here is Tiny Legend. They do a mixture of printed and printable models. So what's good about Tiny Legend? I think they make the best counts as Steel Legion. Of all the options we're going to look at, I think these guys probably have the best. The good thing about Tiny Legend is that even though these are 3D printed models, if you don't have a 3D printer, you can still buy them. Because obviously a bit of a barrier to entry to some of these things is, oh, well, I'd love to get this, but I don't have a 3D printer, and I don't know anyone who has a 3D printer. I will say the disadvantage of Tiny Legend is they are probably the most expensive option we're going to look at here today. So, but in many ways, I think the quality is arguably worth it. And another thing to bear in mind is if you're going down the Steel Legion route, you're going down a mechanized guard route, and typically you're only going to need between 4 and 6 squads of these guys. Because if you, for example, like when I run my mechanized Steel Legion, which I've done so for years, I run either 5 or 6 squads of just basic infantry inside chimeras, but of course you could run like 4 squads and then take 1 or 2 extra squads of something maybe more elite. Maybe you go for 4 squads of basic infantry and maybe you go for like a command squad after that, or you go for a unit of Kazakin, you do a head swap on them to make them look more like Steel Legion stormtroopers, all that kind of jazz, right? But so even if you see an expensive option here, it's not like you're going to have to collect 120 infantry or more like you do when you run like a typical hybrid or even an infantry guard army. Yeah. So the first guys we've got here are Tiny Legend, and it's under their Blitz Legion supplies. So you can see here they do gas masks and head swaps. So these are the printed stuff. So this is how much this is not for the STL. This is how much it costs you for the physical models. So you've got the Steel Legion helmets there, and they've even got the correct rebreather stuff here. So what's great about just getting the head swaps is there's different options for how you want to engage with this. Like, oh, do you want to take a bunch of Cadians you already have and head swap them? Sick. You're covered. That'll save you some money if you already own the Cadians. And they've got helmets, and they've got field caps, and if you want to go for some female guardsmen, you can do that as well. They've got officer caps. They've even got some sort of fancier. They've even got just the gas mask bits on their own as well. And I think you've got some veteran-looking helmets here as well. So these are the more basic ones. These are the veteran ones. But you can, if you so desire, buy the actual models themselves. And these come in various different options. So, for example, I think if you were to build a squad, you'd probably be looking at these 3 things. We're just going to have a look, see if there's any more. You've got some heavy flamer teams down. You can see there's a lot here. To be fair, you've got plasma gun guys as well. You've just got the weapon. If you just want to buy the weapons, you've got those. And again, if you just want to buy the bodies, you've got those. But basically, I think for the most part, if you're looking for whole models, these are the 3 that you want to be interested in. So this is the Blitz Legion running squad. And it's 22.95 in euros. So obviously that would be different if you're in dollars or in pounds. And this gets you 5 models. So that's what I mean. It is more expensive. It is expensive. It's actually more expensive than Games Workshop. But they are very, very good. And you can get them with the las carbines, or you can get them with the laser MP40s. Both look very, very cool. But if we bring one of these guys up, I mean, this is the closest you will get to remastered Steel Legion outside of GW providing them. This is the closest you'll get. They're very, very, very cool. I mean, the equipment on the back is amazing. They've got the boots. They've got the boot design nailed down. They've got the greatcoat design nailed down. Yeah, I mean, these are just clearly exceptional. Clearly exceptionally high quality and well done. In terms of how easy they are to put together, the bodies all come in 1 bit. The arms come in 2 bits. I mean, they'll require super glue because they'll be 3D printed. But I mean, you're looking at significantly easier than Games Workshop to put together. So if GW was to provide them, because we know what GW plastic miniatures are like, right? Now, this might sound kind of crazy, But I would probably pay for these. I would probably pay for these over let's say, converting some Deathcore of Krieg. And the reason I would do that is simply because the plastic Deathcore of Krieg kit from Games Workshop is infamously difficult to put together. That genuinely unpleasant. I have done it. I did one squad and I said I'd never do it again. So you would be paying. So the money you would be paying would be higher, but the time you would be spending would be lower. So there's that old question of what's more valuable to you, your time or your money. Yeah. So these are pretty good. So you can get 5 of the basic guys here, and you can see they are phenomenally easy to put together. And you can then also get the Sergeant retinue here as well. This is €15.50, and that will get you 3 bozos. And you can see that you get 3 bodies here, a couple of tactical rocks if you so wish. And again, look at that. That's just like the old Orc Head models, but just remastered. I want to say just like it. Obviously, it's, legally distinct from anything that Games Workshop does, of course. But what I mean is from a sort of us as a sort of consumer kind of thing, if we were looking for the old Orc Head models and GW wasn't selling them and you wanted something that was the closest you could get to it, this is it. But this is even ahead. This is heads and shoulders above, those old Steel Legion sculpts. And I love those old Steel Legion sculpts, but we'll come back to those in a moment. So yeah, you can buy these, and then you've got the melter gun guy, and that does contain 2 guys with melter guns. Some of the designs on these are really cool. Like that actually reminds me of an old anti-tank rifle. That's really, really cool. And yeah, and again, you can see that here. And then you've got the plasma gun guys. And plasma gun and melter gun are the best options. So obviously you can't put double plasma on a squad. But, if you were buying, let's say 2 squads of these, you could buy, let's have a look. You could buy 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. And that would get you 2 10-man squads with a plasma gun and a melter gun and a sergeant in each one. Because if you look at the sergeant retinue and the weapons they come with, like, one's like a Voxcaster guy as well. So that's perfect. Yeah, so you have a Voxcaster for each squad, sergeant for each squad, all that kind of stuff. And also you can use these for officers and everything. So, yeah. Now, if you were to do that, like I said, it would be expensive. Let's work out the cost of it for a squad. You've got $22.95, $15.45, and $8.95. So we'll just do 22. Was it 95? Yeah, 15.45 and 8.95. Plus 15.45 plus 8.95. You're looking at €47.35. Which, if we convert that to dollars, euro to dollar, you are looking at 47. It might actually, for Americans, work out cheaper. 47.35. So it comes to $54.44. I do believe they ship to the US. So if you're an American viewer, I don't know how much GW is charging you in dollars for a squad of 10 guardsmen, but I imagine this isn't that dissimilar, because you're not, obviously from Titan Legend, you're not paying the GW arbitrary upcharge that they do to the Americans. It's a $10 saving. So actually, if you're in America, you're saving money going to Titan Legend, which is crazy. If we go euro to pound, and we do 47.35, it comes to £40.91. So hey, Americans, for once, the Brits are getting fucked on Warhammer prices, and you are coming up quids in. Amazing. There you go. So if you're in the UK, you'll be spending about £8 to £9 more than if you just bought them from... Is it that much? It's about £8. About £8 more than if you bought them from Games Workshop. If you are in America, you might actually be saving money. So there you go. That's kind of cool. So yeah, Tiny Legend, I think they are a very, very strong contender here. Now, they are a strong contender, but like we said, they are... we should look at the Tiny Legend 3D printing prices, actually, before, if you want to get the STLs. If you do have a... if you do have a 3D printer, of course, the STLs will be very valuable for you to know. Let's got to find it now. I'm assuming they have them as printable guys. There's a lot of different things here. There's a lot of Kriegers which are printable. I can't find them. Maybe they are. Maybe they are not printable. Maybe they're not 3D printable. I assume they would be, but unless I'm missing something. Oh, by the way, apparently, if in the US, Tiny Legend will ship them to you, and you don't have to pay the tariff. They pay the tariff. So they're even eating the tariff cost for you. Are they in the Patreon section? Ah, yes, they are. Okay, so if you go to the... If you're looking on the website here, let me show you guys. So if you're looking for... So look, it says that here. Shipping to you guys. We'll pay your duties for you. Fortunately, shipping costs have increased, but the delivery will be faster and safer now. Shipping is free for orders over €150. So there you go. You actually quit. If you're American, you're absolutely flying on this. Now, if you want to find the 3D printed files for them, they're not under printable STL files, under archive Patreon releases. And you, if you hover over each one, it shows you what it is. And you can see here, you've got various options for the Steel Legion. You can tell by the shorter greatcoats. And actually, the STLs are fairly reasonably priced. $9.95 for the bodies. I don't know if they've got... I don't know if they've got like some like groupings of things, but it looks like if you go through here, you'll be able to find the printable bits that you need. I'm having a look now. It looks like it's mostly Krieg bits, though, I will admit. Unless I'm missing something. That's the weapons. That's the bodies. It's not the right heads. That's not right either. So unless I might be missing it, but it looks like you can 3D... Unless I'm being stupid and it's like... Oh, hang on, I'm being stupid. If you just go into the file, it actually gives you a lot more. So here you go. 1,000 the pack, Legion, Kneeling 1, carbines, guns, pre-supported. Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. It's all in there. Just got to look a little bit deeper than what I was doing. So yeah, it does seem to be... Oh, yeah, there you go. They're the rebreathers and everything. So yeah, no, very 3D printable. Good. I'm glad that I kept persevering with it, because I wouldn't have wanted to, like, spread wrong information. Yeah. You might have to look through some of them. You might need to get a few different combinations and whatnot. But it does look like a bit of digging, and you will find all the bits that you need. Yeah. There you go. Different head designs and everything. There you go. All right. I wonder if this one just... Is it just... That's obviously more Kriegy. I was kind of just curious about how the how it went together. Flag does seem to be go together a bit differently. But yeah, there you go. So you can find all the 3D print parts you need for Tiny Legends as well. So Tiny Legend, first option. If you don't have a 3D printer, they'll send you the models. And hell, you might even save a bit of money depending on where you are. If you do a 3D printer, you can print them to your heart's content for a fraction of the price. There you go. Now, bearing in mind that they are 3D printed and some people don't like using super glue and all that kind of bollocks, we do have a plastic alternative option for you, which is Wargames Atlantic. Wargames Atlantic, of course, the best place to get plastic guard infantry in general. Even better than GW. So these guys are the Deathfield's Realm Jaeger Infantry. These are, you know, sort of counts as Steel Legion. They definitely are distinctly different, though. Like, you can see it in the gas mask design, in the design of the weapons and everything. These are more like, you know, the weapons look a little bit like G36s. You know, they look a little bit more modernized and everything. So but they are, for all intents and purposes, plastic Steel Legion. And they do come with various different weapon options and stuff as well. There you are. And so you can see the sprues here as well. You can see they're an absolute piece of piss to build. They seem to come with flamethrowers, some sort of machine gun, and a plasma gun option. Obviously, if you're like, wait, where's my melter? You could probably convert the flamer into a melter, or you could have blue plasma be plasma guns, red plasma or orange plasma be melter guns. Like, it's fairly easy how you could do it. But yeah, these are your plastic Steel Legion options, and you can see like they're pretty decent. I think for most people who really want that authentic Steel Legion vibe, these are probably a little too far removed, but they're very good. And they're plastic, so you don't have to fuck around with super glue or anything like that. And they are reasonably affordable. 24 models for £30. And if you buy if you buy them in bulk, you actually get a discount. So if you buy 3+ boxes, you get 7.5% off. 5 boxes, 15% off. 10 boxes, 25% off. But of course, that would mean you'd have 240 Steel Legionnaires, probably more than you'd need for a mechanized army. I think you'd probably take advantage of that would probably be the deal that most people would go for. It would get you 72 infantry, more than enough to fill up 5 or 6 chimeras and have plenty of spare models left over for officers and stuff like that. Yeah, they do not come with bases. It's a very good point. So you can buy bases from eBay, approximately 125mm bases for about £10 to $10. Yeah, it's not too expensive at all. I've been doing it for years, and it's still the case today. So these guys are great. There are some other options as well if you're interested in plastic guard infantry. They do the Grognards, which could also count as Steel Legion. They're more Krieg-like, as you can see. They've got the longer greatcoats and everything. But they do have the gas masks and the Adrian helmets and everything. So these are obviously more Krieg / Verstorian / Mordian-esque, but they do come with plasma gun, melter gun, grenade launcher. They do come with some more weapon options and stuff. So you've got them as an option. And then there's lots of other options you could go for as well. But I think after that, you are starting to get out of the realms of Steel Legion and into the realms of just something completely different. If you were looking for some Steel Legion conscripts, though, or, like if you wanted to run the equivalent of the old Hive Scum conscript squads, maybe just like 20, you just run them as blob. If you want to run Steel Legion with blobs of guardsmen, The cannon fodder models are great. You actually get 30 for the same price as you get 24 for all the other different War Games Atlantic boxes. And you can build them in a way that does look kind of appropriate for the Ash Wastes. I mean, these are the same boiler suits, just painted them a bit different. You wouldn't have to paint them up silver, obviously. But you could paint these up in Steel Legion colors, and they've got a rebreather mask. So you don't have to paint them up as convicts, although, of course, you can do if you want. But you can see on here, they've got a variety of head options. So if you wanted to paint them up as basically guardsmen, or a non-Armageddon regiment fighting on Armageddon, like some poor bastards who have been conscripted far away and flung into the fight. Yeah. These are, a lot of people like the cannon fodder models. And the only thing I would say that limits them really is they only come with like one plasma gun-esque weapon. That's it. But again, bit of conversion work or paint one of the, you get one of these per 5 dudes. So, paint one up as orange for melter, as blue for plasma. Yeah. So yeah, War Games Atlantic, very good. They do have some other bits. I don't know. Some people may or may not be interested, but they do have some other stuff in, I think it's Iron Core. Yeah, so these guys might be kind of, some people might find these good for if you want to represent like the old Steel Legion Stormtroopers. These are the Eisenkern Stormtroopers. And you can see that they are, pretty, they're pretty good models. Very well armored. And would definitely do well as a carapace, as a Kazakin counts as for your budding Steel Legion army. And again, you can see the sprues here. These are a little trickier to build. The weapons don't come in the hand, so you will have to do... They are a little tricky to build. I think any seasoned hobbyist will be okay with them. If you're used to GW models, you will have no issue with building these, although they are in a few more parts. Last option, but certainly not a bad option. In fact, some may say the best option after Tiny Legends, and I could definitely agree with that. We have got Red Makers. So Red Makers they make some of the best guard STLs. They cover a big broad range. Tiny Legends obviously specified more on Steel Legion and some Krieg. These guys make like many different regiments. Many different regiments, including the Steel Guard. And they have artillery crew, command sprue, heavy weapon support, officer, and of course, you've just got the basic squad. So if we have a look, we can literally look at all of these. You know what? Let's just... I've opened them in a completely stupid order, but hell, we're here now. Let's have a look at these. So we've got... Can we click to enlarge? There you go. So this is, I think, your standard squaddies. Let me just tell you what. Let me just double check. Yeah, these are standard squad. I think this is a 64 pictures or something mental. There is. We probably won't go through all 64. But you can see they do have the las carbines that the Steel Legion are well known for. The folding stock las carbines. These ones have actually got no folding stock. They're just stockless. They've got the rebreathers. Trench coats are a little longer. And they've obviously got what looks a little bit like Mandalorian-esque armor there. But certainly more than passable. Yeah, and you can you'll get so many. There you go. There's a great close-up of them. They're called Red Makers. It's on the it's in the corner of every photo. So yeah, certainly a good option. They look a little bit like, they look sort of a cross between Star Wars Imperial Army troops and Steel Legion. But the Red Makers are very, very good. And so that's a picture of that's the basic infantry there. Here's the heavy support squad. There you are. So you can see missile launcher, mortar, las cannon, autocannon, heavy bolter. There you go. Now the thing with Red Makers is they are 3D. I think they just do 3D printed STLs. Someone might have to correct me. I don't think you can buy these models. I think you can only buy the STLs. So if you like the look of these but don't have a printer or access to a printer, I think you are, unfortunately, shit out of luck. But if you do have access to a printer or a 3D printer of your own, you can see that Red Makers, you are in very, very good hands with these guys. Yeah, they do some really cool stuff. You got snipers as well. I'm not sure what you'd use the snipers for. Maybe just in squad. There are people on Etsy that sell the printed models. Well, that's good to know. So you might be out. You very well maybe they would probably be like licensed sellers. So you very well may be able to find these models. If you can't get them from Red Makers themselves, at least you can look at these and then go to Etsy and try and find the relevant models. This obviously, it does seem to come with not only the models, but also some printable terrain, which is kind of cool. Command squad, guys. And you can see the STLs are very reasonably priced. $10. And if you were looking for a banner bearer, these guys got you covered. And, you know, it's important to remember the beauty of 3D printing and 3D printable models and everything is, you know, you really don't have to stick to one brand. You know, you could absolutely have some of your basic guys using the STLs from Tiny Legend. And you could have, if you want the right banner, you could use the guys from Red Makers, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So there's a lot of great stuff here. You know, there you go. Oh, I need a medic. There you go. Got it sorted. And, you know, it painted all up in a cohesive color scheme. The models would not look jarring or disjointed or anything like that. $28 for a squad of 10. That's what Keeper Imperial Salt is saying. If you can find them on Etsy. There you go. You got the officer here. And you've got the artillery crew here. Which could be kind of cool if you want to use them for your artillery teams, FOBs, all that good stuff. But if you look, they do have just a huge variety of stuff. I mean, I don't know if I think the Royal Regiment is probably meant to be the Mordians. I guess it could be Vestroyans, though. Neither, actually. I don't know if they've got everyone. Alpha troops, I'm pretty certain. Acadians. Elite forces? It's probably Scions, right? Yeah, there you go. Scions. But they've got a lot. I have no idea if they actually do have the... if they actually have the Mordians. I feel like that's your Solar Auxilia ones. Yeah. But they do have a lot of stuff for you to have a look through. I wonder what Alpha Troops is versus Shock Troops. I'm kind of curious now. Interesting. So they're definitely Cadians. So what are Shock Troops? Well, just more. New Cadians. Ah, New Cadians is old Cadians. Okay. Other. Desperately looking for Mordians. I don't think they do Mordians, though. I think I've looked for them before in the past, and they don't do them, unfortunately. But I could be wrong. Maybe they do. But yeah, they do some great, some really good stuff. Now, it is worth noting, of course, that there are some other options. If you don't want any of the things that we've talked about, like I said, you can, of course, just paint your Kriegers in Steel Legion color scheme. And in fact, I would not be surprised if Games Workshop ends up doing a painting guide, or if not Games Workshop, I imagine many people in the community, many of the YouTubers will do painting guides on how to paint your Kriegers as Steel Legion, how to paint your Acadians as Steel Legion, whatever it may be. With a head swap and a paint scheme, right? There is also worth mentioning the dark and murky world of basically recasts. You can, of course, find the original Steel Legion models that are sold from Forgery World, aka China. obviously, I can't endorse recasts, and you have to be careful because they can be a very, very varying quality. I don't know. I know a lot of people who have bought recasts in the past, and the prices are extremely attractive. Like you're talking, you know, £7 for like a squad of guardsmen, like of OG Steel Legion, like guardsmen, or not necessarily Steel Legion, but like old regiment guardsmen, stuff like that. But you have to be aware that like it can be very good. It can be very, very hit and miss. It's a wild, wild, wild west. And I know some people that even though the models can be a quarter the price, they buy double what they need because they presume half of what turns up is going to be dog shit. I don't know if I've never done that myself personally, but I do know some people who buy only recasts, and that's what they do. They go for the cheapest possible recast where they're paying fractional costs, but they basically pay double the ticket price, as it were, double in volume, just because they expect some of it to turn up to be awful. But you know, people will say, "Oh, just recast, bro. Just recast, bro." It is harder, and you do have to kind of, you know, you have to, you know, put your Todger through the, you have to put your hobby Todger through the proverbial glory hole in some of these cases, because you have to be willing to accept that you might buy something and it turns up that's a bit shit. But sometimes, you know, you can find a good recaster, and I have seen recasts, especially of Forge World stuff, that from China that was actually better than the stuff from GW. And I've seen Forge stuff that's been recast that's plastic models that looks better than GW plastics. Like I distinctly remember that there'd been a whole group of people when Death Guard came out in 8th edition. Or was it like Death Guard being meta in 9th at some point? It was a few years ago. And it was before I did this full time. So it's probably more 9th edition. And there was a bunch of people down the club who had tried a new recaster out, and they were saying he was very, very good, and they were showing off the before it was painted a Plague Burst crawler, and the detail was unbelievably crisp, and it was made out of resin. Yeah, so it is a wild west, but I like I said, I don't really indulge in recasting myself, but you know. It is obviously worth mentioning, but not, you know, also putting all the, but it's worth mentioning, but also obviously putting all the caveats and mentioning everything else around it. I can't really think of anything else. Anvil Industries is a good shout. And of course, good old Anvil Industry. They do some good counts as well. I think they will be a little pricey, but again, they're not 3D print dependent. So if we look, Anvil Industry, I've used these guys for years. Go over to regiments, infantry, and they do everything from. I'm gonna get rid of this stupid thing in the middle. They do everything from head swaps, weapons, and everything, or you can just buy entire squads. I think you can even build your own custom squad. You can do so, but you look, you are looking at, it is more expensive. 40 quid for 10 models here. Or, to be fair, £35 for 300 weapon teams isn't that different. But Anvil Industries, they do so many different bits. I mean, if we look at just the head section alone, I mean, you are just looking at just pages upon pages upon pages of really, really good head swaps. Everything from like Starship Troopers style shit, Kriegers. You will find Steel Legion and more. You will find more than you could ever possibly have imagined when it comes to guard bits. These are the guard third-party bit site, in my opinion, and they are a community staple and have been for over a decade at this point, for very, very good reason. I mean, you just keep going, and if they don't have Steel Legion already, I guarantee you they will get Steel Legion. Like, they even have fucking Garrold shit for like Stargate. They've some stuff they've got is some stuff they've got is like the heads and the bodies are integrated. Sometimes they're not. So you can't, but it's all very clearly displayed on the pictures what is integrated and what isn't. Yeah, so look at that. There's just so much to pick from. You can even get Skaven if you want to make Skaven Guard. Yeah, I've used Anvil Industries to build a not insignificant part of my Blood Pact army, and they're very, very good. Like I said, I've not picked out a specific bits for them, but if you look, even if you started off with Steel Legion, you'll find more. You will find Steel Legion here, and then you'll find more than Steel Legion as well. You'll find everything. They do Gene Cynical just so much, and that's just the heads. They do weapons, heavy weapons, torsos, everything. They definitely do Steel Legion style things they do Mordian style things. They have short greatcoat. I mean, they've got some shit here. Like, I didn't even realize like the medium. They've expanded massively from last time I looked. They've got a bunch of robot people. Yeah. But they do I think they do like a squad builder as well. And they used to have something. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to have a tool where you could like visualize the parts beforehand. It's been a bit slow on me now for some reason. I don't know if it's me being. It might be me being slow, to be fair. Or it could be Anvil Industries' website. Let's have a look. I don't know if they still have the like I said, the online, like, it was a really, really cool tool. I don't think they have it anymore. It was a little temperamental. I fucked it up a couple of times. Like, I managed to break it a couple of times. But I do want to see if they still have it as a tool. If they don't, then I'm just going to leave it. I think they've taken it down as a feature on the website, which is sad, but also completely understandable considering it was very janky. All right. But yeah, there you go. So, long story short, just because Games Workshop might not give you Steel Legion doesn't mean that you have to accept that lying down. And as you can see in the very brief look over that we've had, we've found 4 or 5 different options there, all of which, from plastic to 3D print to printed 3D models, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, there you go. So I think that's important because if you're getting the new Yarrick, if you're getting a new Yarrick and you want to have your boy Yarrick backed up by Steel Legion, you want to have Steel Legion. Of course, there is one other option that's worth mentioning, which is you can always buy second hand. If you want to get the official GW models, you can get them second hand. Almost didn't mention it, but you are looking at very expensive prices. You are looking at, I mean, if you're lucky, you're looking at 50 quid for 10 models, which will come with a grenade launcher and a missile launcher. So you will, and they'll come in the old format, which is no longer a legal loadout for the new system, because there's no, they were designed when you could take the Imperial Guard infantry squad Obviously, that's now gone. It's replaced with Kriegers and Cadians. So, yeah. But you are, yeah, I think if you were to buy them secondhand, you would be, I think you would be looking at between 50 and 80 pounds per legal squad. And you would be severely limited in the loadout you'd be getting. I mean, you're looking at grenade launcher. You'd probably look at like a single grenade launcher if you're lucky. If you find a plasma gun, because they only had grenade launchers and plasma gun models officially. If you find a plasma gun, it will cost you a fortune. They were very, very rare. I mean, there's one guy selling one on eBay here, one single plasma gun guy for £36, and someone will probably buy it. Because that's how rare they were. Yeah. There is a guy here selling. Although, I can't show you because it will give you my address, unfortunately. But there is a guy selling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 squads of Steel Legion with a mixture of plasma guns and grenade launchers and stuff in the squads, with 5 spare models and 3 heavy bolter teams and 3 las cannon teams, and then old crab claw Yarrick and an old officer for £465. So you still, I don't know if that's actually that. I actually don't know if that's expensive. How many? You're looking at basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll say 12 boxes of Guardsmen from GW, which is £32.50. Which is only about £75 more than if you bought the new plastics from Games Workshop. So there you go. So you can occasionally find a good deal, but you know, like I said, typically buying secondhand is going to be very pricey. So you're probably looking at some of those other options. But yeah, that basically covers it. So if you can't find Steel Legion officially from Games Workshop, hopefully they will, of course, change their tune on that. But if you can't find them officially from Games Workshop, never fear, because third party in one form or another has got your back. And I hope that was helpful. There you are. Last couple of super chats, and then let's wrap the stream up because it's been a big stream today. But of course, it had to be a big stream because fucking Yarrick came back. Lady Cube, thank you for 44 months. Yarrick for the Emperor. Wow. Yarrick coming back. Just, I know, Lady Cube. Great to have you back in the stream. And it is absolutely hype as fuck, Yarrick coming back. We've been gushing over him all day. In fact, we even have a new Yarrick emoji just for the occasion. So there you are. Great to have you back, Lady Cubed. And Bored Baobab, thank you for Super Chat, man. I'm surprised they said Imperial Guard in the trailer, not Ashmatar. Is it Games Workshop starting to call them Imperial Guard again? I hope so. After 15 years of the community of old players and new players alike, of the entire Imperial Guard community utterly rejecting Astra Militarum, I think it's about time that GW just went back to calling it Imperial Guard. If they call the 11th edition Codex Imperial Guard, oh my god, I'll actually bust. I'll actually bust. Yeah, I hope so. Because here's the thing. They better give him some fun and nutty rules. I just want one character that isn't just a buff piece. I agree. I think he should have all the base rules of a Commissar, and then he should be a Commissar and Acadian Castellum, in one. And then make him Colonel Strachan levels of good in combat. Yeah. Totally agree. Totally agree, cracked up. Yeah. Also, great to have you in the stream, man. Amazing. Like, I do want to talk about this topic a little bit, because I do think it is worth mentioning, and some people might have missed it. So, in the trailer for Yarrick, at about the 21-second mark, the traitorous cowardly governor, who gets shot, says soldiers of the Imperial Guard, not soldiers of the Ashton Militarum. And that's pretty big. I will say fair play to GW. They've always said in the codexes, the Ashton Militarum, also known as Imperial Guard in Low Gothic and all this kind of stuff. They've always kept one foot in in it being called the Imperial Guard. I think they had to, because they didn't want to completely piss everyone off. But they've been calling it they've been calling it Ashton Militarum in a lot of stuff. They do insert it into a lot of media. If they do call it, if they do call it the Guard, if they do say Guard, they call it the Guard rather than Imperial Guard. So there's a bit of a distinction there. But it is, I think, the first time in a long time, and it's the first time that I think it's the reason why so many people are picking up on it, that they just went Imperial Guard in a trailer, not soldiers of the Ashton Militarum. They could so easily have done that, and they didn't. And they went, no, soldiers of the Imperial Guard. And it just felt so much better. One of the problems with GW using these wanky terms like Eldari instead of Eldar, and Drukari instead of just Dark Elder, and traitor Space Marines, it's still better than Heretic Astartes. Even Adeptus Astartes is a bit weird. Adeptus Sororitas is a bit weird. It's the Sisters of Battle. It's the Space Marines. All of the weird copyrightable words that they have tried to use to protect their IP and everything, they're very jarring because it doesn't sound natural. So when you hear it, it sounds like bollocks. And people have said this for years. But the reason why Games Workshop does it is, of course, to try and protect their IP and all this kind of stuff. And whilst on paper, hypothetically, this makes sense, the reality of the situation is that it has been utterly and completely a waste of time and a failure. Not just from a community point of view. No one calls them the Adeptus Sororitas. They call them the Sisters of Battle. No one calls them Adeptus Astartes. You go, oh, what are you running today? Space Marines. Right? No one calls, what are you running today? Ashton Militarum. No one does that. Oh, I'm just painting some Astra up. Fuck off, you're not painting a car. I'm painting some Guard up. And it's because the way people actually communicate is very different to the way that a bunch of copyright bullshit communicates. So that's one of the reasons why it's just been rejected by the community. So not only are we talking about is it been rejected by the community, people, at Last Pistol Point, new Guard players are told it's the Guard, not the Ashton Militarum. Even GW, if you go and talk to a GW staff member in a Warhammer shop, you'll say, oh, I'm looking for some Imperial Guard. And they go, oh yeah, over there. They know exactly what you're talking about. You don't go in and say, I'm looking for Ashton Militarum. They don't call it Ashton Militarum to you either. They go, that's some Imperial Guard for you. Right? So not only has it been a complete failure and rejected basically at every level on the community, the only people that embrace it are shield tubers. That's it. And people who don't know better before they are quickly educated nicely yet firmly by the community on the proper terms. But the other big thing is GW doesn't care about that. If we use Imperial Guard or Ashton Militarum, they don't care about that. What they care about is it helping to protect their IP? And the answer is no. ever since GW lost the Chapter House lawsuit and all of the bullshit that happened, what, like 15 years ago, if not longer, and all that stuff that led to all of this wanky bullshit that gets thrown around, rather than just taking the L, GW ended up completely crashing out over this, and for what feels like a decade and a half has been massively overcorrecting and pursuing a policy of self-destruction in many ways. Their ego couldn't take the fact that they lost. But even in the face of all of GW's attempts to, protect their business and their IP and all this kind of stuff, has it had any meaningful effect? All of the thousands, maybe 10,000s, maybe hundreds of thousands, if not more, of pounds that they have spent on lawyers and copyright enforcement and all this kind of stuff, has it made any difference whatsoever? All of the products that they've removed from codexes, because we don't sell models for it, we're going to give you rules for it. If it's made out of the wrong material, we're not going to support it anymore. All the combination of the dreaded policy in GW's lawfare has this in any way, shape, or form strengthened GW's position and quashed all of the piracy and all that kind of stuff? No, has it fuck? If anything, it's made the situation worse. Because the more that GW cracked down, the more that their position slipped through their fingers. And now there is more piracy than ever before. And I'm not just talking like third-party alternatives. Although, for the sake of this argument, not legally, but for the sake of this example, I will actually put those under the same banner. But, looking at but genuine piracy as well. Like, GW took away all the Metal Guard regiments. And did everyone go, oh, well, can't do anything about it then? No. GW left that market space and someone stepped in to fill the demand. Wargames Atlantic. 1,000 different 3D print artists and designers. The only reason Wargames Atlantic exists today is because Games Workshop stopped selling Mordians and Praetorians and Vestroians and all the other Guard regiments. In fact, Wargames Atlantic has done so well, they've now expanded across, and they're making their own games and everything now, and they never would have got their foot out the door if it hadn't been for GW basically ceding the territory and them just waltzing in. GW tried to protect their IP, and they tried to eliminate things from their range they couldn't copyright. Because why did they get rid of the old guardsmen? Well, one of the reasons they got rid of so many of the old guard regiments is obviously metal production costs, of course. But Wargames Atlantic have proven you can make them out of plastic and there's enough of demand there. But also it's because those were basically historical models. And GW, for whatever reason, maybe some of them they thought were offensive. I think, some pearl-clutching Twitter denizens might have a problem with the Talan Desert Raiders. If you do, you're a fucking idiot. Talan Desert Raiders are cool as fuck. Maybe it was, maybe offensive. Maybe it was because they're too historical. So it's hard to copyright something that's a bit historical and everything. But, well, for whatever reason, GW ceded that ground, decided they weren't going to do them anymore. And someone just came in and just hoovered up all of the money they left on the table. And has done so well out of it. They are no longer just selling. They've done so well out of it, they're now becoming a full-blown games company. Think about that. Just based on old guard regiments that nobody bought anyway. Fuck off. Of course they did. Just based on that alone, you've had a company go from just being hoovering up a bit of money on the table to now designing and releasing their own games. That's how much money was available there. That's how much the guard community loved those old regiments. If GW doesn't provide it, someone else will. But then, and that's just legitimate third-party providers. But what about the genuine piracy? If Games Workshop previews a model on Warhammer Community, within 24 hours, someone has designed a 100% accurate 3D print STL. And it's available. And people buy them. So all of GW's attempts to protect themselves, to crack down, and to remove things which they don't think they can protect and copyright, not only have they seeded the ground and left money on the table for others, but they've also actually fermented and cultivated genuine piracy. It not only has it failed, it's actually backfired massively. And this is something the video games industry learned a long time ago. Who was there? Probably 15, 16, 18 years ago, with all of the DRM bullshit that happened with video games. Was it Anno 2077 or 2070? Where you could only install it 3 times and you had to buy a new copy. And all this did is put people off. All those third-party companies who tried to like make their own video game stores, right, which were just shitter than Steam because they thought they could try and control people's video games and all that kind of stuff. What happened? Every single one of them failed. All of the money was wasted. All of the effort was wasted. And the video games industry learned and is in the process of relearning. There's only one way to be successful. Make a good product. Steam, Valve, Gabe Newell, famously said, piracy is a service issue. And this is very, very reflected in what's happened with Games Workshop. The more GW fucked people off by removing their favorite regiments or removing data sheets for things that they didn't make models for rather than just having like cool designers notes like they used to, the more that they engage in cracking down on this kind of stuff, the tighter they gripped, all that happened is they pissed more and more people off. With every price rise as well, all they did is piss more and more people off. And the more people they pissed off, the more people who went, why can't I use this model anymore? It's been Legends. The more people who went, where have my favorite regiment gone? Where's my favorite, chapter gone? Like the Red Scorpions, all this kind of stuff. Like the Flesh Tearers. The more that they did this kind of stuff, the more it pissed people off. And so people started feeling justified. They felt GW did the worst thing they possibly could do. People started feeling like they were doing the right thing by engaging in piracy. They were fighting the good fight because the mean, nasty, faceless corporation kept coming down on the little guys. Little guys both in terms of players, but little guys also in terms of creatives. Even when GW legitimately or semi-legitimately goes after piracy now, there's fleets of people just waiting to make videos and blog posts and Reddit posts and all this kind of stuff, lambasting them. And all of this began with the renaming of stuff. And it all comes back. So what does that have to do with the original point? Games Workshop, we can only hope that Games Workshop has finally learned the lessons of the video game industry, of the movie industry, of the music industry. They've finally learned that the more they tighten their grip, the more systems slip through their grasp. Exactly. Finally learned that. And they've started realizing that the best way to sell models, the best way to make money is to, and the best way to get away with all the bullshit they want to get away with, like FOMO boxes and all that kind of stuff. And the best way to fight piracy is to stop with the wanky bullshit. To call it the Imperial Guard. I mean, can you imagine the shockwaves that would go? Imagine if Guard is the first, after Space Marines and Orcs in 11th edition. Firstly, imagine if the first codex for 11th edition is Codex Space Marines. Not Adeptus Astartes, Space Marines. Imagine the shockwaves that would send through the community. And then it was followed by Orcs. And then it was followed by Imperial Guard. So many people, including myself, who's a beefy boy, would start coming back. Because it's all about vibe. It's all about perception. It's all about GW not being a shithead. So hopefully, maybe it's just a little thing, a throwaway line, and maybe the script writers had a little soft spot for the Guard, and they were like, we'll say Imperial Guard, and if GW doesn't notice anything, we'll get away with it. Maybe. 10th Codex Space Marines? Really? Was it? That one missed that. I missed that one. Well, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. The only one that I think they can get away with is Adeptus Custodes, because they're meant to be wanky bollocks. Yeah. But yeah, but here's the thing. They didn't call it Adeptus Astartes. The video game, they didn't call it Adeptus Astartes, did they? Call it Space Marine. I think the person that was I think the people involved with that trailer was everything a Guard trailer should be. Right down to that little detail of soldiers of the Imperial Guard. It was just a blip of light in the darkness of modern GW, of New Hammer. It may be that they're starting to fucking get it. We can only hope. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think in chat. There we are. People get paid tens of thousands a year to design less than a dozen figures a year, and now they just give us a more detailed version. So why not bring back discontinued regiments and earn the pay? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Between the Yarrick trailer and your recent Guard motivational speech, I haven't been excited for 40k in literal years. Bro, I'm the same, man. Yeah. Well, not more off my own speech, but yeah, I'm feeling it. I haven't been excited for 40k in about 2 years. Like, I was really excited at the launch of 10th. Then it's really excited. And then about halfway through, it started going real fucking squiffy. And then, not even halfway through, about a third of the way through, it started showing signs of going squiffy. And in the last 12 months, it's been completely phoned in bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good step in the right direction. Totally agree. Yeah. If all Games Workshop needs to do is, I mean, it's quite simple. Just stop the dreaded policy. Stop the dreaded policy and bring the old names back. It's just not hard. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's literally not difficult. Imperial Guard Codex, like, you think GW is like, oh, if we don't sell hardened veterans, people will buy them from someone else. Motherfucker, people are already buying them from someone else. GW, you never made a hardened veterans model. Where do you think all of my original hardened veterans came from? I bought them from you and I converted them, you stupid bastard. Yeah. Where do you think all my conscripts came from? How many guardsmen did I buy because conscripts existed? How many guardsmen did I stop buying because conscripts went away? It's just so fucking obvious, man. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. It won't be Steel Legion munitions stud tester. It's going to be Space Marines versus Orcs, but Guard might get something at the end of 10th or the beginning of 11th. If we're not the, I think we might be the first or the. I think we'll be the third codex of 11th. I think we'll get. I think it'll go Space Marines, Orcs, Guard. If I was guessing of this, maybe not, but if I was guessing of this, I think so. I tell you what is funny. Who here couldn't give a flying fuck about This is going to sum everything up, right? Right. This is the perfect example to sign off on. And then we're going to leave the we're going to end the stream, all right? Who here after Yarrick's announcement today, who here doesn't give a shit about 500 Worlds, Maelstrom, or Reign of Iron? Put your hand up. I don't give a fuck about any of those things. Like, that's the difference between that's the difference. And you can't even, like, it's almost you can't almost explain it. Like, think of all the effort that GW put into the 500 Worlds campaign, the Maelstrom campaign. Reign of Iron's not even here yet. And even when it drops, I won't give a fuck. But Yarrick coming back? A proper fourth war for Armageddon? Not some namby-pamby. I mean, guys, they did an Armageddon campaign. Look at this. They did an Armageddon campaign featuring Grey Knights, Space Wolves, and fucking World Eaters. People have already forgotten about it. They've already forgotten about it. It was a nothing thing. It never happened. It was a Wazi, it was a Woozy, it's a Fugazi. It's not on the elemental fucking chart. It doesn't exist. Yarrick coming back? Everyone cares. Like, they did, yeah. So they did, like, mid-10th. It's when the Grey Knights got the baby carrier upgrade sprue. Yeah. Like, and they did this like big thing leading up to it. It was this narrative, it was this crusade book and all this shit. No one gave a fuck. No one gave a flying fuck. The only reason people cared about Space Wolves was because they got new models. No one cared about the rest of it. Yarrick coming back. The Guard versus Orcs. It overshadows... I mean... It overshadows Pariah Nexus, which GW has spent years building up. It overshadows Armageddon, which GW built up. It overshadows 500 Worlds. It overshadows... the Maelstrom. It overshadows Reign of Iron. Do you want to know the last time we had something this hype? when the fourth war when the fourth Tyrannic War was announced. That was 3 years ago at the beginning of 10th edition. All those other things that GW, all those other campaigns that GW tried to do, no one gave a flying fuck about them. Do you know why? Because Tyranids are fucking cool. Space Marines are fucking cool. Guard is fucking cool. And Orcs is fucking cool. It's just that fucking simple. It's not that fucking hard, and it's just that fucking simple. Yeah. This is the difference. I've said this again and again and again. Send me to the black ships. This is the difference between manufactured hype and organic hype. Manufactured hype, and it's all these other campaigns that GW's tried to get us excited about. It's GW telling you should be excited. And no one does. No one is. GW showed us the fourth war. The fourth Tyrannic War. GW showed us the fourth war for Armageddon. They didn't tell us to get excited. We got excited. It's just that. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah. That's the difference between organic hype and manufactured hype. And you can see it night and day in certain releases GW does. Yeah. All right. And on that note, someone, we've got some super chats here. Bob Barbab, thank you so much. When the governor said the guard, I thought we were going to see Steel Legion. I don't think they're going to bring Steel Legion back, but I think, as we saw earlier in the stream, there's plenty of third-party options. If they won't give them to us, we'll get them ourselves. Yeah. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat. Give Vox and the Voids a listen if you can. Boys, I want to encourage them to make more guard content. I'll link. I don't have time to watch it now. I'm sorry, Ishmael, but I'll watch it tomorrow. It's been a long stream today, but what I will do is I will link it. So even if I can't watch it right now, I will link it and we can watch a bit of it tomorrow. There you go. Just remind you won't need to super chat tomorrow, man. Just remind me, and I'll make sure to pick it up because I also want to encourage people to make more guard content. There you are. Yeah. It's a long stream, man. It is. That's an 8-hour stream. But look, guys, I knew going into this it was going to be a big stream. When Yarrick comes back, you don't do epoxy 2 or 3 hour stream. Not even the standard 6 hours is enough. You go all the fucking way and you do an 8-hour fucking stream. It's not an argument. It's not a debate. It's the way it fucking is. Do you want to know what's crazy? If GW can keep this Armageddon hype up, I might do another 24-hour live stream, and I've not done one of those in about 3 years. Maybe about 2 years. I've not had anything from GW to motivate me to do it. But I'd love to do 2. I'd love to do a Festung Europa or K47 24-hour live stream. And I'd love to do a Steel... Imagine 24 hours of painting Steel Legion to commemorate Yarrick coming back. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? And on that note, you know what? Let's watch the trailer one. Should we have the trailer players out? I think we should have the trailer players out. Yeah. Let me take it back to the beginning.
full screen it and turn my face off, turn chat off, and we can just enjoy it. Cosmic wants the worm. Cosmic, you can have the worm. There you go. Mrs. Mordian saw my worm for the first time. And she said, what the fuck is that? And I said, it's the worm. And she went, okay, I'm going to do a bit more than that. And I said, it's the worm. Charles Cox, thank you for renewing your channel membership, man. Thank you for doing your part, sir. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much to everyone who joined today. Thank you to all of you for your incredible support. I'm going to enjoy this trailer as well. Thank you to all of you for your incredible support. Thank you to all of you for your amazing hype. I hope you're as excited as I am about this. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. And as always, hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Forgot to change the playback speed. 1 second. Professional YouTuber at work. All right. And I'll see you guys next time.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All
industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty. To hold the line.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had here. I cannot ask you to die
in the mud of a world that was lost long ago. All of you.
Flee. Make for the evacuation transports.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon!